You're watching Saratoga Live on a rainy Friday afternoon, but it is still New York Showcase Day as we get ready to celebrate the New York Reds on today's card as it is the eve of the Run Happy Travers. Our program brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Here at beautiful Saratoga Racecourse, luckily the rain has subsided as of now. Unfortunately, we are off the turf today, but can't wait for today's card with 6 New York Red Stakes on tap. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, in the host chair today for New York Showcase Day, and really excited about this day as we get a chance to celebrate, offer up some stakes opportunities, some big purses for those New York breds, many of whom we have seen successful in open company and having a chance to strut their stuff on the racetrack here today. Taking a look at what's to come. Today's races, as always, presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. Races 1 through 11 on tap as we are dealing with a sloppy and sealed main track, again off the turf. 6 New York Red Stakes highlighted by the Albany, the Fleet Indian, the Funny Side. And what do you know, we kick things off with race 1 in a stake race as well, the Seeking the Ante. But first, I'm so pleased to welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richard Migliori, Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Guys, happy to share the set with you today. And Richie, I know you are such a huge proponent of the New York Bred program and have ridden many New York Breds as well. How special is this day?
Oh, it's a wonderful day, especially because you have all the breeders come out. So many of these people that put so much into the game, time, money, investment, blood, sweat, and tears, if you will. And I think it's appropriate. The first race is named the Seeking the Ante. That was a Chester and Mary Broman horse out of their foundation mare, Ante Spend. She was half to a Florida Derby winner and Friends Lake. Just tremendous family.
Florida Derby winner that you rode as well. And Paul, though we are off the turf today, we do start with the first 5 races on the main track, including this 2-year-old race for the fillies, Seeking the Ante and Maple Leaf Mel, currently 4 to 5.
Yeah, the scratches will start coming in. Race 6 is on the turf, like Acacia's saying. The first 5 races are on the dirt, so I don't think there's going to be any scratches. You want to handicap it a little bit different for mud, then do it that way. I thought this race was a little bit more wide open than the 3 being at 4 to 5. Maple Leaf Mel, who was very, very good first time out.
We'll meet the field, starting with the number 1 Song Parody. Impressive first out winner. Yeah,
another impressive first out winner. There is pedigree there that says this horse should handle the mud. Had a sibling that loved the mud.
Was purchased after that impressive win. Here is one coming out of Stakes Company Le Bon Temps.
Well, this horse did win first time out on the slop at Churchill Downs. Needs to improve a little bit.
Your favorite, Maple Leaf Mel.
So impressive on debut, and the whole world knew she went up in 70 cents to the dollar.
81 buyer speed figure. Here is the 4 Lady Mine.
Yes, you know, a daughter of First Samurai. First Samurai liked the mud a little bit. This horse did not run well, though, first time out in the slop.
And another impressive first out winner. Here's Miracle.
I like the way this filly conducts herself, frames up nicely, even love her walk. And Miracle, well, we're only 84 miles from Lake Placid where the Miracle on Ice took place.
I like that. There's the field, 3 to 5 now on Maple Leaf Mel as we welcome in the 4th member of our team here with us this weekend, Michelle Yu. Welcome to New York, Michelle. What are you seeing from these 2-year-old fillies?
Thanks, Acacia. Taking a look at him here, I want to talk about the 3, obviously. Taking a lot of play right now on paper, like you guys mentioned, so impressive. But what struck me the entire time she was getting saddled, and even on the racetrack right now, is she doesn't appear to love the rain. Now, the rain has finally stopped, but when she was in the saddling paddock, she's been shaking her head. She's kind of laying her ears flat. She did not like it. So if she ends up maybe behind horses for some reason or getting kicked up in the mud, I'm not sure she's really going to appreciate that. She does look much better now and she's composed herself, but you could even see right when she walked on, she just wasn't reaching up underneath herself very well, and it certainly is a question mark if she's going to like this particular surface. But speaking of that, I did talk to Deuce Greathouse, the co-owner of the 2 Le Bon Temps, who broke her maiden in the slop on debut at Churchill, and I asked him, now, were you there that day? And he said, I was, and I said, can you compare that track to the one we have here? And he said it was sloppy and sealed, so I would say very similar. So this could be one that will relish the little bit of moisture that we've gotten. I thought the 4 was really interesting in here as well. 21 to 1 here, so even a higher price than she was on the morning line. James Chapman has won 1 of 5 races, and you see constant improvement from this daughter of First Samurai. I think that she's going to like the little bit more ground to work with. You guys mentioned the bad performance on debut. I don't necessarily know if it it was the slop that day. It could have just been first time out. Also note that she faced boys that day. She's back in against her own sex, and she has fared much better since going to Phillies. Also, I did like the way that she warmed up. She seemed to get through this off track just fine, Acacia.
Michelle, thank you. Lady Mine, a big price, biggest price on the board as we get ready to kick off today's early pick 5. As mentioned, 6 New York bred stakes on tap today, starting things off right here with the Seeking the Ante. Here is what else is still to come. The Albany, Fleet Indian, Funny Side. Sadly, the Yaddo and the West Point off the turf a little bit later on today. City Man still in as of now. He would have been a star on the grass coming off of that Forbidden Apple win, as he will go back to New York Breds in the West Point. Again, all races off the turf today, but still a lot to look forward to, as we do see Christophe Lamond, who trains City Man, sending out Song Parody for the first time, Richie.
Yeah, Song Parody was very good on debut, and Christophe, he wins with firsters, but he's not a guy that really cranks him up. He took over for this horse after Kelly Breen had it early.
And don't forget, the 3-5 favorite here, owned by ex-football coach for the New York Giants and well-known down here in Saratoga, Bill Parcells. He goes under Augustin Farm. So they've had big high hopes for Maple Leaf Mel, this great filly. So owned by Bill. So if she happens to cross the line first, I think we'll see Bill in the winner's circle. Yeah.
Saw him here in the paddock as we see Song Parody being a little bit reluctant. She did this first time out too. She was freezing in the paddock. She was really well composed in the paddock today, it seemed, but balking just a little bit as the starting gate crew gets behind her. As mentioned, Richie, she did this first time out, so they knew what to expect with her.
Yeah, it's not out of character for her, and it's such a difficult job. The gate crew is so good. They'll lock arms behind, trying to push the filly. I wouldn't want to be the third man in there trying to push, because if she breaks the hold of the guy's arms, that's the guy who's going to get kicked.
Yeah, he actually was sitting next to one of my good friends, and one of the gate guys, Nicky Casado, came up to me. And Nicky's been on the gate crew here for a while, and let me tell you something. He is put together. And I was telling me, how's the meet going? He's like, well, haven't broke anything yet. That's how the meet's gone, because 2 years ago he broke a clavicle. It's just like, you just don't understand how strong these guys are that are putting these horses in the gate, because they got to handle these animals. They know all the quirks, like you say, Richie. They know what these horses do in the morning, because these horses school in the morning.
Yeah, and they share that information with other jurisdictions. Now, they put the blindfold on her. They'll circle her a couple times, kind of try to disorient her where the gate is, but I'm always amazed at how the horses just instinctually know which direction the gate is, even after they circle them a few times.
She's very tough. She's been very tough in training in the mornings, as they're going to back her up to the starting gate. Again, as you mentioned, trying to disorient. So this is not out of character of Song Parody, as she's being tougher at the gate today than she was on debut too. She did train in her last work in company with Acoustic Ave, who we'll see later on in the Funny Side, as the blindfold seemed to do the trick, and Manny Franco will climb aboard in the gate.
Yeah, now once they got her in, she'll probably settle much better. Manny will kind of ease down on her. You always want to allow the horse to know that you're coming. You're going to talk to them a little bit, maybe whistle. You don't want to just take them by surprise coming from over the top of them.
Listen, she was really fast first time out. Now, I don't know what all the antics if she's going to be, but I bet she's going to be quick. And another note is, too, wondering if these jockeys are going to be leery of staying on the rail with all the water that we've gotten in the last, half hour to an hour.
3-5 on Maple Leaf Mel, Seeking the Ante to kick off New York Showcase Day. Here's the voice of New York racing and another New York bred, John and Brielle, with the call.
We are set for the Friday opener. And they're off. Miracle going out for the early lead. Lady Mine is right there. Now moving up from the inside is a Song Parody and Maple Leaf Mel. It's Maple Leaf Mel and Song Parody. Heads apart for the lead now. They've got 2 lengths. On long shot, Lady Mine, who sits in third. Miracle is now back in fourth. And Le Bon Temps trails the field in fifth. As they move up the sloppy backstretch, it's the odds-on favorite, Maple Leaf Mel, who has the lead now by 1.5 lengths. Lady Mine runs in second, with Song Parody down on the inside in third, in the quarter 21 3/5 seconds. And now they're midway around the far turn. And it is Maple Leaf Mel, the leader, by 1/2 length. Lady Mine on the outside. Miracle now asked to pick it up. Miracle is 2.5 lengths from the lead as Song Parody drops out of it. And then Le Bon Tom. They are at the head of the stretch. The half mile in 45 2/5 seconds. And here is a Lady Mine on the outside to challenge Maple Leaf Mel with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Maple Leaf Mel has something left for the stretch run. And now she's opening up on the field. It is Maple Leaf Mel by 3.5 lengths. And the coach has got to love this filly. Maple Leaf Mel by 3 lengths at the end in the Seeking the Ante Stakes. Lady Mine was second, and Miracle finished third.
Coach Bill Parcells, we'll see him in the winner's circle. It's August Dawn Farm, those silks on Maple Leaf Mel, as she is impressive once again. Joel Rosario with a little something left.
He always has a little horse left. He never goes all in. He's like a maestro. He just kind of builds these horses into that crescendo, that finish. Big run from the 4, Lady Mine. Took
Good
a big
call by
shot at
Michelle.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, at a big price.
It was a good call all around by Michelle because she said, listen, the 3 might not like the kickback. And the 1 outquicked her early, but you know what? She was able to stay away, and she was able to stay dry and outside the 1 Song Parody, who just sort of, listen, when sometimes they don't want to go in the gate, she lost a lot of her energy, but don't take anything away from the 3 Maple Leaf Mel. And you're right, the 4 ran a bang-up race. At one point, you thought Lady Mine had a big shot, started lugging out a little bit at the top of the lane. I think Maple Leaf Mel was trying to tell her, just get off me a little bit because I'm about to run away from you, and that's what ended up happening here. But you could see right here, this little gray, where they always say, better gray on a rainy day.
That's right. Should have stuck with the old racetrack adage. Maple Leaf Mel, just her second start. She's 2 for 2 already for Jeremiah Engelhardt, who's been having a strong Saratoga meet too. And looking forward to seeing Coach Bill Parcells in the winner's circle with this one. But she came back pretty quickly off that win, and there's the coach.
Yeah, Coach loves the game. He's been spending his summers in Saratoga for as long as I can remember. And
Yeah.
I really like that one shot of Maple Leaf Mel Rosario coming back towards the winner's circle, talking with Jose Gomez on Lady Mine, and they were, just having a little conversation. And that's why it was so important for Jose Gomez to be here this summer. Ride with the best, and you're going to continue to improve and learn.
Oh, it's 100%. I mean, I sat on the bench 1998, 1999, and 2000, and you sit there and you want to complain, but you end up learning and learning and learning tricks here and there and how things are supposed to be done. And I think Jose's going to benefit big time from this. And Joel just having a tremendous meet in Maple Leaf Mel. I'll tell you what, Keisha, it went pretty fast. I mean, 110 and change. So, and the track is sealed, but it's going to play a little fast today. So 118 is not bad. They didn't come home great, but these are 2-year-olds too as well. But for the first 6 furlongs, they were going a little bit.
Very good points. A lot of room for improvement still from these 2-year-old fillies, but a very nice effort in the Seeking the Ante to kick off the stakes action and all of the action on New York Showcase Day. But of course, tomorrow we're looking forward to the Midsummer Derby. It's finally here, or should I say it's here already. Feels like the summer has absolutely flown by. It's our America's Best Racing race of the week. The Run Happy Travers, taking a look at the field of 8 that will go postward to go 1.25 miles on Saturday. And we have the top 3 finishers coming out of the Kentucky Derby. The question, guys, can Rich Strike back up that Derby win with a Travers victory this weekend?
Paul, I don't think he's going to get the pace he got to run at in the Kentucky Derby. It doesn't even appear to be a tremendous amount of speed on paper, and he's never won a race outside of Churchill Downs.
Yeah, there's so many question marks. But again, I'm tired of people taking this day away from him. I really am, because he beat Xandon and he beat Epicenter on the square. Not one horse in 2 days won up the rail. Sonny Leon didn't know that because he hadn't ridden any horse in the 2 days. But Joel Rosario looked at him at the wire because I was right there, and he was in wonderment that he won the race. So you can't take that race away from him. Now, does the horse just have an affinity for Churchill Downs? that might be the case. But I have a feeling he's going to run a little bit better than he ran in the Belmont.
He's been training really well as they've brought him early to Saratoga to get acclimated as we take a look at how Derby winners have done in the Travers over the last 30 years. Best finish back in 2015 where Triple Crown winner American Pharoah was upset by Keen Ice. It is exciting more than anything, too, to get a chance to see the rematch of the top 3 finishers in this year's Run Happy Travers.
Well, you get the Derby winner here, which is always great. He's trying to be this year's Sea Hero. Sea Hero showed up about 3 times in his life. The Champaign, the Kentucky Derby, and the Travers. So he's trying to be this year's Sea Hero. But the Run Happy Travers takes on even greater importance than it normally does because 3-year-old honors are still very much up for grabs.
Well, it just shows you how much things can change in 5 months.
Yep.
Right? You had everybody that was talking about Zandon. They were talking about Epicenter. Then Rich Strike jumps up and wins. Now everybody's talking about early voting. He wins the Preakness. Now they go to the Belmont. They're talking about Mo Donegal. He wins. Now Mo Donegal's out. Now early voting throws in a clunker. Now everybody's wondering what's going on. So it's just been total chaos this year, if you really think about it. And the one horse we were kind of thinking, okay, maybe he could be the horse that could be breaking out. Unfortunately, has a little bit of a hiccup, and that happens to be Charge It. And so it's kind of weird what's been going on, and I guess whoever wins this race, that's what makes, I think, the Travers even more important, Keisha.
Travers on Big Fox tomorrow, 4:30 Eastern. Meanwhile, 2-year-old filly Maple Leaf Mel, impressive in the Seeking the Ante. Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Well, with New York Showcase Day underway, I'm with a very happy Jeremiah Englehart, who did saddle your 3-5 favorite. Jeremiah, just tell me, what did you see from her as far as progression goes in this race?
Well, I didn't saddle her today. I actually had Mel saddle her because last time she ran, I was at the Mets game, and Coach wouldn't let me forget that. So I wasn't going to put the saddle on today. I let Mel do it. No, I mean, it was back in 16 days. I was a little worried about that. She's a very classy filly. I was kind of just hoping that, you know, we gave her a nice little work in between, and it seemed like she'd handle the, hopefully she handled the track. And I thought Joelle did the, smart thing, getting her out of there and getting her away, and worked out well.
Speaking about her break, she broke sharp, but so did a couple other fillies. Were you thinking in your head, I hope she's fast enough, or were you thinking she can sit?
Well, I knew when you ask her, she will go. So I knew, I figured the one would probably show speed on the rail. When the one ran the first time at Belmont, she came out of the one hole and showed speed there. I figured she'd probably try to do the same thing again. At least we could sit outside of her. If Miracle kind of, forced us our pace a little, forced us a little bit, I thought it might have put us in a little bit of a spot. But she's quick enough where if Joelle wants it, she's going to give it to him.
16-day turnaround, not too bad. You got something picked out for next week?
Yeah, I got to go ask. I asked Coach Lucas about if I should worry about it or not, and he goes, no. Not with her. Don't worry about it. Just put her in. So I got to thank Coach Lucas as well, other than Coach Parcells, too. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Maple Leaf Mel takes the opener from the spa.
Michelle, thank you. Maple Leaf Mel, of course, Mel, assistant to Jeremiah Englehart, a huge part of his operation, and pretty exciting as she got to be in the winner's circle on debut. And I love that Coach Parcells wouldn't let Maya forget that he wasn't there on debut.
It's like Nick Saban and Bill Belichick. It's like Dwayne Lucas talking to Bill Parcells. They're making the decisions for Jeremiah. This is great.
Jeremiah definitely looks like he played a little football in his day, huh?
Well, I know his whole family's are giant Met fans, so Mr. Parcells, I'll apologize. I'm the one that left Jeremiah tickets that night. Yeah.
Oh, so we have you to blame.
I like it.
I like it. Well, things are off and running here on New York Showcase Day as we take a look at what's coming up in race 2. It's a New York bred maiden special weight. We're on a stakes company for a moment, but don't worry, we'll be right back in there shortly. Here's a look at the maiden special weight field, 3-year-old and up for the fillies and mares. 6 furlongs on the main track. The entry currently 5-2. Funny How, second time starter, is 2-1. We'll talk more about this field of fillies after this break, and we'll talk a little bit more about the Run Happy Travers and Cyberknife, a special bond with his exercise rider that could be making all the difference in his preparations.
Eclipse champion Blame ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
New York Showcase Day continues on Saratoga Live as we are 1 day away from the Run Happy Travers, that infield canoe painted Godolphin blue. Whose colors will it have tomorrow? Our program, as always, brought to you by Run Happy, an Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Run Happy is now the sire of winners on all surfaces and all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. Taking a look at the field for tomorrow's Run Happy Travers, the Midsummer Derby, one of the most important races of the year, particularly as we talked about earlier with 3-year-old championship. So up in the air this year, going 1.25 miles. Here's a look at the fields of 8, and we do have a few coming out of the Jim Dandy, guys. That does include your winner, Epicenter, with a different type of tactics, Richie, than we might have anticipated.
Yeah, I thought he was going to lay up closer to the pace in the Jim Dandy that didn't seem to have a tremendous amount of speed signed on, but he just got in a real good rhythm. And you know Joel Rosario knows how much horse he has underneath him. When he allows him to kind of spread the turn a little wider, stay away from everybody, hands and heels, this is what everything you want out of a prep, Paul. You win the race, but you bring back a horse with something left.
Well, you don't want to play poker with Steve Asmussen, because after the Preakness, he was upset with the ride. He said, hey, listen, Joel Rosario gave my horse too much to do. I thought it was like unfair justice, because I thought that he got a little bit cut off, but early voting got the jump on him in the Preakness. You got to give early voting credit. But this was the utmost confidence to say, hey, let's just take back and circle a field. If you're not really a horse racing fan aficionado, it's really tough to do to circle 3 really quality horses.
Very good horses that he beat that day. Zandon finishing 2nd that afternoon, early voting after setting the pace, fading to finish 4th of 4th. But as far as Epicenter was concerned, Richie, one thing I think was really interesting too is they opted to skip the Belmont Stakes. He ran really well, arguably the best race given the tactics in the Kentucky Derby. And then in the Preakness, as Paul mentioned, the ride by Joel Rosario receiving some criticism, but he also, to me, looks like he might have just been a tired horse. Given some time, he came back with great energy prior to the Jim Dandy.
And that's the way he trained up to the Jim Dandy as well, with a much better energy. You could see that he was rejuvenated. he's been the most consistent 3-year-old. I think he's been unlucky that he didn't win one of the Triple Crown races. I do think that the criticism of Joel Rosario was unwarranted. It appeared to me that he slipped behind leaving the starting gate. It was very, very subtle, but he lost his footing behind a little bit, and that cost him position, and then horses came together. So Joel said, okay, I'm dealt this hand. I'm going to go to the rail and just make one run. And then he worked out an absolutely beautiful trip.
No, that's the thing about it is when he got cut off by Happy Jack, he had to settle back in 8th. But that you go back and look at the ride, he saved all the ground. And was he making up ground on early voting? Yeah, he was. I thought early voting had something left for him. But then he proved in the Jim Dandy to everybody else that, okay, with a good break in a 4-horse field, if we're just going to run 4 horses, I'm just going to sit back here and circle you. That's very hard to do. Like, it's just almost like you're going to a 400-meter dash and Usain Bolt's just sitting back there just jogging like I'm ready to just sprint right by you. Yep. And that's the way he rode that horse, the way he rode him with that much confidence against a Preakness winner, Zandon, who was 3rd in the Derby, and Tawnyport, who's no slouch.
Sure.
So
big effort in the Jim Dandy as he'll look to go back-to-back with the Jim Dandy Travers double, much like Essential Quality did last year for trainer Brad Cox. Meanwhile, this year, Brad Cox will be sending out Cyberknife, the Haskell winner. He came back out of the Kentucky Derby, won the Matt Winn, won the Haskell. And Richie, as we've learned from Cyberknife, he is not an easy horse to ride. Paul, I know you've spoken to Florent Giroux about him. He can be a tricky keeper.
Yeah.
Looks like when he hits the front, Paul, he feels like his job's over, and he starts waiting on horses. Now horses are herd animals, but Florent seems to have figured out that he keeps his focus better when he stays inside. He's a better horse running on the rail.
When he beat Howling Time. Now Howling Time, I want to say he's coming back in the Woody Stevens if I'm correct. It might be wrong, or the Jerkins, one or the other. Very good horse for Dale Romans. But you know, after that race, Flo said he kind of puts the brakes on when he's outside horses, like you said. But when you see him in the Haskell, he gets high-headed a little bit, but he'll go through the rail. So I think Flo, like you said, has found the right way to do it, and him drawing the inside might be a blessing.
We'll see what he does from the rail. As we talked about before, so many people are needed to get a horse ready for the races, let alone into the winner's circle. And Cyberknife, he's a little bit of a quirky horse, but it could be his exercise rider, Katie Talbert, who's really made all the difference in his preparations and becoming a Grade 1 winner.
I'm from a very small town in upstate South Carolina. My parents were an engineer and a nurse, so there wasn't a whole lot of horse things to be had.
Katie Talbert is certainly making up for any lost time around horses. After graduating Clemson University with a degree in animal science and equine business, Talbert began riding racehorses at Juddmonte Farm when she was 22. Her association with Juddmonte led her to her first racetrack job with the late Hall of Famer Bobby Frankel in 2009. 13 years later, Talbert has a chance to be the regular exercise rider of back-to-back Travers winners for trainer Brad Cox.
It is Essential Quality and Midnight Bourbon. Essential Quality has won the Run Happy Travers.
He was just wonderful. He was amazing. I mean, he had some quirks, but he was really easy to ride. He was easy on himself. He was just beautiful, and we had a lot of fun with him last summer.
While Essential Quality was on his way to a championship season last August, an unraced and unruly 2-year-old named Cyberknife arrived in Cox's Saratoga barn.
I don't think anybody else really wanted to ride him, so I decided, oh, maybe I can try to be friends with him.
She's done a tremendous job with him. She didn't get on him last year, but once he went to the fairgrounds this winter, she became his regular rider, and that carried over to the Arkansas Derby and went to Oaklawn with him and everything. So, you know, she has a bond with him.
So I feed him peppermints, and I go and snuggle with him in his stall, and he's very kind, like in his stall. He's not a nasty horse. He's just really, really rambunctious sometimes. Maybe the reason that I get along with him is I have a lot of patience. It's not going to help get mad at him. So you just sort of have to figure out your boundaries of, you have to do this, but we can kind of work with the rest and slowly get to where we want to go.
It's huge. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're able to do with him now and preparing for training and his day-to-day activity that we were not able to do last year. Obviously, he has a lot of confidence in her, and she has confidence in riding him, so that's probably the biggest key there is the confidence that she gives him and that he gives her. So it's worked out really well.
A lot of us girls and probably guys get attached to them, and I love all animals. I'm crazy about my dogs and my cat and the horses, and even if I weren't into racing, I still love horses, but it's so exciting and it's so rewarding to see the progress and to, like, you know, have those big moments winning the big races.
Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell.
He's so athletic, he's so talented, he's such a nice mover. Like, he's mentally kind of catching up with his physical abilities, but he feels so strong and sound, and he's got a huge stride. And I have total confidence that he can win, so hopefully we get lucky.
Katie Talbert, such a huge part of the preparation for Cyberknife and the Brad Cox team. And Richie, that rider-horse bond is so special.
Particularly with a high-energy colt like this that has a tendency to want to throw his weight around, and some people react negatively, and they upset the horse more. She gets along with him and understands he's not being malicious. He's just feeling good.
2-1 now, meanwhile, on the number 4, Funny How in race 2, this New York bred maiden special weight. Let's go to the paddock and check in with Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Acacia. I thought that the one Can't Hurry Love made a really nice appearance down here. I liked her on paper, too, so anytime that I can double up, I enjoy that. She is going to add Lasix here. I like the fact that she's versatile, so even though we're in career start number 3, I think that she's run several good races, and she just looked fantastic. Plus, she runs well fresh, in my opinion. I also wanted to take a look at the 6, Uptown Express. Now, I see that Bruce Brown is over with his debuters, but this filly just caught my eye again and again and again in here. She was fit. She was covered in dapples. She's the only first-time starter in the field, and man, you would not even be able to tell. She was super composed the entire time, stood there to get her saddle on. She walked around here like an old hand, and I just like the fact that when you see a filly that's a first-time starter, sometimes you expect them to maybe make some mistakes or look like they could need a race. She certainly looked like neither of those, so I was really impressed physically by the 6, Uptown Express.
Michelle, thank you. Uptown Express for Bruce Brown, as that filly by Upstart will look to pull a bit of an upset as she is 18-1. Again, number 4, Funny How, currently 2-1. She is a big pedigree, guys, too. Have to Grade 2 placed Funny Guy, 3 Jokers, who was multiple stakes placed too, and she was purchased back as a yearling at the Mid-Atlantic October sale.
By Joseph Migliori.
There you go.
Her that day.
Yeah.
And I liked her first race. I thought she showed a lot of determination.
All we need is Leota and Funny How to run in the same race.
Let's meet the field, starting with the entry off a layoff. Here's the 1, Can't Hurry Love.
Yeah, Can't Hurry Love comes off of a sloppy effort last December, but comes back as a 3-year-old here for Christophe Comant with Lasix.
Here's the other part of the entry, the 1, Evolus.
Evolus ran twice on turf. I thought her dirt races were better, and she could take a step forward. Well drawn outside. First
time on dirt, unqualified.
It has a dirt pedigree. Gormley out of a Tisnall mare. Dylan Davis and James Ryerson team up.
Here's Photon.
Good speed last time. Probably good to have speed today with the sloppy conditions.
Funny How, co-favorite now with Photon.
Yeah, and bred to handle the off track, but a really good debut out of the 1 hole.
We'll get back to the 5 momentarily. Here's the first-time starter, Uptown Express.
Well, you listen, Michelle likes this horse on the racetrack. You know, Upstart was actually very good over a muddy racetrack, so give the filly a little bit of a look here.
Here's the 7, Lauchi.
That shows speed at times as well, also coming off a layoff, hasn't been seen since March.
And last out here is the 5, Mischief Motion. Looks like Louis Saez was a little late coming to the paddock. He's in House Silk, so they may not have had the correct silks for him.
Yeah, and this filly ran on the turf first time. Looked like she really didn't like it. She was changing her leads back and forth, never looked comfortable. I think her pedigree suggests that dirt will be a better surface for her.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Been a big summer for trainer Michelle Hemingway, getting her first Saratoga victory, and she's looking for her second here. She's standing by with Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Acacia. And you actually guessed correctly. The House Silk's on. They couldn't find your silks right now.
I don't know what happened. We literally just won a race for this owner in those silks. I don't know where they are.
Maybe they're on his wall. Did you ask?
I don't think so. I don't think so. We have plenty of pairs, so I'm not sure what happened.
Well, definitely sorry about that. Let's talk a little bit about Mischief Motion. She's going to get Lasix here for the second start. She's also adding front bandages, and we've had a little bit of a break. Can you tell me what you saw from her first start and how it's different going into this one?
I think that her first start, she was just sort of in shock. She was like, oh, okay, this is all new. What are we doing? And I think she's just woken up a lot. She's doing everything the way we want her to, showing us what we need to see in the morning. So we're hoping for a big improvement. Plus, we're going back to the dirt, which I think she'll really like.
Yeah, she did debut on the grass. Was there a thought process behind that? It was just an upcoming race.
It was an upcoming race. They had put it up as an extra, and it looked like a good spot to give her one and see what she was doing and see what she was about.
Now, sometimes horses, when they're making their second starts, can act up a little bit. Was she just showing the mental progression you needed to see in the paddock right now?
Yeah, I really feel like she was. The first time, she was actually a little bit quiet for me. She's really like a good feeling filly, and the first time I was kind of like scratching my head like, what are you doing? So I think she was just a little bit in shock. Today, she was on it. She was on her game. She was thinking about what she was supposed to do and just had enough pep in her step.
Well, best of luck here.
Thank you, Michelle.
Guys?
Michelle and Michelle. Thank you. Michelle squared. Like that Mischief Motion as that moment when we saw immortalization win for Michelle Hemingway. So special, such an emotional moment here at Saratoga. We'll see if her filly by Into Mischief can break her maiden in race 2. We'll talk more about it after this break on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
1-2 down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafat. Malafat gets up to win it in the Central Bank Ashland. And Clariere will win the cotillion. Here comes Malafat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Clariere and Malafat on the outside. It's a showdown in the Shelby. That's going to go to Clariere.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Saratoga Live continues on FS2. Our program, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. A look at the Saratoga Racecourse, that beautiful and historic site. It's New York Showcase Day as we have the New York Maidens in the spotlight for race 2. There's a look at Valoose, and a little fun story here, guys, as this filly has run 4 times already, but she's running with a new ownership group today. Susan Harris has owned her all along, and Cece Crimson, Christophe Comeau's daughter, my sister-in-law, Charlotte Comeau Collins, a graduate of Harvard Business School, put together a new syndicate of some HBS graduates, and they fought into Valoose, their first horse involved. So wishing them the best of luck.
That's fantastic. How exciting for them. And this is how we create new fans. People get involved, and they kind of get caught up in the excitement of it all, Paul.
Yeah, she needs to work on her academic resume a little bit. You know, this is a filly that's got a lot of talent. She's got gait issues, and she's been really unlucky at the gate. She's steadied. 2 starts back, she completely lunged out of the gate, and then last time if she can find her way of like just getting out of the gate just doesn't really need to pop out of there. She just needs to just sort of break with the group because she's not really that fast early. She'll come rolling late. She's got a nice little kick on her. The issue is, it's just the gate occasion. I'm sure you know that too. It's just that if she breaks out of the gate, she can be very, very tough.
Coming off of a third-place finish last time out. We'll see if she can break better today. Joelle Rosario looking to sweep the early double. She comes out of the same race as Photon, who broke poorly in her first start, but she's had a little trouble with kind of breaking into the gate to get out of that. And we'll see, as she does have some natural speed. She's 4-5 now.
Well, she took all the money. Maybe people are reading into the result of the first that it was, won, essentially by a horse that was laying second the whole way, so you want speed. I mean, she ran a fast figure last time, but isn't that a bit short?
Yeah, it's a bit short. I can understand nobody passing it, but those are 2-year-olds. The 2-year-olds in general don't really love passing each other, and then they really don't love passing each other in this kind of footing. So 4-5, I don't get it. I think the entry is formidable. I thought the 4 was very, very interesting, and the way Michelle Hemingway talks, she was confident when she won her last race, and she seemed like she was confident that her filly's going to move up here. So I thought this race was way more wide open than 4-5.
4-1 now on Funny How. There she goes, the favorite Photon. It's race 2, New York bred maiden special weight coming up. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting now for Mischief Motion and Lauchi. They're all in. And they're off. From the outside, it is Can't Hurry Love who is going out for the early lead. Mischief Motion is racing in second. In between horses there is Funny How, and down on the inside is Photon. Then it's Lauchi who's next in fifth, followed by Unqualified in sixth position. Uptown Express is in seventh, and at the back of the pack is Volus in eighth. The quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Can't Hurry Love leads here by a length and a half. Mischief Motion is second by a head. Funny How is down at the rail. Lauchi is on the outside. And then the favorite, Photon, races in fifth, better than 5 lengths from the lead. Farther back it is Unqualified. They are all chasing Can't Hurry Love, who has the lead as they head for home. The half mile in 46 seconds. It is Can't Hurry Love who has a 3-length lead. Photon now moving into second down on the inside. Then Funny How and Mischief Motion. It is Can't Hurry Love with the lead. Photon driving up on the inside. Can't Hurry Love and Photon. Can't Hurry Love gets her maiden victory. Photon was second. Farther back, Funny How and Volus.
Can't Hurry Love off the layoff. She has not started since December. Manny Franco put her right on the lead and never looked back.
Exploded out of the gate, and maybe speed is what you need today, Paul. You don't want to take too much of that kickback. Clean faces win races.
Indeed.
I learned that from our host here, Keisha. And listen, Photon ran well inside when Can't Hurry Love ran just a little bit erratically. Looked like she kind of ran away from Manny Franco's left-handed crop, but he went back to the right hand. And you could see Manny conscious of wanting to make sure she sees any competition coming.
Yeah, and you're right. She broke like a rocket, and Manny just kept on going and took advantage of it. He went old school. He didn't take a hold and try to raid. He's like, let me clear completely. Plus, he had a stablemate in here who was flying late on the outside with Joelle Rosario. Just had to go wide. She actually broke well today, did the 1A, but Funny How had a chase. Photon, I thought, ran well, but good ride here by Manny. Just take the initiative, go to the front end, and play catch me if you can. And you're right, maybe over this racetrack right now, it's going to be really tough to maybe pass some horses.
Manny Franco with the win, 1-3-4, 1A, as we've continued to see Manny improving, getting more and more opportunities from the big outfits. And yes, a couple years ago, we saw him winning the Travers and the Belmont Stakes with Tiz the Law, but it feels like this year, Richie, has been the breakout year for Manny.
Well, it really has, and him, making strides into the bigger outfits has been key to that, and just his confidence level. He's getting a steady supply of live horses to ride. and he's delivering. You have to deliver. You talked about that, Paul. When you get that opportunity, you have to make the most of that opportunity.
Yeah, so when you win a classic race like the Belmont and you win races like that, now you become on that short list of when somebody goes down, that main trainer goes, oh, Manny Franco is on that list.
Right.
And there's not many people that are on it. So when you win a classic race like that, it just bumps you up. It's a game changer. And Manny's taken that confidence. It's almost like when Louis, we run that feature all the time where Mig has just an unbelievable interview with Louis, and Louis talks about getting taken down in the Kentucky Derby. You could spin it either way. He spun it the right way and took it with confidence.
Absolutely.
It's like Manny's doing with Tis the Law.
He certainly has. Manny Franco getting another victory. This one for trainer Christophe Clement, as we will bring you prices and reactions for this second race in a moment. When we come back, have you ever wondered where those beautiful flower blankets come from? Maybe the jockey throwing the flowers up in the air for one of those iconic photos. A little bit more about the story behind the blanket after this.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
We're back on Saratoga Live. So glad to have you with us, as our program, as always, is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And while you're there, you can put your handicapping skills to the test. Download Stay Lucky, the free contest app from America's Best Racing. Download today, start building your streak, and you can win exclusive prizes. It's all free on the Stay Lucky app. Download today and start winning. Race 2, New York bred maiden special weight in the books. Wire-to-wire winner off the bench for the number 1 Can't Hurry Love, Manny Franco in the saddle, and he's standing by with Michelle.
Thanks, Acacia. Yes, he is. We're just watching his likeness on TV right now. He was telling me how good that he looked in that particular winner's circle. Manny, this filly, what I liked about her was her versatility, it seemed like on paper. When did it become the plan to send out of the gate?
Christo don't told me really instruction. He told me play the brake, and that's what I did. I got a good pole outside because I think it's the best part of the track today. But I take advantage of my brake. She broke so good, and I just hustled a little bit, made the lead, and that was it. She was so comfortable.
Tell me a little bit down the lane. It looked like she was starting to get out of here. Was that just greediness?
I think she's scared when I flat the whip a little bit. She kind of go everywhere, but I control her after that and just riding through the wire, and she get it done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Manny Franco aboard for the win for race number 2 here, guys.
Michelle, thank you. Manny Franco could have a big day coming up ahead, too. He'll also be riding Acoustic Ave in the funny side for Christoph a little bit later on. $8.60 winner over your 4 to 5 shot. Photon. That horse took all the late money.
Took all the late money, and the exact has been the value in Saratoga all summer. You get basically your second choice over your favorite and get $7.40 for a buck. And I love what Manny Franco said, Paul. Christoph said play the brake. Don't micromanage. Let these people do their job, and they'll get better results.
Yeah.
These are the best riders in the country, if not in the world, right here at Saratoga. As we're back into stakes competition. Up next, the Albany. New York bred once again going 1 1/8 miles, 2 turns on the main track. It's a compact field, but Montebello, first time for Todd Pletcher, is currently your favorite. Well, tomorrow in the winner's circle after the Run Happy Travers, you'll see the winner adorned with a beautiful flower blanket. Do you ever wonder where those flowers come from? Do you cringe a little bit when you see the jockeys throwing the petals up into the air? But it makes for some of the most beautiful and exciting celebrations as we learn a little bit more about the story behind the flower blanket.
I had a flower shop next door to the wishing well called Susan's Flowers. Back in 1990, and about 93, I started thinking why we didn't have a flower blanket for the Travers race. So I called New York Racing Association, and what do you think about it? And they said, why don't you make one? Holy bull. So I was in the winner's circle with the blanket, which was this big 7x3 rectangular blanket that we made with mini carnations instead of standard carnations to make it different, and then of course red and white for the colors of Saratoga, which were the old awnings. One of the things that we really tried to work on, shaping it, making it look better. You know, we now have an emblem where before we had that big white T, and that was just basically because those things were not available back in '94 when we were trying to put something together. It would have cost, you know, thousands of dollars to have an emblem made like we have now, which, you know, they can do because it's computer generated. I think doing the replica blanket for Will's Way for his birthday celebration was special. Doing a sash for a retirement horse that was an Olympic gold medalist. Justify, obviously. My first Belmont blanket ever, and it's a Triple Crown blanket. So that, to me, obviously, is very special. Mike Smith throwing those flowers up in the air, that's something I'll never forget. I am, first of all, honored and so blessed to be able to make these blankets, starting out with that one and then working on developing it and making it light and making sure the horses don't mind it on their backs, you know, trying to shape it so that it fits the horse better. It took a lot of trial and error, so I'm very blessed to be able to be here in Saratoga and be able to do blankets from here to be sent to Belmont. It's an ideal job to have. There's no better honor than having your handiwork put on the back of a champion.
love that story. And standing in the winner's circle, getting ready to do a lot of the post-race interviews, you see the blankets up close, and they're absolutely stunning and so special, and I think really elevates those big races.
Oh, absolutely. And the work and the craftsmanship that goes into it is just amazing. They have so many more blankets of flowers now. I remember being a kid, couldn't wait to win a race. They actually put a blanket of flowers over the horse, and I won my first one, and the horse wouldn't take the blanket. He just refused. He kept on running, so they had to hold it next to it. It was so disappointing. I wanted that blanket of flowers.
See, you see that? You're selfish. The horse didn't want to be royal. The horse didn't want to be royalty, and you wanted to be royalty.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to you. You're right.
One of my favorite shots is after the Kentucky Oaks with Wayne Lucas with the blanket on.
Yes, yeah. Well, you saw that a lot in California. Afterwards, they would always put the blanket on the rider afterwards. I remember Shoemaker, one of his many Santa Anita handicaps, having that blanket of flowers that was bigger than he was.
I love that. Well, Susan Garrett and her team have certainly made an art of the flower blanket, as we'll see who gets that special blanket after the Run Happy Travers tomorrow. But there's a look at some flowers in the paddock, as we'll take a look at one of the most beloved characters in Saratoga, New York bred Fourstar Dave. Richie Migliori can talk a little bit about him, the true Sultan of Saratoga. More on Fourstar Dave after this.
Consistently versatile with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the World's Classic.
Churls fight running on. Mason in front. Churls fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the field.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, Superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Spitestown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town with Joe Palamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And just like that, the sun is shining here at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live on New York Showcase Day. New York Breds in the spotlight. As always, you can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, a program that has continued to grow and flourish and become so important to the state of New York. One New York bred who is particularly special when you talk about Saratoga. They call him the Sultan of Saratoga. Fourstar Dave. We'll honor Dave today after race 5 at the Spa. Just an unbelievable record that he put together up here at Saratoga, and gets to call his final resting place Saratoga as well.
Just an incredible horse. And it was an incredible experience to be his rider up here. Acacia, the last 4 years of his 8-year skein of winning races. We may never see a horse, Paul, run 8 years in a row, let alone win 8. And people don't remember, he won stakes on the dirt. He won stakes on the turf. He could sprint. He could go long. It was a privilege to ride him.
Yeah, the longevity. People just forget about longevity, especially when it comes to horse racing, because we lose so many superstars when they're 3 or 4 to go to the breeding shed. Obviously, he was a horse that was never going to go to the breeding shed, but to win 8 straight years up here in Saratoga, is unbelievable. I don't care what kind of level. And most of the levels were stakes races, like you said. So it's just a tremendous feat, and it's never going to be beaten, like you said, because horses, when they get to 8, it gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things looking back on Fourstar Dave, too, was when you rode him into Ciro's.
Yeah, I mean, they had I mean, to think about a horse that was so popular that they had a retirement party for him. They gave them a key to the city, the mayor of Saratoga showed up. They named the street after him. And for a photo op, they said, you think he'd go up in the bar? And I said, well, if he's game enough to go up in there, I'm game enough to ride him. He stepped up to the bar. I thought he was going to order a Guinness.
I love that. A true character, so beloved in Saratoga, and we'll look forward to that little celebration for him in the 5th race today. A true Saratoga icon. We continue on with stakes action today on New York Showcase Day. The Albany up next. We saw American Revolution, a winner of the Albany. He would go on to win the Grade 1 Cigar Mile. Just another example of those New York breds who can be so successful in open company, as well as you may know where Albany is. Of course, the capital of New York. It's just about 30 minutes away from Saratoga. If you flew here, you probably flew into Albany International Airport. The coffee stand is not open if you have an early flight out. I'm just going to warn you.
Really, at the Albany International Airport,
it's
not open early.
Before an early flight out, so I don't think it opens till like prime time.
I was down there this morning, Wolf Road. I went to see Dominic the barber. Dominic got my hair cut.
So when you're hungry, you get hangry. If you don't get your coffee, what are you, Acacia?
It's nasty. Taking a look at the field for the Albany, there is Barese coming off of a win in the New York Derby last time out for Mike Maker, as he went over to the Finger Lakes after trying the Wood Memorial. He finished an okay 5th behind eventual Belmont winner Mo Donegal, Preakness winner Early Voting in there too. A New York bred who has certainly shown he can keep up, but certainly going up to the Finger Lakes with this impressive victory.
This is why you got to watch replays.
Yep.
The track is labeled good in your racing form. That looks good and sloppy to me.
Yeah, and the horse that ran second, Best Idea, came back to win. The horse that ran third was a Chad Brown runner. This was actually not a bad group. They had 3 runners in the race. Barisi ended up going off as your second choice. Best Idea, your first choice. So I think the 4 has got a big shot here. You make a great point there, Mig. That looked like a kind of racetrack he's going to get today. And he ran really well over it last time. You get Santana aboard, who was down there at Finger Lakes to win that race.
Ricardo Santana looking to go 2 in a row. Mike Maker continuing on with his strong Saratoga meet. There's Todd Pletcher looking for back-to-back Albany victories. Of course, American Revolution last year. He's got Montebello today, who will make the first start in his barn.
Yeah, and a horse that looks like he's got a tactical advantage from a pace standpoint. I think he's loose on the lead.
Well, he opened up very, very live as the favorite, where price discipline, the one's going to be your favorite, but I think a lot of people are thinking maybe this 3 horse is going to be out in front and could take this field gate to wire.
Well, for more on the field for the Albany, let's get a paddock report from Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Acacia. First off, happy birthday to Maggie. I got this hat, and I was wearing it very faithfully until just about now when a horse tried to eat it off my head. I guess it does resemble a carrot. So just taking a look at Montebello. Everybody else is already saddled, and they actually had Montebello down by the far tree over there, just staying nice and quiet and calm. They just brought him over here to get saddled, and he's been picture perfect. Physically, he's a big, imposing son of Curlin. He's a big, heavy colt, and I thought he looked tremendous walking around over here. Also, I thought the 5 did very well. Boss making booze for Rick Schosberg. And when I was standing over here, Rick told me, watch out, I've got a naughty horse and an even naughtier group of owners. But so far, the horse has behaved perfectly. The owners, well, we're still keeping a close eye on them because he told me they could get a little rambunctious in a few minutes. But this horse didn't make a wrong move. So anytime I'm warned, watch out, this horse is a little naughty, and then they're perfect, I always think that that's a thumbs up.
Indeed. And Michelle, thank you. Boss making boss moves. He can be a little bit tough in the paddock prior to his races. There is Rick Schosberg with Boss making boss moves. And there's John Velasquez. He'll be aboard Montebello yesterday. What a special moment. Got me a little bit more emotional than I anticipated, too. John Velasquez won his 1,000th victory at Saratoga. It's the most competitive meet. It's a limited number of racing days, a true accomplishment.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, what an accomplishment. And what struck me was Leona, his wife, leading the horse into the winner's circle.
That was cool,
that was really cool.
You know, Johnny V has been the spokesperson. He's been the guy now that everybody goes to for advice. And to put it in perspective, I was trying to tell somebody last night, you know, Luis Saez is just, you know, he's been a tour de force the last 2-3 years. He's got 330 total wins, a little bit less than that here at Saratoga. Johnny V's tripled them up. So I'm not saying that Louis will ever get there. He probably will, but you don't realize how many wins, 1,000 wins at one place is. It's a lot.
It's incredible. And if anybody has got a real crack at it, it's Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah.
He's already closing in on 500 Saratoga career victories.
That's pretty impressive.
That's impressive.
It is.
Irad Ortiz currently the leading rider. John Velasquez, though, Mr. 1000 at Saratoga. I thought it was amazing, too, yesterday. The way the crowd reacted to Johnny crossing the wire, coming into the winner's circle. They put our interview over the PA, and when he thanked the crowd, everybody started cheering and was getting so into it. The fans at Saratoga just can't be beat.
They appreciate it. They understand how important it is. They love the history of racing and the history of this place. Now, unlike Aqueduct, which I rode 2,100 winners there, I couldn't tell you who my 2,000th was.
Yeah, right? You know what? Johnny V reminds me a tiny bit of the Derek Jeter of horse racing.
Yeah.
It's like people young and old know who John Velasquez is. And, you know, some of the younger riders, they might not know, but guys were betting Johnny V back in the 80s and the 90s. Guys are betting Johnny V in 2022. So, and he's just loved by a lot of people because he's won them a lot of money. And you could tell yesterday, it's just and
a class act, too.
In a class act. And then I think that is also has to be in the equation, and the longevity has to be in the equation, too, as well.
Here's John Velasquez aboard Montebello last time out at Belmont. This is when he was with John Terranova, again making his first start for Todd Pletcher today. So Johnny's familiar with this colt by Curlin, who got the big victory last time out and had really taken a big step forward as a 3-year-old.
And he tended a strong pace this day, opened up and then held off Price Discipline, who was under a heavy drive early on in the race. Now, Price Discipline certainly came back with a good mile and an 8th win around 2 turns here. Montebello, though, I think has a tactical advantage pace-wise.
He does have pace-wise. And a lot of people will think, okay, El Corridor on the bottom side, who was a very, very good sprinter, he's actually been better as a broodmare sire around 2 turns. Actually, as a sire, his horses have better numbers around 2 turns. So I think Montebello, who's never been around 2 turns, because that mile and the 16th race at Belmont's kind of a hook race going a mile and 8th and 8th, I think will be able to handle it.
Let's meet the field for the Albany, starting with a horse who's done very little wrong. That does include a win on a sealed sloppy track last time out, Price Discipline.
He's about 10 inches away from being undefeated, just missed catching Montebello, going a 1-turn mile and a 16th at Belmont, and he does sport a 2-turn win here.
Next will be the 3 Montebello. John Velasquez looking for 1,001 at Saratoga.
And just could get very comfortable on the lead, and we've seen 2 races run today, and they were both won with horses with speed.
Here is the 4 Barese, 5-2.
Yeah, very dangerous colt by Libon here that won the New York Derby last time and can stay very, very close. This horse was only 5 lengths behind Mo Donegal in early voting in the Wood Memorial.
And there's that energy from Boss making boss moves. He's doing pretty well for himself, though, today.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's going to get the help he may need to set up his late run. I just don't see a tremendous amount of pace signed on here. He'd like to see them go a little quick and come back to him.
That's the field for the Albany. Barese, meanwhile, 5-2 right now as he looks for 2 victories in a row for Mike Maker, Paradise Farms, and David Stodaker. For more, let's go to Michelle.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm joined by Peter Procea, and we're talking about the name, which Acacia had perfect pronunciation. Give it to me one more time and tell me the story here.
Okay, Varese is a province in Italy where my ancestors come from, my dad's parents, and I thought appropriate about a year and a half ago we named the horse that I would try and get that name approved, and it was, and he's become a really good horse for us, and I'm very pleased with that, and my dad's pleased, and we're all pleased, all the partners, and so he turned out to be quite a nice horse.
So he has tried the mile and an eighth twice, and those were less than stellar performances. Do you think in your mind it was distance, which you'll have to face today, or was it the fact that he was facing tougher competition such as Grade 3 company?
It could have been, at the time, a combination of both. I think the distance at the time, he might have needed a little more bottom to him, but of course the competition was much more than today. So he comes into this race off the Finger Lakes win, which was a similar track to this today, and I'm hoping the extra distance does not hurt him and actually could help him.
I saw you walking out with Ricardo Santana. What were your last words to him?
Just follow the same suit as Finger Lakes, and I'll see you in the winner's circle.
Good luck here.
Thanks so much, Michelle.
Guys?
See you in the winner's circle. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Ricardo Santana Jr. went up to the Finger Lakes last time out. The trip was worthwhile, too, winning that New York Derby. Strong purse up there in that New York bred race. And with what Peter was talking about, Richie, with a little bit more foundation to handle the mile and an eighth. Two-turn distance, a taxing distance, particularly over this track here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that he's coming in good form. He was only beaten 5 1/4 lengths to Mo Donegal, your Belmont Stakes winner, and early voting, your Preakness Stakes winner. We're not going to listen. These are nice horses. What would early voting or Mo Donegal, what price would they be in here?
No, you make a great point, because when you go to his 3 races around 2 turns, it was the Wood Memorial. You just talked about it. The other one was the Ohio Derby. Tawnyport won that race. White Barrio, who won the Florida Derby, won that race. So he was 4th behind them, so he didn't disgrace himself. He came back. He went back into New York Breds. And the bottom side of this pedigree is successful appeal. And I just underlined it right on Richie's form, and Richie goes, that horse loved the mud. So I would think that the 4, as they're your – what are they doing right now, Richie?
Well, so when they pull the gate across the tire tracks, they want to rake them. So, you know, the horses, it isn't as glaring to the horse's eye. Horse doesn't have as good a depth perception as us. If they see a puddle, they don't know if that puddle's 6 feet deep or 6 inches deep.
Well, don't you know, puddles eat horses. That's what they think, or so it seems when you're on their back.
Yeah,
and
well,
they look at it and
they're
they
going to get swallowed by this. Yeah.
And again, also they're trying to give him some traction to get out of the gate too, right?
Well, yeah, they're just smoothing it out, making sure it's as level as possible.
Okay.
Want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today, play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code TOGA200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Price discipline. I was in the paddock for his last race, which was a mile and an eighth on a sealed sloppy track, and my notes were, I loved the distance. I wasn't sold on the wet track, but just thought that he was becoming a better horse, and he handled it with no problems at all.
No, handled the distance, handled the off surface, a wet surface, but he's still, to me, watching him, Paul, a bicycle horse. You've got to pedal on this guy. If you don't pedal, he's not going to give it to you.
Well, you know, he kind of looked like he was getting beaten. You could see there's a lot of water on the inside, so he's sort of treading a little bit lightly there was Flavien Prat, but he kept him out a little bit in the middle of the racetrack. It's crazy, kind of similar. This horse is a dangerous horse. He's very, very talented. That's just the bottom line. A New York bred that can flat out run, and he can put himself wherever he wants to. The blinkers on made a big difference. And again, Flavien Prat, who won 4 yesterday, is on a roll right now. He's putting his horses in the right spots.
Certainly is. 4-win day for Flavien Prat, who has been the regular rider for Price Discipline all along. Great to see the fans on track. The sun is shining, as we did have that rain earlier today, making it a sealed and sloppy track that we're dealing with. There's Irad Ortiz, though. He's still your leading rider as Boss Making Boss moves. Michelle, you mentioned he was doing well back in the paddock. What are you seeing from him out on track?
Yeah, watching him out on the track, he certainly seems to be getting himself a little bit more wound up. But knowing that he was kind of supposed to be acting this way in the paddock, I feel like maybe it's not that big of a deal. But as you can see right now, he's very much so on his toes, kind of jogging around there, leaning into the pony. He's also very hot. And don't get me wrong, you guys, it is humid out here, as you can tell from my hair, but he's got that white foam dripping down between his legs. And it's not like he's doing anything extremely strenuous at this very point. And looking at the rest of the field, they're all pretty composed. So it is worth noting that he is pretty worked up. but I don't know if you can read a lot into it just because we kind of expected it from him.
So true. Michelle, thank you. Boss making boss moves. He's typically a horse that can be pretty wound up. I also think it's interesting that Rick Schosberg has told me in the past that he thinks this horse's races are better with moisture in it. So he gets a wet track once again today. Is he as good as the likes of Price Discipline and Montebello, Barese in here? That's the question. It seems like now his lead pony's actually a little bit more wound up than he is.
That's never a good sign. When you're on a horse that acts up, now he's like, wait, I better be cool because my pony's acting up. What he would like to see happen is Montebello goes to lead, maybe Barese goes after him early, then maybe Price Discipline goes after the two of them early, forget that he's in the race, and then he's in the right spot to pick up pieces if other horses and or riders make mistakes.
Yeah, well, he won his maiden by 9 1/4 in the slop. His best races are in the slop, but you're right. He's got to have this race fall apart. Maybe being a short field might help him because he can stay close.
The Albany up next. John and Brielle standing by with the call for these 3-year-olds.
And they're off. Number 5, Boss Making Boss Moves, jumped up at the start and trails the field. Montebello is out for the early lead. Down on the inside is Price Discipline as Barese moves up now, and the trailer is Boss Making Boss Moves. They go around the clubhouse turn, and it is Montebello who leads here by 3/4 of a length. Barese runs in second, it's 2 lengths now to Price Discipline in third, and then a gap of 3 to Boss Making Boss Moves. The quarter went in 24 seconds over the sloppy oval, and now they're on the backstretch. And it is Montebello who has the lead here. It is Montebello by a neck. Barese on the outside runs in second. And then Boss Making Boss Moves as they continue. Albany Stakes, and it is Montebello. And 1/5 seconds. Montebello narrowly. Barese's in between horses. Price Discipline has moved to the outside now as the field heads for the far turn. It is Montebello and Barese. They continue to be 1-2. Price Discipline is still in third. Boss Making Boss Moves in fourth. Montebello, Barese, they've been 1-2 right from the start. They are still heads apart as they come for the top of the stretch. Montebello on the inside, Barese on the outside, Boss Making Boss Moves, and Price Discipline. 3/4 went in 1, 12-2, and now they're in the stretch. It is Barese and Montebello, nothing between them. Boss Making Boss Moves now makes his move on the outside, and they're coming down for the 16th hole, and here is Boss Making Boss Moves, who had a problem at the start and no problem through the stretch. Boss Making Boss Moves upsets the field in the Albany Stakes.
I think we heard some of those rowdy owners cheering Boss Making Boss Moves home. Rick Schosberg, a true horseman advocate and a great trainer as well. He said this horse likes racetracks with moisture in it, and he got the setup, Richie, he needed today.
He got the setup. He kind of skied the break. He went up in the air.
Yep.
It actually maybe was a blessing in disguise because Irad Ortiz said, now keep an eye on him from the outside. He's going to head up in the air, and he loses about 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths right there. But now Irad goes, okay, I got off bad. Let me just drop in, take my time. And the 3 horses that were the 3 main contenders all got involved early. The 4 kept the 3, Montebello, honest. Price Discipline made his run down the backstretch. And the horse that laid in wait, the longest shot in the short field, comes down the middle of the track under a very confident Irad Ortiz, which I believe that was his 490th Saratoga victory.
Yeah, Irad never used the crop. I mean, he's just flagging right there a little bit on the flank, but he never used the crop. He just sat back there and let everybody just develop, and just happy connections for Rich Schosberg. He's always down there on the rail to watch his horses run. And this horse has been a little bit unlucky. Last time out when he ran, he was more than 7 wide, and he come rolling, and Rick called it, said, listen, this horse had the 1 1/8 in the books, and the ears go up right here, which is even more impressive. But a great ride by Irad, because when you get left, Richie, we talk about this all the time, when a horse gets left like that, it takes energy away. Do not rush them up. Just let them settle and make one move. And that's what ended up happening because they went pretty quick on the front end.
They did, and there were no breathers on the front end. You know, there was never a lot of separation between the first three. The separation was back to Boss making boss moves, and there's the Boss who made the right move, putting this horse here in the Albany, and always satisfying when Rick Schosberg has success for all he does for Thoroughbred Aftercare.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it? Those excited owners in the winner's circle celebrating on the big day for New York breds. Rick, who's done so much here in New York, partnership with the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association, Take Two, Take the Lead, a liaison between a lot of the horsemen and a second career for those racehorses. He does it all. He even comes on the set and is an analyst with us sometimes too. He really does it all.
Sometimes you got to be candid and honest. He beat Maker, Pletcher, and Chad Brown. Sometimes that's even more satisfying. Let's be honest.
Well, there's so many good horsemen, Paul. And
I'm just being honest.
But this is the point you're making. There are so many good horsemen.
That is so great.
Wow, there we go. That's what victory looks like. That's what victory looks like.
Love it. You gotta love it. There is nothing like winning at Saratoga, a moment these owners will never forget.
That's fantastic, and that's what jubilation of victory looks like. And so many good horsemen, only so many good horses to go around. There are a lot of capable trainers that if they get the right horses, they're going to win with them.
We do a lot of great stuff on America's Best Racing, but nothing's better than when we show the winner's circle. It really is.
Those moments, so special. Big win from Boss making boss moves, Rick Schosberg, and his very happy owners. We'll bring you prices and reactions. I have a feeling it's going to be a good winner's circle interview. Stay tuned after this.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Spending to take the lead and win State of Rest to win it here by a length.
Ocean Road running a giant race. Here comes Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
Saratoga Live continues on FS2. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Boss making boss moves. making the boss moves today. He makes his second win, a stakes win in the Albany. I rather tease aboard for trainer Rick Schosberg, Clear Stars stable, and others excited in the winner's circle. What a great moment.
What a really nice winner's circle scene. You saw the dancing, the hugging, the smiles all around, and really happy for Rick Schosberg and a terrific group of owners. And that's what it's about, Paul, sharing it with people that have the same passion you have.
Listen, I owned horses when I played about 10 horses at one time. I got to go into one winner's circle. It's hard to get into the winner's circle picture, so when you get it, enjoy it.
Michelle, Rick warned you about the rowdy owners. How they doing down there in the winner's circle?
Keisha, I'm joined by some mildly happy people from Clear Star Stables. Michael, Doreen, obviously, Rick, you guys know. I mean, I don't know what to say. I was blown away by the reaction you guys gave to your horse. Can you tell me a little bit about how you feel, Michael?
In 2008, we lost this race by a step. And if I could pick a race I want to win, it would be the Albany. This whole partnership we have, this whole group is about this moment right here, just loving each other and having a great time. So thank you, boss. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rick.
Rick, tell me a little bit about the break on this. Did your heart kind of drop, or were you thinking, that's all right, he likes to come from behind anyways?
Yeah, you know, I saw that he was throwing his head because we were standing right here, and he kind of leapt out of there, but he had good position. He actually landed balanced, so it didn't cause a stumble or anything like that. And yes, we wanted him back off the pace. Like, we didn't want to take him out of his comfort zone. If he has any advantage over these horses, it's that he can get the distance. I was a little surprised that he passed the horse that beat him last time as early as he did. But when he had a head of steam, Irad had him in really great position to win, and it was just a matter of getting to the wire in front. And he's trained great. He really has. I got to give a lot of credit to my rider, Patricio Gomez. He's got this horse to settle down. We've taken all the equipment off him, all the blinkers, all the cotton out of his ears, because when he's early on as a young horse, he was very upset training. Now he's matured into a good horse, and Patricio's really done a fantastic job for us.
And Doreen, now boss making boss moves, I feel like that might be named after you and your dance moves. Can you reenact the dance moves that you did?
It's true, but it's the boss here that makes all the moves.
Well, we're happy. We saw boss making boss moves down the stretch. He took the Albany for Clear Star Stables et al. Guys, congratulations.
Michelle, that is awesome. What a special victory, a happy winner's circle. That's what it's all about. And Rick Schosberg, as mentioned, a horseman, an advocate, and a class act as well, giving credit to his exercise rider who's been such a big part of it. That celebration, that'll be one of the great moments of this meet.
That should be a commercial to get people involved in owning horses. Get in a partnership. The friends you'll make, the experience you'll have, the good time, and boss making boss moves more than doubled his career earnings with that victory in the Albany.
What a big win, an exciting and special moment for the whole team. Rick Schosberg doing his interviews now too. Well, if that doesn't put a smile on your face, I don't know what will, but we have a lot more action still to come as New York Showcase Day continues. And we'll take a look at what else is still to come tomorrow. Of course, it's Run Happy Travers Day, but there's plenty of other graded stakes to look forward to as well. We'll see if Gufo can go back-to-back in the Sword Dancer and add his name to an elite list of repeat winners.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Coming down to the finish, and it will be Matole.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. quality field, city speed. That's what makes him the fastest horse in the world.
The final time was a new stakes record. Matoli, he did it again. Matoli's a monster. Matoli wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. The mighty Matoli.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
And here's Gufo on the outside. Gufo has now taken a narrow lead. Channelmaker, Tribovan, and Japan all chasing Gufo as they come down for the finish. Japan with one last try on the outside. Gufo and Japan, and Gufo got it.
Gufo in the 2021 Sword Dancer. He'll be looking to defend his title tomorrow for Joel Rosario, Christophe Lamont, Otterben Stables, as he looks to go back-to-back in that prestigious Grade 1 Sword Dancer, able to hold off Japan last year. He kicked off the year, guys, with a win in the Pan American, and then in his last few starts, he hasn't quite been the same. The blinkers going back on tomorrow, as Christophe has said, that he feels those blinkers help him respond to his rider's cues a little bit easier as we look at back-to-back Sword Dancer winners throughout history.
Yeah, pretty good group of horses there. Flincher jumps off the page, as does With Anticipation. Grand Couturier, just a really good group of horses. Majesty's Prince, that was Joe Canny. Eddie Maple used to ride Majesty's Prince. You guys are too young. You don't remember that. I remember.
It'll be an exciting rendition of the Sword Dancer, though. Of course, Gufo will go from post 6 with Joel Rosario. As you're curious about the numbers for the Sword Dancer, named for Sword Dancer Horse of the Year in 1959. The speed record, the Great Awad in 1997, 223, and won for that terrific victory. The most anybody's ever won it is twice. We just saw a list of horses who have won it a couple times. Gufo, of course, looking to add his name to that list. The terrific Flincher having done it twice. Owners have won it twice as well. Stephen Canelli's Otterben Stables looking to add his name to that list. Pat Day with 4 wins in the prestigious Sword Dancer, last won it in 2002. Bill Mott and Chad Brown have each won the Sword Dancer 3 times. They both have a chance to make it 4 this weekend as well. Sword Dancer winners on to the Breeders' Cup Turf. We've seen 4 horses do that. Some terrific names in there, including the great theatrical and Sword Dancer winners named Champion Turf Horse. Flincher, Channelmaker still racing, by the way. Sword Dancer winners who are named champion, older male, John Henry, how about that name? Lemmy Gold, Main Sequence in 2014. And Sword Dancer winner named Horse of the Year, the great John Henry in 1981. What a racehorse John Henry was. The Sword Dancer by the numbers, as the Sword Dancer will go as it typically does, the race right before the Run Happy Travers. Taking a look at the competitive field, we have to go 1.5 miles on the inner turf, the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer for 4-year-olds and upward, a field of 10. We do have here as Richie, an intriguing new face in this field is Broom for Aidan O'Brien, who shockingly is looking for his first victory at Saratoga. This is a horse who we saw finishing second behind Yabir in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yeah, I thought he ran really well in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Kind of, jumped in, looked like he might be making the winning move under Irad Ortiz, but then Yabir just kicked it into another gear down the center of the track. The question with Broom is how he gets out of the gate. 3 turns in Saratoga, the Sword Dancer. Position important. He kicked clear here, got run down late, but if he breaks cleanly, he can get himself in a good spot into the first of 3 turns. That'll be key for him.
Yeah, I get where you're going. He got beat by Yabir on the square, and you wonder, okay, is he the same horse that he was coming in to this race that he was coming in the Breeders' Cup? Obviously, different timing. But then when I look at Gouffo, and I'm like, okay, is he going backwards? But he was not good in that race, but he did beat Yabir before. So you're wondering, okay, what's going on here? 3 back in the Man of War. So I'm wondering if Gouffo's going to improve or what's really going to happen with Broome in here. And is Adamo the horse that's going to explode?
Adamo, the winner of the United Nations, as Gouffo was only 15 lengths behind the field in this race, closing late. Tribhuvan, pace setter, finishing 4th in here as he was the one to set the pace and win the Manhattan impressively. He set the pace in the United Nations, but it was his stablemate Adamo to turn the tables on him, and he got his first Grade 1 win in that United Nations last time out.
Yeah, and got an absolutely perfect trip under Flavien Prat to do so. The chestnut streak you see entering your frame now is Gouffo with the blinkers on. You wouldn't expect him to be as far back.
Meanwhile, Channel Maker, of course, a previous winner of this race as well. He won the Sword Dancer in 2020, wiring the field that day. He comes off of a victory in the Grand Couturier over Soldier Rising, who we saw come out of that race to win an allowance here at Saratoga, and he's going to take a shot against the big boys as well.
I'll tell you what, Channel Maker's just one of those horses that's just, he's high-headed. He looks like he's looking up for butterflies while he's running. And he's just a tough customer to go by. It's crazy the way he runs because he runs so high-headed, and you're thinking, okay, he's going to give it up. But he's running high-headed. While he's running high-headed, he's fish-eyeing you from the right side because he's really tough to go by. Because when you get in a fight with him, he actually wants that fight.
If he was a horse I was riding against, if I'm making my move, I'm making it away from him. I don't want to poke the bear. I want to surprise him.
A horse that, as Paul mentioned, I mean, he's an 8-year-old now. We all know Channel Maker quite well at this point. Runs with that head high up in the air, broke very slowly from the outside post in the Manhattan 2 back, and then did win that Grand Couturier last time out. Here's a look at what we have coming up on Saturday. 5 Grade 1s and a Grade 2. Not enough exciting action for you. That does include the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer, the Run Happy Travers. Of course, you can tune in for our coverage on Big Fox starting at 4:30. Several Grade 1s and a lot going on Saturday. This day of the year that we wait for all year long. Meanwhile, we have 2-year-olds, New York breds coming up next. There's a look at Chulligan, out of a Breeders' Cup winner. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Well, the other day at Saratoga National, you might have seen the charity golf tournament to benefit Saratoga Senior Center, sponsored by Naira Bets, as the Travers tee off on Monday to benefit the Saratoga Senior Center. The mission to empower seniors to achieve and maintain personal independence and individual well-being, and starting a new construction on a new senior center building. You see Anthony Stabile, jockey Tyler Gaffleone, Riley Mott was there, New York Giants, Chris Mara as well. And we appreciate certainly all of the support for the great causes throughout downtown Saratoga. A wonderful cause and a wonderful way to test out your golf skills as well. Are either of you good golfers?
I am not. Are you?
Don't go there.
Uh-oh. All right, to be continued, that conversation. 2-year-olds going 7 furlongs in this New York bred maiden special weight coming up next. Let's meet the field, starting with the 2, quick to accuse.
Yeah, quick to accuse, a first-time starter for Horacio de Paz by Accelerate here. Manny Franco in the irons.
Half-brother to New York bred star, Mr. Buff. Here is first-time dirt runner Boss Jim.
Yeah, it showed some ability first time after not breaking very well and closed. I think he has a pedigree that dirt will be better for.
Out of Breeders' Cup winner Bar of Gold, here's Chulligan.
Yeah, I think going to be really hard to beat in here. Bar of Gold won a sloppy racetrack in 110 buyers, so Mama could run on the slop.
Max Foster, a little bit green.
Yeah, Dylan Davis has worked this horse in the morning, not taking much money on the board.
Here's the 6, Flashy Alex.
Yeah, this one for Amin Castillo, son of Gormley, big long shot.
Here is Stowe on the Wald, Michelle Hemingway.
Yeah, half to Holiday Jazz. There's some pedigree there. And Lore's Johnny Velasquez. The workout report wasn't that strong, though.
Called by Freud as we look at Michael Lice, I believe, for Mike Maker.
Yeah, that sounds perfect, Keisha. I thought it was dead on. This horse comes in with a nice little bullet 3 furlong drill. You do get Louis Saez on, and this horse taking money at the window.
Here's the 9, Jackson Heights, first time on the dirt.
Yeah, but more of a turf pedigree. Adds blinkers. Looks like they're looking for some sort of a turnaround.
With no name, the other one for Mike Maker.
You know, an interesting call here for Irad Ortiz Jr. You get the blinkers on. Tyler Gaffleone was on before. This horse basically got ease, and Irad shows up with the blinkers on, and this horse is taking a tiny little money. The 10 could be sneaky here.
Well, Naira Bets Saturday contests are here. You could show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays, featuring racing from Saratoga. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. It is 2:42 right now, so make sure you set an alarm. Don't miss out on registration. Go to naira.com/contest to learn more. These 2-year-olds getting their warm-ups in. Let's check in trackside with Michelle Yu.
Large group of people are assembled here, but joining me right now, a very special group, Cora and Steven Leensfelder, and you guys are going to be sending out Michael Lees, the 8 here. Can you tell me a little bit about the emotional journey you've gone on with this horse?
It's been very emotional. 2 years, Michael Lees was born. Right after my son had passed through the pandemic, and it's been a long road. Michael Lees has worked very, very hard to get to this spot, and we're all rooting for him, and we hope that he does well and all the horses stay safe today. And Michael Lees is very special to all of us. He's been all over. He's traveled probably more than most of us, so he's back here in New York, and this is where we want him to race. We want him to race here in New York, and Michael Maker has done a marvelous job, and all his staff, and we're banking on today his rider, Luis Saez, so I think he's going to do very well.
You mentioned that he's named after your son who passed. Why was this horse the one you opted to name after your son?
Michael Lees was born 10 days after my son had passed. It was April 27th, and my son passed April 7th. So, and he was actually the first colt that we ever had. So we named him, my partners and I named him Mike Lees. Mike Lees is, Leisenfelder is his name, but obviously our name is very long, so through sports and right through college, all his jerseys had lies on it. So everyone knows Michael. Michael was very loved and loved people, and he loved the racetrack, and he loved horses, and he loved the sales. So Michael definitely will be here today with us. So that's why we call him Lies. We call him Mike Lies.
Thank you for bringing us on this journey. Best of luck here.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much.
Guys.
Michelle, thank you. A beautiful story, and truly our hearts go out to the family for the loss of their son, Michael Lies, who I'm sure looking down and certainly would be with us as his namesake debuts here today, 5-1 on that Ridgeling by Laoban. As we'll go back to Michelle. Michelle, interested to hear your analysis of these 2-year-olds as they complete their warm-ups on track.
Well, Acacia, I really liked the 4 here, not only on paper, but from a physical standpoint. You can see he's the 8-5 favorite, but first of all, I had to look up what the heck is a chulligan. And a chulligan is when you miss a shot in golf and you ask for a chulligan rather than a mulligan, and you get 2 minutes, apparently, to take a shot and then take your do-over stroke. So I thought that was a very interesting name, and it sounds like a lot of fun. Looking at the pedigree here, you mentioned Bar of Gold, a Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint winner, who was also a New York bred stakes winner, and she's this colt's by Justify, and Justify is just absolutely on fire. If you're only going to play a horse on statistics alone, this is certainly the colt for you. He's 31% with his winners. He's actually a 26% first time out sire as well. I thought those numbers were just incredible, and it appears that the horse is training very well for Christophe Clement, who is more than capable on debut. I loved that recent gate drill from him in 47 and change. It looked like he was really sharp in there. So looking at Chulligan as my top selection, although, you know, it's always nice to have a horse with a race under the belt. Boss Jim, with that 6th place finish, with some trouble on debut, can certainly move forward here. Richie on that horse. And then I thought the 2 made an okay appearance in the walking ring as well, and you can see him there on the top of your screen. He does look a little on the heavy side, but he was carrying himself with really good energy in the walking ring. I haven't seen him on the warm-up since, and you can see Manny Franco has his legs out of the irons. This horse worked relatively well at the OBS sale to be picked up for $200,000. My biggest drawback for him, because from a workout standpoint, he's just kind of okay there, but all his connections can win very well on debut. But his sire Accelerate, only 1 for 24 with those first-time starters. So that makes me a little bit nervous, especially when I see a horse that's working like this at the sales. He seems to be stretching out very nicely, and he got over the ground well there, but we just haven't seen Accelerate go forward. So then you have to think, do I play the percentages or do I play the horse on physicality alone? And in this particular instance, I might have to play the percentages and wait till next time, because although he looked like he worked good, he does look a little heavy in this particular moment.
Fair enough, Michelle. Thank you. Colt by Accelerate went 10-1 at that OBS March sale. Not my favorite work, but he is the half-brother to Mr. Buff, who, as mentioned, as this is New York Showcase Day, you can't have New York Showcase Day without talking about Mr. Buff and what a star he was on the New York scene.
Well-named horse, because he was Mr. Buff. He was such a big horse that he got the end stall suite at John Kimmel's barn here. That's the size of 2 stalls.
Yeah, there's just 2 horses that stick out in my mind in the New York bred program that had the best 2 names. It's Mr. Buff and Stud Muffin. I mean, it's just not even close. Those 2 horses were the best in here. And, you know, the fact that Michelle's basically, you know, Michelle is very sharp, and she usually tries to point towards long shots. She's pointing you towards the favorite. And the 4 Chulligan just has the pedigree. And I hate to say this, but I think the wet even enhances it a little bit, because Mama was such a freak on her best races. Even though she won the Breeders' Cup Sprint at 66-1, she ran some of her best races over a sloppy racetrack. So the 3 was touted first time out and did not run well, and was touted probably off dirt work. So that's why this horse is getting bet.
And as far as Bar of Gold, too, she's been a very good producer.
Yes, she has.
Too. She's produced Coinage, who is a graded stakes winner on turf. And Chulligan has worked on both dirt and turf. But talking about the wet, with the versatility in that pedigree, he may handle the surf as well.
He certainly has the pedigree to back it up. And I just went with a horse that had experience, because 7 furlongs is a tough debut distance.
No, I'm with you. The 3, I thought the 3 ran well. And like you said, Carlos Martin is very, very capable.
Into the gate for this New York bred maiden special weight, the 2-year-olds, race 4. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Set for the start of race 4. And they're off. Extreme outside with no name. And now Stowe on the Wold moves up. And gaining ground is a Boss Jim. And down at the rail, quick to accuse, Boss Jim and Stowe on the Wold. 3 of them across the track with Max Foster sitting just off of them in 4th. Then comes Jackson Heights running in 5th. Michael Lice is alongside in 6th. Chulligan is down at the rail running in 7th and already 8 lengths or so from the front as they race up the back stretch. At the back of the pack are Flashy Alex as the field went through the opening quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. And it is up front Boss Jim and Quick to Accuse as Stowe on the Wold drops back, being passed by Max Foster and Jackson Heights. Farther back it is with no name. Then comes Chulligan and Flashy Alex, and they are at the top of the stretch. On the outside, here comes Boss Jim now to take over the lead after a half and 46 and 1. Boss Jim is in front. Quick to Accuse moving into second. Down on the inside is with no name as the field passes the 16th pole. It is Boss Jim in front with no name down at the rail. A late move here from Chulligan. They're coming for the finish. Boss Jim holds on. Chulligan comes from way out of it to complete the exacta.
A tough beat for your favorite. Boss Jim, though, able to hold on. As you mentioned, Paul, this was a horse that took a lot of attention first time out, gets on the surface that he might prefer today. And Richie, as we often say too, clean faces, win races. A nice trip under Flavien Prat for Boss Jim.
He broke better. He still didn't break sharp, but he hustled up under Flavien. And I think just having that race under his belt saved him. Chulligan, Paul, was struggling with the kickback, really wasn't striding well early because he was climbing from the kickback. And when he finally found room where dirt wasn't hit him in the face, then he leveled off and really finished.
Yeah, you could see Joel sort of had it cut down towards the rail, and then when he went to the crop, to the left side of the crop, he really, I told you he's starting to level out, but it might be too late. You can see the stride starting to go. On the backside, he did not want to go up the rail. His head was sort of sticking out. He wasn't loving it. He started to love it towards the end of the race. You can see Joel at the end. He's like, I'm just not going to get there. But 6-5 today, probably could be 1-5 next time. But take nothing away from Boss Jim. This was a horse, like I said, was touted first time out, had some trouble. And Michelle pointed you, listen, don't go anywhere else. The 2 favorites are the horses to beat, and they ran 1-2.
3, 4, and a photo for third right now. Flavien Prat, 4-win day yesterday. Gets back to the winner's circle with a nice 2-year-old colt by Tapazar. Tried the turf for the first time. Certainly more fit today. Had that experience edge. Often holding true with these 2-year-olds. The sun is shining. The crowd is out. We're glad to have you with us here on New York Showcase Day. If you're watching from home, we're glad to have you with us as well as we'll bring you prices and reactions after this on Saratoga Live.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bloodhorse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Bloodhorse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Bloodhorse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Bloodhorse Plus today.
Hip 202 is next by Horse of the Year, by Champion, by Gunrunner, who had a Champion and Classic winner in his first crop. And here is a striking looking son of Horse of the Year and leading first crop sire and leading second crop sire. Here's one by Gunrunner.
All right, here to get now, buddy, paying $50,000. I thank each and every one of the bidders. $2,350,000, and I have $2,300,000.
Please hold your applause, folks. Hold your applause, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, a round of applause.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. As we have the Run Happy Travers coming up tomorrow. Maybe future New York bred stars full in this 4th race field. It was Boss Jim for Carlos Martin, called by Tapazar, making his 2nd career start. This one on the main track, and that foundation really held true. $8.60 winner.
Yeah, going 7 furlongs. I always lean towards a horse with some experience. At least they have a bit more foundation, but take nothing away from the runner-up, Chulligan, who ran a terrific race after not being very comfortable early.
Flavian Pratt again with another one. 5 wins in the last, 14 races?
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, that's for sure. This one, though, owned by Maggie Seidman, who's standing by with Michelle.
Thanks, Acacia. It's certainly a day if you like to call yourself the boss. And Boss Jim here, Maggie, you told me it's named after your dad.
My dad was art director of the old New York Daily Mirror and bet horses, and the sports writers called him Boss Jim. So he's named in memory of my dad, Jim.
So it's got to be hard when you're picking a horse to name, though, and you're like, this is going to be the one named after Dad.
I knew he was the 2nd day of the basic yearling sale, and I went back and I said, I don't care what, I have to have him. I had a feeling. And he went for $77,000, which is way over my budget, but he's been special all along. Down in Ocala, they loved him. He's like my dad. He's very cool.
Congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
Boss Jim is certainly showing his ways, guys, to break his maiden.
We had Boss making boss moves, Boss Jim today. It's all about the bosses this afternoon.
I didn't think about it, and if you don't get any coffee, then you become the boss.
Apparently, something a little bit worse than that. As we did see a nice winner circle presentation there in this 4th race. This was Naira and the Capital Region honoring hometown heroes at Saratoga Racecourse there in race 4. We appreciate all of those on track here with us today. We're back into stakes action for race 5, 1 1/8 on the main track. This one's for the New York bred fillies. The Fleet Indian 1-2 on Fingal's Cave. Short price on this undefeated filly, who so far, Richie, has been a real good one for Dave Donk.
And just been so professional. She's done everything the right way from the day she broke her maiden. You know, I questioned last time, maybe did she really want them on an 8th? Well, she proved that she wanted every bit of it. From a physical perspective, she always looked like it, but that's a big step going from 7 furlongs to a mile of furlong, and she did it very well.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because she was able to do it by herself, taking nothing away from her because she just ran away from that group. Now you're going to have a horse inside of her that's coming out of a 6 furlong race and some other horses that might show some speed, so she might have to do it a little bit tougher today. 3 to 5 right now? I don't know. I think the 5 will end up maybe squashing that a little bit where they'll be closer together in odds.
Venti Valentine, she won the Busher. She is multiple graded stakes play. She'll break to the outside. Talented New York bred filly as well. Meanwhile, tomorrow, the Run Happy Travers. We have plenty of grade 1 action for you to look forward to tomorrow. 5 grade 1s as well as the grade 2 Boston Spa. Richie, what's one race, one horse you're most looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, honestly, the whole card. I mean, the fact that you've got champions returning, and you know, Jack Christopher turning back, Jackie's Warrior sprinting in the Allen Jerkins, the personal Ensign, that's a loaded field. I'm really looking forward to Broome, though. Horse shipping in for the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. I think he truly wants a 1.5 miles.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where when you have cards like this, it's like, I'm not really concerned more about the betting. I just want to see all these superstars run and see how it plays out, because you're just going to see straight superstars running tomorrow. My favorite horse is Jackie's Warrior. I just want to see how fast he's going to go.
He's a horse that's made history here at Saratoga, winning graded stakes for the past 3 years. Can't wait to see him back in action tomorrow. Champion implications, champions running on the track at Saratoga. We're saying goodbye to our viewers on FS2. Switch over to FS1 at the 3 o'clock hour for more Saratoga Live. You're watching Saratoga Live. If you're just tuning in on Fox Sports 1, we're happy to have you with us. It's New York Showcase Day. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A great crowd on track. We celebrate the New York Breds today. And of course, it's Travers Eve, the Run Happy Travers, the centerpiece, the Midsummer Derby, coming up tomorrow. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Migliori, Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. We've got the stars on the set today, and we've got the stars on the racetrack, the New York Breds today, and of course, those Travers runners tomorrow.
Yeah, you got 2 New York Breds here. I know you're a Connecticut bred, but we can transform you to a New York bred. So this is a big day for
I'm New York bred. Come on.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So yeah, this is a great day for the New York Breds. We honor the New York Breds here today. Some great racing. Unfortunately, we had some rain, so the later races are off the turf, but there's still going to be some competitive fields, and the runners is for some good money.
It's a great day. Yeah. Celebration of the breed in the state of New York, and so many of these people put so much into it, and I love the planning and plotting to send what mare to what stallion, and then to come up with names for these horses, and the breeders are out in force today.
Here in New York, we have 3 major days throughout the year where these New York Breds really have kind of their Breeders' Cup type day for all of the different divisions. And this one, everyone really looks forward to in Saratoga. As Paul mentioned, sadly, we are off the turf. We're still dealing with now what's been upgraded to a muddy and sealed racetrack on the main track. But we've seen some terrific performances, some great celebrations so far, and of course that will only continue. Few stakes already in the books, but tomorrow, of course, the Run Happy Travers, the Midsummer Derby, the day that we always look forward to, our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. Taking a look at the field for the Run Happy Travers, it's a field of 8, and we have the top 3 finishers from the Kentucky Derby, including the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. A lot of us still waiting to see, can he do it again?
It'll surprise me. The Derby shocked me, and Paul said it earlier, and 100% right. Can never take that away from him. What he did Derby Day, he's the Kentucky Derby winner. But he's never repeated that kind of effort before or since. Obviously, only had one other start, but he's training with a good energy here. Yeah. I just don't think he's going to get the kind of pace that could help set up that late run.
Yeah, you're right. And the other part of this is it's tough just to ship into Saratoga. I mean, American Pharoah's gotten beaten here. You could name a ton of different horses that have tried to ship in here and try to win. It's tough enough to ship in here. I will say this. He was, when I was at Churchill Downs, I went over his barn. He slept a lot. When he's came here, he's acting like he's on vacation. He's been full of vigor. He's been jumping around the barn, been working fast. Looks like he likes the racetrack. You just wonder, in case can he repeat that effort from the first Saturday in May? You know?
Saw him out on Caroline Street? Is that what you're saying?
I tell you what, even Mig said it, like, he's been full of energy, right?
Yeah, I mean, he got off the van shipping here, and he was full of energy. I mean, I think he was looking maybe to go to Bolton Landing, check out Lake George, go to Lake Placid, see where the miracle and ice happened,
All that good stuff. Meanwhile, Epicenter's looking over at him and saying, I've been here a while. This is all old news for me at this point. The winner of the Jim Dandy, as we'll have 3 coming out of the Jim Dandy. Epicenter with a different type of tactics than we might have anticipated coming into that Jim Dandy. He was last of the compact field, circled the field, and won impressively.
Yeah, and it was going into this race, everybody thought, okay, Joel Rosario is going to push from the rail. He's going to make early voting go and then sit outside of early voting. When he pulled this horse way back, I couldn't believe myself. And then he circled the field with his ears up. It just showed utmost confidence that, hey, I'm the best 3-year-old. I'm going to circle all these horses like there's no problem. Now, this is a different ball game with a fuller field.
It is a different ball game, but look, he took the kick pack well. He's been ultra professional, and this is what you want from a prep race, Acacia. You want to win them. They're important races in their own right, but you want to win with something left. You want to use it as a building block to the bigger race.
The scary part is, okay, here's a horse that's run one bad race. Could he be getting better at Saratoga like some horses do? It seems like a lot of Steve's horses do.
Steve Asmussen seems to have a knack for getting them to peak at the right time, as we saw him last year with a terrific summer. He's looking for his first Travers win, though. We'll see if that canoe, currently painted Godolphin blue, will be in the Winchell colors tomorrow. You can find out who wins that Run Happy Travers on Big Fox starting at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. We hope that you join all of us for that exciting coverage of the Run Happy Travers, plus some of the other graded stakes action tomorrow, as it's full of graded stakes action on Saturday. These are the days when you really just have the opportunity to be a fan too. You see champions running. That 3-year-old championship division really up for grabs right now, and I think tomorrow will really be a key point as to who will be that standout 3-year-old.
I'm in agreement with her 100% because, you know, Cyberknife was kind of creeping up. He was way back. Now, if he wins this race, you could put him up in the top. If Epicenter wins this race, he stamps himself as the best 3-year-old. But if he doesn't, we're back to square one again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as you saw, 5 grade 1s to look forward to tomorrow, as well as the grade 2 Boston Spa on Saturday. It's going to be a tremendous day of racing. We'll see who will get the Run Happy Travers added to their resume, but plenty of other exciting action to look forward to tomorrow and today. It's New York Showcase Day as we continue on with the racing action, highlighting those New York breds today. We have the fillies in the spotlight, the 3-year-olds going 1 1/8 miles on the main track, the Fleet Indian, again, New York bred fillies here, 4 to 5 now on Fingal's Cave. She's undefeated. She's 3 for 3. She won going the 9 furlongs last time, Richie, and that was against Open Company. She's back with New York breds today, but she's facing some tough foes.
Well, she really is, and she's facing a horse that I don't think can beat her, but has a say in how this race will be run, and that's the one, Let Her Inspire You. She's got sprint speed. She's going to the lead from the rail into Johnny Blasquez. Fingal's Cave has sat off of horses, but if she pulls, it's going to hurt her to hold off the like of Venti Valentine.
Yeah, you make a very good point. Listen, Fingal's Cave has done nothing wrong. She's won her 3 races by 21 some odd lengths. The only thing that can ruin her party to win 4 in a row is the one, Let Her Inspire You. It's going to be very interesting how Johnny V and Jose Ortiz. Now, when you go to the outside, Venti Valentine, she's the type of horse that does like to be forwardly placed, but she can rate. She's got to hope the 1 and 2 get into kind of a speed duel here.
Venti Valentine, the New York bred filly who took her connections all the way to the Kentucky Oaks, looking to get back to the winner's circle today. We'll talk more about this Fleet Indian in a little bit, of course named for the 2006 personal Ensign winner, but I'll talk about another special New York bred who was an exciting graded stakes winner, the 1981 Whitney winner, Fiorito. A little bit more on him and his story after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. McCulloch has taken the lead in deep stretch, and it will be McCulloch. The English-bred McCulloch is the winner.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1 and our regional networks. It's New York Showcase Day. For more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. A special New York bred who was successful at the highest level, Fiorito, in the 1981 Whitney. And Richie, you were there to see this all happen and watch it unfold.
Yeah, I was standing at the end of the clubhouse. I had won 2 races earlier on the card. I won the 7th race on Sprouted Rye. Jim C.T. Ragos was the assistant starter that hung on to Fiorito there. Some job by him. I don't think Les Hewlett would have been able to stop him if he got away from Jim.
Broke through the starting gate prior to the load, back in, and then he goes on and wins the Whitney. That's not an easy thing to do, Paul.
No, it really does rarely happen. When you see a horse go through the gate, they exert a ton of energy. And when I went back and watched this, he took a ton of heat all the way around the racetrack, fended everybody off. And you can look, there's just a wall of horses. He looks like he's going to get swallowed, and he just keeps on finding.
And he beat a star-studded field. He's got Ring of Light on his outside. He's got a Winter's Tale trying to come up the inside. You've got Noble Nashua in there. I mean, Les Hewlett kept asking, and Fiorito kept finding. That was an incredible performance.
Yeah.
The gray, easy to spot in that field, too. So fun to look back at a very special New York bred who's really, really a real star in that 1981 Whitney. We continue highlighting the New York breds on New York Showcase Day as we'll get into race 5, the Fleet Indian, 1 1/8 on the main track for this 3-year-old fillies. We saw the Colts going the 9 furlongs in the Albany earlier on today, and now we'll have the fillies take center stage. Fingal's Cave currently at 4-5 as she looks to stay undefeated for trainer Dave Donk, who's really done such a great job with her, Richie, and kind of bringing her along slowly too. 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, 1 1/8, and she's handled it all really well.
Yeah, really nice progression for her. The key to her is being able to settle. That doesn't mean she has to be off the pace. It doesn't mean that she can't be on the lead, but wherever she is, not pulling and being drawn right next to another speed and let her inspire you, could that maybe set her off a little bit?
Taking a look at the 4, Galaxina, trained by Jimmy Bond, who's standing by now with Michelle Yu in the paddock.
Thanks, Acacia. I want to talk about this big strapping filly that you had out here. Going back to the last race, were you confident she was going to be able to stay the route of ground, or was it more of an experiment?
It was an experiment. You know, we're trying to probably a little softer field. new track, Finger Lakes, okay? She kind of, when she made the lead, she kind of started looking around a lot. I was watching her in the post parade. I wasn't there. My son, Kevin, saddled her. And I could see in the post parade she was looking around. And so Dylan got a little bit of more knowledge of her today, okay? So we'll, she's got to handle the racetrack. She's got to handle another 16th of a mile and a little better fillies.
I feel like when we look at state-concentric races, we tend to see horses that are really versatile. Looking at her, dirt, turf, long, short, what does it take to be a really great New York bred?
I tell you, they're just, New York's just doing such a great job over the last 20, 25 years, okay, of raising horses here. And, they just come from all shapes, sizes. I mean, I've had small ones. Rinaldi's a tiny guy. Giacosa's average size. This filly, she's mammoth, okay? If they got the heart and the desire, they make us all look good. Okay, that's basically what it is. But, I'm a New York bred myself, and we have a big farm here. It's close to Saratoga. And, it's just, it's phenomenal. We have Omaha Beaches, Mendelssohn's, you name it, okay? And, we have some nice Freuds and things like that, too, that mix it all up. And it's just fantastic. And, New York, I mean, they should hold their head proud because we really have a great product now.
Appreciate you taking the time.
Always my pleasure.
New York breds on display today, guys.
I loved what trainer Jimmy Bond had to say about the New York bred program, as he has a talented runner in this Fleet Indian field. We'll meet the rest of her competition, though, starting with the one. Let her inspire you.
Top connections, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, speed from the rail.
Stretching out in distance. Here's a horse that won at the trip last time, Fingal's Cave.
Yeah, you could say nothing wrong about this filly. She's won by 8.5, 9, and 3 3/4, all at 3 different distances.
Number 3, she's as cold as ice. She's a little cold on the board.
Yeah, and her dam, she's a stone cold fox. Broke her maiden up here in Saratoga many moons ago.
Here's Jimmy Bond's runner, Galaxina.
Yeah, you know what? She's run some good races. You can't take nothing away. She's won 2 stakes races, $200,000 races. She's got $208,000 in the bank.
The Bonds had a very tough beat in the nightcap yesterday with Sandrone. Here's a 5, Venti Valentine, talented firing line New York bred filly.
Who's had a steady diet of running in open graded stakes races. The only 2 times she faced New York bred, she's undefeated. And she gets back with New York breds today and could get a very good setup from the outside.
Well, you could bet with Naira Bets and get more. Everyone who bets with Naira Bets today gets a 10 times rewards points on all wagers on Del Mar and Emerald Downs. Everyone gets the points. No opt-in is required. You can earn more today with your Naira Bets account. Start betting now at nairabets.com. Taking a look at your current favorite, Fingal's Cave. Now, Richie, I know you were in the paddock for a debut. I was too back, and when she won that allowance at Belmont, she was really revved up. She did a lot better last time in going the distance of ground, and so far it looks like she's handling herself well, but mentally she's come along too.
I think so. I think that the hardest race for a horse mentally is their second start because there's anticipation of what they're going to do. First start, they don't really know it that well. Second start, okay, wow, I know why I'm here. And then it's which way do they go. And she obviously settled down nicely. She got to set a very controlled pace here and kicked away readily. She's a good filly. You can't take anything away from her, but she's also facing tougher today.
What I like about this replay, and I've looked over it many times, you could tell the racetrack was deep that day. You could tell there was cut in the ground. So the fitness wasn't an issue going the 1.125 miles. So a lot of people are thinking, okay, she got away with an easy lead. I disagree. I think she actually just ran, and she ran through the wire. So she's going to be tough to handle in here. There's no doubt about it. It's just, is the one going to throw a monkey wrench into her plan?
Good-looking filly by Carpe Diem. As we go to the outside, the number 5, Venti Valentine. Looks like she will be sporting the house silks today as well. Venti Valentine, ridden by your current leading rider, Irad Ortiz, 45 over Luis Saez's 34 wins at the meet.
Yeah, Irad is just incredible, the pace he's on as far as wins in Saratoga. I think he's about 10 away from 500 career wins in Saratoga. And you can see how pumped up he gets coming up here, Paul. He takes a lot of pride in it, wants to show off. Sometimes I think he goes over the line. He knows that I'm not always the biggest fan of that stuff. Just ride. You're a good rider.
Reminds me of Kobe Bryant a little bit. He's not afraid to step on the neck.
Meanwhile, it'll be his brother Jose Ortiz on Fingal's Cave. Michelle, I know your first time seeing this filly. How is she acting in the preliminaries today?
Acacia, I was actually very pleased with the way she was acting over in the paddock. Now, you can see on track she's fighting Jose Ortiz just a little bit, wanting to do more, but that's okay because she's about to race. It is worth noting that when she was walking around the paddock, she was equipped with earmuffs, so just covers that went over her ears to keep them a little bit quieter, kind of to dull some of the sounds that happen around the paddock. We know it's a very busy area, but since she came out onto the track, she has had those off. So certainly getting woken up a little bit. I don't know how you can dislike this daughter of Carpe Diem. She's a perfect 3 for 3. And she went the 9 furlongs for the mile and an eighth last time out that she'll be traveling today. I love the fact that she's a horse that goes to the front and was able to carry her speed that far after 2 sprint races under her belt. Personally, I love 2 sprints to a route, but generally when you're looking at that angle, it tends to be 2 sprints that maybe you don't win, hoping to win going further. So she has been just remarkable, and I think that she's deserving of the 4 to 5 favoritism. I'm actually loving the energy that she's showing here. Even though was fighting Jose a little bit, I think that she looks extremely interested. Like, she looks like, I'm a racehorse, I'm about to do my job. I also thought that the 5 made a nice appearance over there in the paddock. I've gotten to see just limited action from her since they went to the warm-up, though. Venti Valentine is taking that class drop down. She's been in graded stakes her last 3 out. I like the fact that she is undefeated against New York breds, as you guys mentioned, but the question mark for me is she as effective going 2 turns? Here's her walking right now. You can see she's getting a little warm as well. The vast majority of these fillies did get hosed off. I think she was the only one I didn't see get hosed off beforehand, so I'll let the sweat hang out there with a little bit of leeway. She is coming off a break, but she has run very well off the freshening before. She won the Busher by 7 last time she had a layoff, guys.
Layoff, certainly you would think not something that will be too difficult for Venti Valentine. The question, as Michelle brought up, though, Richie, too, is she really the most proficient at 2 turns? I know that she was beaten just a slim margin behind Nest in the Demoiselle back at the end of her 2-year-old season. I would say, though, Nest has gone on to become such a different horse since then, and you wonder, as they kind of sort themselves out as 3-year-olds, is this really what she's best doing?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to compare 2-year-old races to what they do at 3. Horses mature at different times of their lives. Obviously, Nest has just gotten better and better as this season has progressed. But I do think Venti Valentine stays the 9 furlongs. She ran too well there. She ran too well in the Gazelle against Nostalgic, coming off of what I thought was a hard race in the Busher. Yeah. She won by 7, but she was ridden out all the way through the wire by Manny Franco. I just wonder if Fingal's Cave doesn't get a little too keyed up with the presence of Let Her Inspire You. And Venti Valentine sits a trip, Paul.
Yeah, you listen, Venti Valentine, you look back, Secret Oath, I get it. Gerrymander, she was behind. I mean, she's been behind some really nice fillies. So when it comes to class, the 5 wins over. I get that the 2 is 4 to 5 here because the horse is undefeated, and you can't take nothing away from that. But the 5's class, and she's battled every battle. I'd rather take the price at 2 to 1 and hope that the 1 just sends and makes it difficult for the 2 to clear. I have a feeling if the 1 gets in front and Jose Ortiz decides, you know what, I'm going to rate and let the 1 just jog on the front end, that could be a mistake.
Yeah, that's the question, too. We don't know exactly how far Let Her Inspire You wants to go, but if she gets comfortable on the front end, that could be bye-bye to the rest of the field. It is Todd Pletcher deciding to stretch out that filly by Practical Joke. If you're just tuning in, just a reminder, track has been upgraded to muddy and sealed as the sun has come out here at Saratoga. It's the Fleet Indian for the 3-year-old fillies, Fingal's Cave, Venti Valentine, or someone else. We'll soon find out. Here's track announcer John Imbriel with the call.
They're in the gate. They're off in the Fleet Indian Stakes. Fingal's Cave goes right out for the lead, but quickly challenged on the inside by Let Her Inspire You. As these 3-year-old fillies go into the clubhouse turn, Let Her Inspire You is the leader. Fingal's Cave tracks in second. The favorite now moves right alongside of Let Her Inspire You. And then it's a little more than a length. Venti Valentine's on the outside. towards the rail is a Galaxina, and trailing the field is She's as Cold as Ice. The opening quarter in the mud in 24 seconds, and now they're on the backstretch. Let Her Inspire You leads here by a half length. Fingal's Cave on the outside in second by 2 lengths. Then it's the duo of Aventi Valentine and Galaxina. A break of 4 to the trailer. She's as Cold as Ice. The half, 48 seconds. Let Her Inspire You is the leader here now by a full length, with Fingal's Cave remaining in second. Down at the rail is Galaxina. Right alongside is Venti Valentine. And now they're going into the far turn. It is Let Her Inspire You by 3 parts of a length. Fingal's Cave on the outside has been second the entire way. It's Let Her Inspire You here by a neck. Fingal's Cave on the outside. Venti Valentine now getting closer in third. Galaxina is fourth, and they're coming for the quarter pole. It is Let Her Inspire You with the lead over Fingal's Cave. Let Her Inspire You drifting out here a bit in the stretch. Fingal's Cave trying to get past. Venti Valentine is in third, and now there's a furlong to the finish. It is Let Her Inspire You and Fingal's Cave. They've been 1-2 right from the start. They're coming for the finish in the Fleet Indian Stakes. Fingal's Cave trying to stay unbeaten, and she has done it. She's 4 for 4 now. Fingal's Cave the winner. Let Her Inspire You was second, and Venti Valentine finished third.
Fingal's Cave able to duke it out. She showed so much heart today for this young filly, Paul. Looked like Let Her Inspire You may steal it on the front end as those two dueled right down to the wire.
We talked about it right before the race. Does Jose Ortiz want to play the dangerous game of letting the one just go out there freewheeling? He stayed close enough, Acacia. He stayed about a length and a half off. And at one point you thought, okay, Johnny V's going to get away. But Jose just had enough, was able to put this horse away. You know, sometimes you look at this horse is now undefeated. I will say this is her best effort. She finally was put into a fight. Her other times that she's won by 20 total lengths in her 3 other starts. So sometimes you get disinterested. Today she had a fight, and she showed she's the real deal. Because sometimes you look at a horse that's 3 for 3 and you're wondering about the company. She got a fight today, and she won it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that this is what you really want to see from a filly at this point.
Yes.
To see that they can dig in like she did, and finishing on the gallop out with her ears up, too. I love to see that. And you just can't help but be happy to see Dave Donk with a good one like this.
It really is cool. And now, you know, she's won it 1.125 miles twice. And when you have a filly or anybody that can just click off 24s, you're going to win all day. And that's what happened. 24, 48, 112, tiny bit of a breather. But they came home okay, like a little bit like 12 and change. It's not like they came home crawling. So this was a very, very well-run race. And you got to give it up to the one, Let Her Inspire You.
Yeah.
She really ran a bang-up race first time. Going 1 1/8 miles, let her run around 2 turns.
First time going the distance, she ran valiantly, but it was Fingal's Cave who is still undefeated. She's now 4 for 4, taking the Fleet Indian. Jose Ortiz and David Donk, you may have noticed, we're missing Mig on the set with us. He went to run downstairs. His race 5 is honoring New York bred Fourstar Dave, who of course Richie rode through much of his career. The Sultan of Saratoga, they call him. But we'll bring you prices, reactions, and a whole lot more action on New York Showcase Day. A little bit later on, too, Jonathan Kinchin has a special guest on Cart Talk. You talk about a beloved icon and figure of Saratoga. Doesn't get more iconic than Tom Durkin.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today, as it was an exciting rendition of the Fleet Indian Valiant. In her win, Fingal's Cave, undefeated. And David Donk still holding true with that New York Jets hat. If only they could be as good as Fingal's Cave.
Yeah, right. Yeah, congratulations to David. This is the Carpe Diem filly. I have a mine shaft mare, Barbie on the budget. She's won at 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, a mile and an eighth against Open Company. Now she's won the Fleet Indian, going a mile and an eighth over a sloppy racetrack. That's versatility.
What a cool filly she is. $3.60 winner. She went off your 4-5 favorite. Venti Valentine, last year's stakes winner and a horse that ran in the Kentucky Oaks. She tried, and it looked like she was going to be able to run down the two that were setting the pace, and she just didn't have enough late.
She emptied out Keisha at the top of the lane. Now, she hadn't run since June. We know this racetrack has been a little bit tiring. But when she got to the top of the lane, she emptied out. But when we were talking about Fingal's Cave and we showed you that replay, she ran through that wire, so we knew that she had the bottom, and she showed it today.
She really did. What a big effort from this filly as we go to Michelle Yu in the winner's circle.
Someone wants to talk to you here.
Thanks so much, Acacia. There's a whole party going on in the winner's circle. I said I would just interrupt somebody.
Yeah, that's okay.
So, Dave, I'll start with you real quick. Just tell me a little bit about the progression that you've seen from this filly.
Yeah, listen, she's done really well. She had a run today. You know, Johnny was cruising around there, so I was a little worried at quarter pole. But, you know, I think her class prevailed. She really dug in. So, you know, listen, showed a little heart, very good effort.
Alistair Fife joining me as well. I saw you were extremely excited. What were you thinking coming down the lane?
I was just thinking, Jose, just get her in the lead there. This is the first stakes one we've ever had, so it's very exciting, and he did a great job. It was a tough race.
Do you have extra nerves going in because you knew she was undefeated?
I don't think extra nerves. I mean, we've always liked her. We didn't race her as a 2-year-old. She had a couple of minor issues, so she's always been very good. So I don't say extra nerves, but I don't think I can say it on the TV, but I was kind of peeing my pants a little bit.
And you get your first stakes win here on New York State Red Day. Very great to get to showcase her. Congratulations.
It's fantastic. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Guys, very happy connections here for the Fleet Indian.
Michelle's been having too much fun in the winner's circle today. Congratulations to the connections on their first stakes win.
Hold on. I'm texting Richie to go to PetSmart. We need some.
Oh no!
We need puppy pads.
That was fantastic. You gotta love the honesty. Fingal's Cave with the win in the Fleet Indian. We continue on race number 6 up next. This is a New York bred allowance for the fillies and mares off the turf here to be run at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Do note that the first 5 races were scheduled for the main track. The rest of the races, if they're on the turf, will be run on the main track. So here's a look at the field. A little bit of a surprise, Paul, to see Lisa's Vision currently as your favorite. We'll talk more about that filly in a moment, but that was a look at Jack Christopher, who tried stretching his speed in the Haskell. He's going to cut back in distance to a sprint this weekend. Very talented, multiple Grade 1 winner for trainer Chad Brown. Talk more about Jack Christopher and this 6th race allowance after this. Stay with us on Saratoga Live.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. There's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Jackie's Warrior, Life is Good, not done yet on the outside. A 16th to the finish. It's Jackie's Warrior, Life is Good. The two of them will battle it out to the finish in the Allen Jerkins, and it's going to be Jackie's Warrior by a head.
The race of the year, it seemed the race of the summer for sure. Jackie's Warrior and Life is Good throwing it down last summer as Life is Good, of course, would go on to do some terrific things. Paul won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, the Pegasus World Cup, and just won the Whitney. And Jackie's Warrior, who stayed sprinting and has just been absolutely tremendous and so fun to follow on the racetrack.
He really has been. He's just spectacular, and he just flaunts speed, which is just, it's brilliant speed. It's effortless speed. I know a lot of people hate talking about cruising speed and all that, but this horse goes 80 miles an hour at all times, and it's just on go. And Joel Rosario, the last 2 times, hasn't even got him out of neutral.
Nope, he'll look for another Grade 1 win. He's won 4 graded stakes in a row, including the Grade 1 Vanderbilt last time out. This win, Paul, putting him into an elite category, being the only horse to win graded stakes at Saratoga at 2, 3, and 4, which is really just remarkable. And as you mentioned, I mean, I think either of us could have easily ridden Jackie's Warrior this day, too. Joel Rosario just cruising on him. So much class, so much talent.
Well, no, I had a dream last night. I actually won by a little bit more because
Did you? Okay.
I encouraged him a little bit more. But, I mean, honestly, like, people have asked me, you've seen a horse? I've been playing horses for 40 years. I don't think I've seen a horse win a Grade 1 that easy. There's his resume. And the only reason why there's a couple losses on that resume is, one, he went to his knees when Drain the Clock beat him, and the other two, he lost around 2 turns to Essential Quality. So he's just a different kind of animal. And when I was at Churchill Downs, Steve Asmussen made a comment to me that I just couldn't comprehend. And when he brought out Jackie's Warrior, he looked at me, I said, how's he doing? He goes, Paulie, I'm telling you right now, he's training as good as Gunrunner was training when Gunrunner was at his top. And that's kind of scary.
It really is. And I think it's amazing, too, to see Steve Asmussen and just how much admiration he has for Jackie's Warrior, too. Jackie will go in the Grade 1 Forgo. One of 5 Grade 1s on the card tomorrow. Run Happy Travers Day. Just an absolutely stacked day. And then a little bit later on, we saw that big throwdown between Jackie's Warrior and Life is Good in last year's H. Allen Jerkins. Will it be as exciting a race this year? We'll find out. You've got a very talented horse cutting back in distance, Jack Christopher, who was 4 for 4 at the start of his career. They tried to stretch his speed in the Haskell. He still finished 3rd. But now he's cutting back to a sprint in what he likely just really wants.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, he was a giant disappointment. He still ran a 98 buyer, finished 3rd. God, doesn't he look like he just dipped his whole face in a bunch of white chocolate? And it didn't get on his goatee, which he's sporting right there. God, he's got a great face, doesn't he? This is a good field. Conacher is a very good sprinter. I don't know if he's good enough. Howling Time gave Cyberknife all he could handle. Actuator won the Indiana Derby, and Michael McCarthy loves that horse. Gunite is game. Accretive is a nice horse. So Jack Christopher is not running into a layup type of field.
Gunite was very impressive, winning the Amsterdam last time out. Accretive was right behind him, and just his second starting off the back of a maiden win. That makes things very interesting, too. Jack Christopher, though, 6-5 on the morning line, just full of so much talent and so much speed, too. As you can watch all of the exciting action tomorrow, we'll be with you all day long. We promise you that much. But you can tune into Big Fox for our coverage at 4:30 Eastern. Coverage of Run Happy Travers. On Saturday, we'll see whose silks get painted on that infield canoe. What a sight it is, currently painted Godolphin blue, Essential Quality, last year's winner. And we'll see who goes into the spotlight and into the history books this weekend. Here's a look at the field for the Run Happy Travers, 1.25 miles for the 3-year-olds. And really, Paul, I think, as we've talked about a lot throughout the show, the implications for the 3-year-old picture that this race holds this year, I think more important. It's always an important race, but particularly with how wide open the 3-year-old scene does appear to be.
It truly is. I mean, you got a horse in Cyberknife who has won 2 Graded 1 races. You have Rich Strike, who shocked everybody in the Kentucky Derby. You have that Percenter, who amazingly has not won a Grade 1. Early voting wins the Preakness, and Zandon's sort of getting forgotten about, considering he's run some bang-up races as well. So it's an absolutely loaded field. I cannot wait for them to break from the gate, but Epicenter is the one to beat.
Well, back here today, there's Richard Migliori. You were looking for him on the set. Well, he was in the winner's circle, honoring the very special New York bred Fourstar Dave. His trainer, Leo O'Brien, there as well. His daughter, Leona, of course, married to John Velasquez, walked her husband into the winner's circle yesterday for 1,000 victories at Saratoga. But very special to have the opportunity to highlight Fourstar Dave today.
No, it's pretty cool. You can see the Saratoga stables from Funny Side there in there as well. A lot of New York connections. Barkley Tag there in the background. So a lot of people supporting this. This is a great, again, the winner's circle. Ooh, I want that young kid's jacket. What is that print?
That's pretty fancy.
Yeah, pretty
Look
good.
at
Yeah,
that.
but the winner's circle is the place to be at Saratoga. It's just, it's joy. It's just like, it's almost like one of those things when as soon as you set your foot in that circle, a smile goes on your face.
Well, it seems you ask and you shall receive. Michelle, you still with us? And Michelle, we hear you have a little inside story on the fancy jacket we see in the winner's circle.
Not just the jacket, it's a whole pantsuit, Acacia. And I actually saw it myself, and I'm like, I love your outfit. I was sure he got it custom made or something. It just looked phenomenal. He told me it's banana. I'm like, are you serious? It's like just over-the-counter a fashion here from the mall. He said not only do they have this in a great suit, he's like, they've got like a baby romper, they've got like a T-shirt, they've got like a whole line in this particular pattern. So for sure, I was already on my phone looking this up because I want to wear that suit as well. All right, so I'm going to buy myself and Paul matching suits. Taking a look at the horses in the paddock right now, though, the 7 is the one that caught my eye when she walked in here. Lisa's Vision, aptly named because she's absolutely beautiful, but she's kind of on the verge of tilting to acting the way I don't like. She's been walking around here. She's kind of have her hindquarters tilted sideways, and she's swishing her tail an awful lot, which is generally not a sign that I like. First of all, it shows a horse that's aggravated or irritated. It could be an indication that she's in heat. So I'm not sure if any of those are going on or it's her normal attitude. I am planning on catching up with Jorge Abreu to ask him all of these important questions. She's even doing things like rearing up when she was coming over, but it's very strange. She's not doing it out of fear or anger. It's almost like she's just testing because she goes and does everything that's naughty in a very slow manner. So I've been really intrigued watching her warm up in the walking ring here. The 6, Trinity Titoli, who's just walking by me right now, also caught my eye. She is facing older fillies today. She is a 3-year-old, and she beat 3-year-olds last time, but she has fared well against older horses already on a couple of occasions. She just looked tremendous over here for Jeremiah Englehart. She looks super fit. She's got a beautiful hindquarter on her. She is covered in dapples, and she's another one that must have the inclination to be able to act up a little bit because they've had 2 handlers on her, and they've had the outrider pony in front of her the whole time. As you can see, she's walking behind it right now. Since the time that they went to saddle her, she has been behind this horse. So needing the little bit of accompaniment there to keep her safe and sound, but at least it's doing a good job because she hasn't put a hoof out of step since I've been watching her. But those 2 fillies really catching my eye here, you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Trinity Titoli, who can be a little bit of a handful in the preliminaries prior to her races, does seem like she's one that has matured. So good to see that she is acting well in the paddock today. And Paul, how do you feel about the fact that Michelle's looking out for you and your fashion statements here?
The issue that I got was Michelle was trying to be a little bit secretive, like she was trying to like look around to make sure that, hey, nobody knows about where you can get this suit. But hey, Michelle and I are always down. She was the influence of me putting on a tutu in the Churchill Downs paddock, which probably something I'm going to regret for the rest of my life. Yeah.
Why didn't I see that?
It was the Downs After Dark one night, right? Yeah.
Okay.
That's a party over there.
I told you what they told me, right?
No.
Darren Rogers said, Paul, you know that Secretariat walked in this paddock. You're wearing a tutu. There's nothing you can really say back to that, can you, Mick?
No, I think that one you just got to kind of take.
As someone who has worn many a tutu in her life in a different scenario, I think you looked good in it, Paul. As 5-2 on Lisa's Vision. She's one that I'm not very familiar with, but Michelle's saying that she was doing a lot. She was a little bit keyed in the paddock. The question is, too, though, guys, is that she's trying the dirt for the first time. This race is off the turf, and she's still the favorite in this race with some fillies in here who are kind of tried and true dirt horses.
Yeah, and I think it's a big question mark. I'm not, there's definitely some dirt pedigree here to go on, but it's an unknown, and do you want an unknown at a short price?
No, and I know I'm going to kill my price, but the 3 at 7-1 is ridiculous. This horse won by 7 1/4 lengths in the mud.
I am very surprised.
Literally, Kendrick pulled the horse up because the horse was running off on the mud when he won at age 2, when she won at age 2. Now she came back with an even race for Nacho Correas.
But look
Jose
who she
Lascano
faced.
in the iron. Yeah, and she's 7-1.
She ran against Let Her Inspire
I
You,
know.
who we just saw so game in the Fleet Indian.
I know. I mean,
It's a good
so
one.
people are looking at the turf form, and I understand that, but I'll tell you right now, you better put the 3 on your ticket.
Lilu, Jose Lascano going to be in the saddle for trainer Nacho Correas, filly by Practical Joke. she's only ever run on the main track, not to mention the race that Paul pointed out when she broke her maiden on that wet track. Richie, from a riding standpoint, when you have a surface switch, and it was announced before the first race, how do you kind of navigate maybe changing some of your tactics? As I want to circle back to that conversation. We have the post parade coming up here, though. We'll meet the field, starting with the 2, Patria.
Yeah, this is a horse that's actually got really good early speed, and a filly that will probably, I would think from the rail, be forced to push out of there.
Next will be the 4, Out Virginia.
And Virginia here for Gustavo Rodriguez off the claim, and Castellano in the irons.
There's the 3, a little bit out of order. Here is Lilu, who Paul likes.
I'm with Paul. I think this filly makes a lot of sense here, and she should be very well placed early.
There's the 5, Queen's Dancer. We're back in order now. You never really know sometimes. This filly for Linda Dixon.
Yeah, I'd speed to the party, right, Paul? No, and with Jackie Davis, you got to think she's going to be forward.
Yeah.
Here's the 6, Trinity Titoli, first off the claim.
Yeah, another horse that could be forward. There is some pace in this race. See how it plays out. One start over a wet track, did run 3rd.
First time on the main track for Lisa's Vision.
Yeah, I think there's questions here. Horse taking money. You get Irad Ortiz. I think he moves the board. She should be stalking.
Next is the 11, all the way out to her with the scratches inside Silver Fist.
Yeah, runner-up last time to Let Her Inspire You. Comes out of the same race as Lilu. Should be forward as well.
Blame It on Mary, the 12.
Sorry for all the Marys out there. Not fair to you, but this horse has a big shot here with Dylan Davis.
And don't miss this one. Getting in off the main track only, lists Trevor McCarthy aboard Captivating Cara.
Yeah, and she's run well on the main track as well. She's well drawn outside. She's probably going to get out-footed early. She's going to have to work out some sort of a trip.
That's the field for the 6th race. And now, Richie, circling back to that question, how do you change your ideas as a jockey? And we'll put that on the back burner one more time. I promise we'll get to you, but Michelle is standing by with a special guest.
Thanks, Acacia. Right now, going to be talking about the 7, Lisa's Vision, as promised before. I noticed her right now in the paddock, and she had her tail swishing. She was kind of giving some light rearing. Is she normally a feel-good filly like that?
Yeah, but not that bad. I think the walkover, we schooled her a couple of times because last time when she ran, she was a little high-strung as well. And she did the same thing. The only good thing, she didn't get hot today.
Yeah, definitely didn't get hot, especially considering how humid it is. She was probably one of the best turned out in the field. It didn't look like it was bothering her at all.
That is correct. I just think she's just feeling good right now.
Now, all of her races have been on grass. She's still getting attention as the race is off the turf. Are you confident she's going to be able to handle the dirt?
Well, she's been breezing. She's Venti Valentine workmate, and she breezed really well in the morning, so I think she could be able to handle it.
And what kind of a trip are you expecting for her today on the turnback as well?
I would like to see her forwardly place.
All right, good luck here.
Thank you.
All right, guys, looking at Lisa's Vision there and still getting the attention despite trying in the dirt for the first time, but you can see quietly confident here in the way she's going to be able to handle it.
Michelle, thank you. With trainer Jorge Abreu as Lisa's Vision getting a lovely warm-up out on track. And as Jorge mentioned, the workmate of Venti Valentine, we saw her running 3rd in the Fleet Indian, but obviously a much more seasoned and accomplished dirt filly that she's been training with.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, Jorge Abreu does a great job. He's got a great handle on his horses. And the fact that he leaves her in, and he did sound confident in that interview. Yeah. She looked lovely on the racetrack, and it kind of segues back into what we started to talk about.
Yes.
I think the key thing when you're riding a horse, particularly with a surface switch like this, you really can't change a horse's style. But I want to let them have a big gallop over the surface. I want them to get as much confidence getting over the ground as possible. I want them in the bridle so I can help keep them balanced, but I want to see a warm-up like this, a big, aggressive warm-up.
Okay, let me ask you another question. So you don't want to take him out of their game. Horse never run on the mud before. Boom, he loves the mud, and he goes right to the top. You just keep on going?
One of my philosophies on riding, Paul, they had like a couple of 3 key things. One, get your position going forward.
Yeah.
Never take anything away that comes easy. So if a horse takes me there and they're doing it the right way, I'm going to be a good passenger.
Yeah. Lisa's Vision, 7-2 co-favorite now, getting beautiful warm-up from Irad Ortiz. I'd love to see that. Trinity Titoli now 7-2 as well. She's only ever run on the dirt in her career, a 3-time dirt winner. In fact, she's won her last 2, and with a couple different trainers, she's been popular at the claim box. Trinity Titoli has, and the fillies she beat, Mama's Got a Run, came back with a win for Brad Cox with a 78 by her speed figure, so she beat a talented filly too. Thought that she made a lot of sense, but could be another one with a lot of speed.
Yeah, and I see a lot of speed signed on in here.
Yes.
I think there's going to be a crush of horses for the lead. A horse like the 12, Blame It on Mary, throw her into the mix too. When she runs, she's part of the pace. And full disclosure, I know that family very well. Her grandsire, Uncle Cammy, he had one way to go. He would run fast early and hang in there. And this filly, Blame It on Mary's best races is when they allow her to go as fast as she can early.
And a special guest with us here on the track, Governor Kathy Hochul, here with us. We always are really grateful for her support of New York racing. She did the call for riders up at the Belmont Stakes, and glad to have her here at Saratoga.
It's great to have a governor that likes racing, appreciates it, and also has a great understanding of the economic impact that racing has on the state of New York.
So important, all the jobs that horse racing creates, the giant industry that we do have, and all that we do throughout our great sport of horse racing.
Gosh almighty. Why do they keep showing? Does the cameraman keep showing the 7? Like, because I didn't like the 7. Like, because this horse looks amazing. And the fact that Jorge Abreu said, you know, she'd been working with Venti Valentine. I know Venti Valentine ran an average third. She was out working Venti Valentine. So the fact, listen, we have sharp players here. Now, I get it. A lot of people might not think these races were taken off the turf. The fact that they've kept this 7 at the favorite, obviously the works in the morning have been very good.
For more on the rest of this field warming up, let's go back to Michelle trackside.
Thanks, Acacia. I thought the 2 was very intriguing in this particular spot. 6-1, so down a smidge from her morning line of 8-1 here. And you mentioned the plethora of speed, but she's drawn to the inside. So if she breaks sharp, she's going to get, in theory, the shortest trip around there. She does need a little bit of improvement, but I think she has it in her to be able to. You can see she started off her career at Laurel, so she broke her maiden special weight company against open horses there. It wasn't off the turf event, but there were still 9 horses in that race. She was sidelined, and then she came back, and I thought she looked decent enough here at Saratoga over good turf that day. It was her first try on the grass. I actually like the fact that she's getting back on the main track here, even though her pedigree does lean itself towards turf. She has obviously handled the main track in 2 of her 3 outs over it. Her workout tab has not been sparkling by any means, but some people just don't have fast workouts for their horses. So you have to kind of go by their races. And going by this filly's races, I thought at 5 or 6-1, the way she looked in the paddock and the way she was warming up, I thought she was worthy of a play in here. So I did like Petria in here if you're looking for an alternative to the question mark of the 7, who we're not sure exactly if she's going to be handled this surface at all, since she's never run on the dirt. But on paper, the 7 would be my top selection, and she is your current 5-2 favorite.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Some good notes there. As far as the number 7, Lisa's Vision, does go 5-2, Richie, and those workouts that can create a lot of buzz, especially up here in Saratoga.
But most horses that are more turf meant will work a good half a mile on the dirt, and maybe even a decent 5/8, but the gallop outs are key. I could wind up Francis the Mule and make him go fast for a quarter. I can get an average horse to go fast for 3/8. And I can get a decent horse to go very fast for half a mile. That's the separating line to me.
That's why they always have the gallop out and how they move after they do the work. And, yeah, you make such a great point, Richie.
Interesting race off the turf. Race 6 coming up next. John Imbriel standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Set for the start. And they're off. Patria breaks well from the inside post and is out for the early lead. And then it is Lilu and Queen's Dancer. Blame It on Mary on the outside. And then comes Lisa's Vision, who is in mid-pack, followed by Silver Fist. And then it's Trinity Titoli, Captivating Caras on the outside. And then the slow-starting Aunt Virginia in 9th. It is Patria and Lilu, and the 2 of them are right together as they go around the far turn, the quarter in the mud in 22 seconds. Lilu on the outside, Patria on the inside. Lilu now takes the lead. Patria is back running in second. Blame It on Mary's on the far outside. Queen's Dancer is there. Then towards the inside, it is Elisa's Vision along with Silver Fist. And the field is in the stretch now. And it is Lilu out in the middle of the track with the lead here. Patria down towards the rail. And putting in a late run here is Aunt Virginia down on the inside. But the leader here is Lilu, and she's on to victory here under Jose Lescano. Lilu the winner, Aunt Virginia up for second, then Patria and Silverfist in fourth.
Lilu, the winner with Jose Lescano. As Paul pointed out, this filly's a dirt horse, and her maiden win on a wet track, Paulie, was impressive. She was impressive again today.
She won from the 10 hole that day for Kendrick Carmouche, and she did not break well, and she just basically eased up at the wire. She ran a 71 buyer, and you got lucky. You got lucky that you got 5-1. I mean, this was a gift at 5-1 because this horse laid over with that mud effort, and Jose Lescano did the right thing. He hustled her out of the gate, and when you look, we kept on saying, all these horses have speed, so who's going to pass anybody? Nobody.
But I tell you, and this is why it's so good to work with sharp, diligent people that do their work, because when you brought up the race, Paul, it clicked in me. I said, wow, that was when Dave Duggan had her and she ran in the mud that day at Aqueduct, and you basically jogged my memory of what it was, and great call. Just a tremendous call.
Thank you.
Well done. 5-1. The number 4, Aunt Virginia, first time on the main track. She ran well to finish second at 12-1. Your favorite, Lisa's Vision, off the board. But that means it's time for us to say farewell. Richie, Paulie, it was so much fun,
A lot of fun.
Good time.
sharing the desk with you all today. But stay tuned with us here on Fox Sports 1. New York Showcase Day continues. Greg Wolf and the rest of the group coming up. We'll also have Jonathan Kinchin and a legend stepping into his golf cart. Tom Durkin on the latest edition of Cart Talk coming up a little bit later on.
Wake up, today's the day. Gonna get things underway. Can you feel the greatness in this moment? What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
Nest, much the best.
What are you waiting for?
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Vino Rosso has taken the lead. And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of the premier meet in the country here in upstate New York at Saratoga Racecourse. This is Saratoga Live on Run Happy Travers Eve as we get set for the big one on Saturday, the signature race of this meet, that Midsummer Derby. We'll talk plenty about it coming up later in the show. Great to have you here for this Friday action. I'm Greg Wolf. I'll bring in my partners here in just a moment. Today, a very special day as well. New York Showcase Day. 3 stakes still ahead on the program. We are off the turf today, in case you're just tuning in, and that has resulted what seems like quite a few standouts in some of the races to come, but we have had a few upsets already today. Here's what remains on our schedule. The funny side with a talented 2-year-old we saw earlier on in the meet. Andiamo a Firenze is going to drop back into State Bred Company. We'll have the Yaddo and the West Point as well. With me to talk through all of it, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country. Tom Amos, and with these races coming off the grass, as in that Yaddo as well, we see some horses that look like they could be very short prices coming up.
Yeah, I had to call some audibles after all the scratches. Make Mischief is going to be my pick in there. She'd never even run on the turf before, but she's run well on sloppy racetracks, off racetracks, and Marvelous Mod, she's 1 for 1 on an off racetrack.
So Make Mischief, Tom. Down the line, I'm a little interested actually to see her on the grass, but on dirt, she appears to be the class of this group.
Yeah, you know, I thought the turf entry was interesting because there is some turf in her pedigree, but it didn't make her stand out as it does now. And by the way, all these races listed at 1 1/16 or a mile on the turf today are now a mile out of the chute here right behind us. So it's actually a turn and a half is about how we run these mile chute races.
Yeah, and that West Point, obviously, Bankit getting into this race, who just ran a huge effort, really turned his form around. He looks like a massive standout in that race.
He looks like a standout, but keep in mind a couple of things. He's coming back in 2 weeks off a long layoff since he's raced overseas, and maybe a bit of a disadvantage in terms of his style. Speed's been very, very good today. We just watched this last race, Greg, and you can see the riders are positioning their horses on certain parts of the track to suggest that maybe the track is not drying out evenly.
You can play it all, as you saw right there, with Naira Bets. Go to the app or to nairabets.com, and Toga 200, that code to use at sign up for new members. Lilu, the one Tom was talking about, jumped out early and able to get this victory in a race that was scheduled for grass, moved to the main track. Jose Lescano pick up Mount Victory, riding for Nacho Correas here.
Yeah, good effort by Lilu, the 3-horse. That's him right there. Look, this horse was on the lead and chose to be that wide on the racetrack. Look, the shortest way home is against the rail, but for Lescano, who rode Lilu, the 3-horse, he chose to be very wide. Pay attention to the horse on the rail, the 4-horse, Aunt Virginia. I'm not trying to be counterintuitive here, but Aunt Virginia was left at the start and ran a very good race for second, Gary. One to remember for next time.
Yeah, and I don't think the rail's bad. I think a lot of these guys are just picking their spot, and they're staying in that spot, but I've seen a couple horses today come through down on the fence or close to the fence. Most of the guys are staying out off of it down the backside. There was a lot of standing water right under the rail, maybe the first 2 paths, so they were staying out off that earlier in the day. But a lot of humidity in the air, and this track is not drying out very quickly because of the humidity.
We got that quick burst of that deluge of rain, and right after that, there were some puddles along that inside rail, but drying out race course doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
Yeah, again, I wonder, you know, when you see standing water on part of the racetrack and not on another, I mean, you got to say, how even is the course? I'm paying attention to these riders that are on it, warming up these horses every race, seeing where they want to be on the racetrack. That's going to have something to say about how I think we handicap these races.
Now, the West Point, as we touched on, one of those races coming off the turf. Let's send it to our paddock set, hear from our crew, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin, with a horse. Did this get served up on a platter here to bank it, guys?
No, I wouldn't. Oh, I thought Jerry. You don't think Jerry Nipper will be favored in there?
No, I think Bankit will be favored.
Really?
Yeah. I think Jerry the Nipper has a chance in this race. You know, I think the horse can win.
Oh, really?
But I think Bankit will be favored, especially because it's an MTO, and, you know, they love to bet the MTOs.
Well, the last race they bet a turf horse that wasn't even any good in the turf and made that was the favorite, and that was had no chance. That last race has been the most misbet race I've ever seen. I mean, I know it's 3. And interestingly enough, you know, something like a Hot Brown. Do you remember that he was 4th in the Bluegrass?
Yeah.
With an 87 buyer. He just missed 2nd, actually, in that race. And I understand he can get in the way a little bit of Jerry the Nipper. But, I mean, Jerry the Nipper's a player on the turf. He's a player in the dirt. I don't think Bankit has to win this race, do you?
He doesn't have to. His style, I don't think, helps either, right? In a small field like this, coming from out of it, something like a Hot Brown's going to be forward. Jerry the Nipper's going to be forward. So I would say from a style standpoint, it doesn't really fit what Bankit wants, but I think he's the most likely winner.
Okay. No, that probably makes sense. Do you think they ride him more to be too close to the race, which might work to his advantage a little bit, right?
I mean, you got to think they're not going to drop him back and go too far back. I don't think they're going to try to put him on the lead or anything, but I think they'll try to stay connected. But it's also if Jerry the Nipper or some like a Hot Brown do that very annoying thing where they try to go 49 to the half and then just try to walk around there and then kick for home, they should open up a little bit.
Jerry Nipper's pretty quick.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll open up.
I mean, we want it to never rain, and obviously it kind of had a little damage. I missed the Yotto, too. The Yotto looked like a good race. But there are opportunities in these off-the-turf races. You just have to be alert. And that last race here was truly an opportunity.
Absolutely. Like you've said it before, I've heard you say it a lot in your time here. These are the most misbet races, are off-the-turf races. They treat the turf horses like they can win and run on the dirt, and it's wild.
You almost wonder if that last race had the exact same field and it was a scheduled dirt race, if the odds would have looked anything like they looked, right?
I think people just make decisions about, and they it's hard for them to
right, get off it. I like the 7, and I'm going to bet the horse if they run the thing on Marshmallow Fluff. Well, they didn't get that one right, but we get a lot of them wrong too. Not you, Greg, though. You get them all right.
Wish that were the case. Probably wouldn't be on the set if that were true.
I was going to say that. We'd have somebody else sitting there. You'd be home sitting margaritas.
Funny Side is next, named after the Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner for Saratoga Stables. And we have a horse in here who there was a lot of hype about before he ever ran. That was Andiamo a Firenze, the half to Firenze Fire, the multiple graded stakes winner, was so talented in his career. Just third in the Grade 3 Sanford, now dropping back into New York bred company. And he is going to be a handful, it would seem, in this spot coming up. That's the 5 horse we're talking about. We'll see if he can do it on a track still with some moisture in it. He won in the slop in his debut pretty impressively. There's one of the several he'll take on. Donegal surges for Todd Pletcher. We'll be back with more on the 7th and the start of the Pick 5 next.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Side has a narrow lead. Bobby Franco's Derby duel. He rolls to his inside. Empire Maker is giving it all. Bobby Side trying to pull up the upset here. 12-1 coming down to the line. And the gut Casey Gelding, Sunnyside, has won the 129th Kentucky Derby.
A New York bred in the 2003 Kentucky Derby, Funny Side, Barkley Tag, Saratoga stable with Jose Santos aboard. He going to win the Preakness and unfortunately be beat as an even money favorite trying to complete that Triple Crown sweep.
Hard to do. Hard to do. And you know what? It's always overstated what lead a horse is on finishing a race. That's Funny Side beating the best of his division on his left lead down the lane.
What a gutsy gelding indeed. He would have liked this off-track conditions we have today and a couple of wins on off-tracks. $3.5 million in earnings. Won the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And as a 4-year-old stakes winner at 2, 3, 4, and 6. Kept him around for a while. 38 career starts. He won 11 times.
What a great journey he brought those guys on.
And then for Saratoga to get another good one. Tis the Law, who'd win the Travers here. It's amazing that lightning actually struck twice with those connections. Time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. The Funny Side kicks off our late pick 5 and the odds-on favorite, Andiamo a Firenze. With more, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, with most of the races, or all of the races off the turf today, I think this has turned into one of the more interesting races. Now, they're betting Andiamo a Firenze quite heavily here, and he doesn't have as many question marks. Obviously, he's talented, and he's handled a track with moisture in it before. As Kelly Breen has said, this is just kind of hitting the reset button, as he ran well and gave him credit for his effort in the Grade 3 Sanford against tired horses. Just came up a bit short in the last 8th to 16th of a mile, but is forward here again, is sharp, indicating that he will, yet again in his 3rd career start, be forwardly placed here. And like I said, he's not one that has to answer that can I handle a wet track scenario, as we are listed as muddy and sealed still as of now for this Funny Side. We'll move on to the inside runner. That's number 1, Acoustic Ave, who I think has taken a step forward mentally and physically off the back of his impressive maiden breaking debut, in which he won by 7 1/4 lengths, just kind of running the rest of the competition off their feet. They're going to hope for a nice break once again from that rail spot. But he was a horse that was a little distracted in the paddock first time out, kind of hollering to what he hoped to be his mommy, I'm sure, but didn't hear his mommy hollering back to him. But he's a lot more relaxed today, well within himself mentally, and if anything, he's stronger out of that race. And he's a horse that presents himself as not having an issue with a wet track, as he's a little bit smaller, handier, kind of those up and down, more deer-like feet. So I'm very intrigued by Acoustic Ave. I think he is the main threat to your current favorite, Andiamo a Firenze. Let's take a look at a horse that also comes out of the Grade 3 Sanford, number 2, I'm Wide Awake. He did little to no running that day. This son of Laoban, he kind of broke outwardly and awkwardly and then just never got in stride. Well, they do add the blinkers today, Tony Dutrow and his team, closing him in quite significantly. I mean, this horse is wearing a 3/4 cup, and he's just one that caught my eye. He's a bit bigger than the rest of his competition. You know, I think that's always important with the 2-year-olds, and he's very forward. He's really well muscled, probably the most fit and strongest that I've seen him now in his 3 career outings. I think he's very interesting here, and I think we'll see a bit of a form reversal, as hopefully he can run a bit better and faster than he has in his first 2 starts for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It is the Funny Side, but I know 2 guys that remember watching Funny Side go on that Kentucky Derby win, and they're across the paddock. Hey, guys.
Actually, Maggie, we just want to sing happy birthday to you. And we've discussed it's Maggie's birthday today.
Happy birthday.
No, I'm not singing.
Okay,
but I do want to wish her a wonderful happy birthday.
I was ready.
She brought me a cake on my birthday, and all I do is wish her happy birthday. I am a heel. I don't want to sit here, and I know you're the same way, and just be chalk-eating weasels, but I got to think either Andiamo Firenze doesn't show up for some reason, or he's pretty good, this horse.
Yeah, he's had 2 great races, 2 fast figures. Seems to be working well. It was a
and on the wet track.
Right, yeah. And then the Sanford was a good race. I think most strikes a real horse.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, I like where he drew here. I thought the pace was fast last time. There's like you said, there's no real thing to knock about him. It's just whether or not he shows up.
These people getting 2% in the bank. I mean, they're just giving it away at 4 to 5, right? It is funny. I wonder if, because honestly, I thought he could have been lower in here. And they're 2-year-olds, and horses could improve and stuff, but I'm not big on favorites. I'm not trying to beat this horse. As far as the one, Acoustic Ave, he was impressive first time, but doesn't he have to improve? And also, he's got the favorite outside of him, and the rail's been fine today all day, but I don't know.
The thing about Acoustic Ave is that he ran extremely fast early last time. His pace figures were very, very
faster
fast.
than 5.
And so if he can somehow kind of flip that race a little bit, maybe go a little bit slower earlier, and then kind of improve off of that, there's a world in which he could improve. I would need a better price than 3-1 and going into the teeth of Andiamo Alfirenze. So I understand that he has a shot in here. I just don't think that his price reflects his chances of winning.
Right, but I will tell you one thing. I would rather take 3-1 on him than the 4 Donegal Surges. And I apologize to Jerry Crawford and all the people at Donegal. I saw Jerry coming in today, and I always wish him the best. I've worn a dunce cap in the winner's circle, and some horse theirs I hated years ago at Belmont. I'm sorry. This horse took advantage of a meltdown in a race that didn't come very fast. Now, he may be a horse that improves with distance and improves with time, and that may be the most important thing. But do you really want him at here? And doesn't he feel like the underlay in this race?
Yeah, I mean, look, you and I both subscribe to speed figures, and if there's a slot, I don't care how impressive it looks visually if it was slow. And like you said, these are 2-year-olds. He could improve and run a fast race today, but I can't bet him thinking that might happen.
15 days later. Yeah. That's the other thing. And he does, listen, he's probably a horse that's going to get better with time. He's got the right trainer, but it wasn't that it was just a slow race. It was also a race where the pace completely collapsed. So he had a lot go his own way, and now he's facing horses that have had more rest and appear to be better horses. If he wins, to me, he's supposed to be 8-1. And I just don't see the value there, but we'll see how it works out.
Post break coming up in a moment. So 4 to 5 on the half to Firenze Fire. Had a lot of big moments in New York. And there's his pilot, meets leading rider, Arado Ortiz Jr., who will be back aboard. He was aboard for that debut win. His brother filled in when he was 3rd in the Grade 3 Sanford. And again, that was against Open Company. Now he's back in against New York Breds. And, to the point, we'll get to it in a moment, but no 2 off tracks the same. We'll see. He won in the slop today, muddy and sealed. Here's Acoustic Ave. Christophe Clement was impressive first time out.
Absolutely, and could improve from there. And as Jonathan pointed out correctly, it is the speed of the speed. He is the likeliest upsetter.
Sneaky good race first time out for I'm Wide Awake. He did not back it up in the Sanford.
Yeah, he ran really well first time out after breaking slow and moving a little bit early, but he didn't do much running last time.
Upset specialist trainer Uriah St. Louis with Bell Parkway.
He is an upset specialist, Greg. And it'll be interesting because the horse that he beat by a nose last time is in, I think, our first race tomorrow.
3-1, Donegal Surges. Todd Pletcher, second-time starter.
Like Andy said, ran well last time with the group that he faced, but the speed figure just came back too slow for me to like.
3rd in the Sanford. Here is Andiamo Alfirenze.
I don't want to be a chalky weasel, but honestly, I think he's almost an overlay at 4 to 5, at least on paper. I'm scared of the 1, but I think this horse is too good for them.
And then dirt debut after 2 turf starts for General Banker, who's still a maiden.
Yeah, it looks like a turf horse to me is going to have to really, really improve, really love the dirt, and the 5 horses to his inside need to not show up.
So 7 minutes away from the race that, by the way, kicks off this late pick 5 on New York Showcase Day. Back to the favorite. So here's Andiamo Alfirenze. He was quick in that debut at Belmont on that sloppy racetrack, and he powered away to win by four lengths. There was a lot to like in the debut, Tom.
A lot to like in the debut, and a lot to like when he ran against Open Company in the Sanford back at the beginning of the meet here. I mean, a horse that went to the front and got challenged all the way around there and still held on well to get beat by Mo Strike, who's 2 for 2, and I would guess a probable for the hopeful in next week.
Now, Gary, if you're riding this horse today, and I rode him in the debut, and he showed that speed, just see where he takes you early on. He obviously has a lot of speed.
Yeah, you don't take anything away from him on a track like this, and he performed well on it his first out, but I think Acoustic Ave is faster than him early on, so it'll be fine. He's drawn outside of him, so he doesn't have to worry about kickback from Acoustic Ave unless Acoustic Ave lugs out or something. But the thing about Acoustic Ave, he's not. He won so easy. The number didn't come back very fast for that race. So he's got to run faster, but might have been more left in the tank. And I was super impressed with him visually, but I wasn't too impressed when I looked up his number on the Thorough Manager, and it come back pretty slow.
Yeah, but Acoustic Ave, he's very, very fast.
Yep.
He's down on the rail. He's got to go. He won that race as easy as you can win. So I mean, the compromised speed figures, he was basically eased up at the wire. So I mean, he's a player in here. But I mean, it boils down to this: with our favorite, the 5-horse, if you think he's vulnerable, then he's vulnerable because he's going to have a lot of horses chasing him and going with him. So wouldn't you think maybe something off the pace in here if you're going against the favorite?
I don't think they can beat him.
Fair enough.
We'll get back to that question in a moment. This race, of course, named after a fan favorite in this state who had some big moments. With more, let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by Jack Knowlton of Saratoga Stable. And Jack, let's step back in our time machine as we are minutes away from the Funny Cide Stakes. Considering your ownership group was only in business for about 3 years when he burst onto the scene, for you and the rest of your co-owners, what was that whole experience like to be taking on that Kentucky Derby Triple Crown ride?
Well, it was surreal. I mean, you know, I had 5 friends of mine from high school, and we put $5,000 apiece and bought a horse for $22,000 to get in the game. And 8 horses later, we win the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, and had 104,000 people in the rain at Belmont hoping to see the first Triple Crown in a long time.
And I know that you guys rode those school buses down to the Derby and everything, but you also burst onto the scene, too, with another New York bred in that crazy 2020 and winning one of those Triple Crown races that you didn't get to win with Tis the Law.
Yeah, I mean, big disappointment, obviously, when we got about 5 inches of rain Belmont Day for Funny Cide. That certainly didn't help his chances, but sometimes in life you get a second chance, and 17 years later, kind of like the locusts come back, back came another horse, Tis the Law, and we were able to complete some unfinished business. We won the Belmont, and for me personally and a lot of our ownership group, having an opportunity to win the Travers was great, because Funny Cide had a scratch in the Travers, so we never got a chance for that. And unfortunately, you know, we didn't have all the people here. We'd had 50,000 people cheering for Tiz. He ran a great race.
It's amazing how things come full circle in this game, and you're here today because they have been honored as two of the 5 legends in New York bred racing.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible. You know, we really like to be known as the New York bred folks, and you know, we haven't had that many horses in our lifetime, but Barclay Tagg, Robin Smullen are just fabulous horse people, and they select the horses, they train them, and I can't say enough good things about them, because we don't have the knowledge, and I don't try to emulate what they do. They've been very successful, and we're just thrilled that these 2 horses are going to be honored today. It's great in our hometown to be able to see that.
Well, Jack, here's to Tis the Law and Funny Cide, and here's to your stable, and hopefully finding another one of those.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Jack Knowlton from Saratoga Stable. Guys.
What a ride Funny Cide took those connections on, and then just a couple of years ago, back on that Derby trail with Tis the Law, who in a year that was turned upside down because of COVID, and that Triple Crown schedule was turned all around. The Belmont kicked it off. Tis the Law won the Belmont, and then he added the Travers later that summer with, essentially nobody in the stands here.
Yeah, it had to be a eerie feeling being here, winning a race of that magnitude, and not having fans here to enjoy it with him.
Meanwhile, 3-5 favorite, Andiamo a Firenze. And if he does get pace pressure potentially from that one, that's the horse Tom was alluding to that could be the one to benefit from off the pace. Donegal surges with more. Let's go back to Maggie.
A little bit of a different demeanor and maybe look, which I always talk about, you know, how horses stack up relative to their competition, as the beasts are just really bad this year. Should not wear any perfume if you're coming to the track. But Donegal surges. He did just that. And as Tom was mentioning, he got the pace set up and he surged late. And he's a horse that's going to benefit the further he gets to run. Now, against the field that he debuted against, he was a standout physically. He was just bigger. He was just more impressive. And he was very energetic that day. And while he's one of the ones that comes back off of the shortest rest, he was much more quiet in the paddock. Now, maybe that's a good sign and that he's showing more maturity, but it's not like he was green that day. It was more like he was just like, I'm here, I'm ready to do it, let's go. And today it's just kind of like, okay, all right, I'll do it for you, whatever. But Jose Ortiz did give him a big warm-up because he was a horse that did not want to get involved early, and he really hit his best strides late. So I think Jose, noting that he's facing better horses this time, is saying to him, hey, don't get too out of touch. These are going to be a bit tougher to run down. But guys, with regards to your 3-5 favorite in here, Andiamo Afrense, I really have to give a tip of the cap to Kelly Breen and his team, because this horse is fairly green on the track in the prelims, first time out, and each race he's just handled himself much better. So a deserving 3-5 favorite. Greg, gonna take a little shot against him with Acoustic Ave because I really like what I'm seeing from him from his first to second start.
This will be start number 3. Thank you, Maggie. Coming up for the now 3-5 favorite, who potentially too is just the quickest in this race.
Yeah, I mean, look, the guys in the desk are correct. In the Donegal Surge's beginning race, the speed definitely fell apart at the end, but you get a lot of improvement from first to second start with horses. We talk about it all the time. They learn their lessons in their first start. You work on the things you can improve on. A lot of times they're better the second start. There's a lot of reasons for what I'm going to say next, but Jose Ortiz did ride the favorite, the 5-horse last time, as well as Donegal Surge's, and he's on Donegal Surge's today. And that could be for any number of reasons, but I think it's interesting that he stays on the Pletcher horse.
Well, there's Irad, who was aboard him in his debut as well.
And that could have a lot to do with it.
Potentially. This pick 5 closing in on 700,000 coming up. And, back, Tom, to the point, we didn't really get a chance to get your thought on it. He won in the slop first time out. We're muddy and sealed today. That doesn't necessarily correlate, does it, that he loved that sloppy track? He's going to love the mud.
Yeah.
Or does it?
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's a race-to-race deal as far as that goes. And what if you find yourself in a different spot and you're taking some of that wet slop in your face as opposed to the last time when you didn't? Could be any number of things that make the racetrack different. What I thought was very, very interesting was in our last race where the winner finished up on the racetrack, middle of the racetrack. And we've seen it play that way a lot this season. As it dries out today, is it drying out quicker and giving better lanes to something off the rail versus on the rail? That's what I'm paying attention
Gary,
to.
if you're on the lead with a horse in here, you want to try and gradually float out a little bit? How do you attack that?
No, I'm going to put him wherever I'm comfortable. I mean, if I'm comfortable in the 5 path, breaking from the 5 path, I'm going to stay in it until I get into the turn. And when I drop over a little bit in the turn, if I notice a change underneath me, I'm going to move back out into the 5 path and keep him there, or her, either one.
Andiamo a Firenze, they have to Firenze fire, the multiple graded stakes winner who we were treated to watching on the circuit for many years. See if he can pick up his first stakes win of his career. And a look at this muddy, sealed racetrack today. We got a downpour of rain before the card began, and it's been drying out ever since. But off the turf all afternoon long. Late pick 5 begins here. First of 3 stakes races remaining on this New York Showcase day. Let's go upstairs. Johnny Brial with the call.
For Andiamo a Firenze and General Banker. There in the gate. And they're off. Andiamo a Firenze is going out for the early lead. And then down on the inside at the rail is Acoustic Ave. Now coming on through is I'm Wide Awake along with Belt Parkway. I'm Wide Awake, Belt Parkway right together. Andiamo a Firenze on the outside in third, and just In behind the front runners is Acoustic Ave, who's racing in fourth. It's 3.5 lengths back to Donegal Surges, and trailing the field is General Banker in sixth. The quarter went in 21 1/5 seconds as these 2-year-olds go around the far turn. A three-way battle up front. The favorite Andiamo a Firenze on the outside. I'm Wide Awake down at the rail. Belt Parkway now dropping back a bit in third. Acoustic Ave has come off the rail and now moves up a spot. Then comes Donegal Surges and General Banker, who's at the rail. They're at the top of the stretch, the half, and 44 4. It is Andiamo a Firenze. General Banker, the maiden, down on the inside with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And it is Andiamo a Firenze who steps away here and opens up on the field. Andiamo a Firenze pouring it on here. Donegal Surges has moved to second, but no threat for this winner. Andiamo a Firenze wins the Funny Cide Stakes, presented by Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital.
They were moving early in this race. Andiamo a Firenze sitting just off that pace, and then he powers away down the stretch.
Yeah, and beautiful ride. And listen, I think that this whole track is pretty good right now. I think it's pretty even. He tested about all of it through the stretch. He got a little green when he was being struck with the crop there. Swapped into his left lead, then back to his right. But this horse is fast, and he can run a bunch.
He is fast, and sitting against a very, very fast pace, one that collapsed for everybody else but him in our favorite horse here. And just a really, really good race where he showed, of this group, he is much the best.
Andy, JK 3-5, and Andiamo a Firenze does not disappoint to start the late pick 5.
Yeah, it was just a year ago that his half-brother tried to bite his opposition. This guy ate the field behind him, Jonathan.
It was impressive, man. He popped away from there. You know, obviously the race changed a little bit when Acoustic Ave didn't break and didn't make the lead or didn't pressure him early. But he got pressure from 2 horses to his inside. He lost ground on the turn. And when Irad turned for home, you were getting those shoulder taps from Irad. When he starts tapping horses on the shoulder, you know he's got a ton of horse.
Yeah, this was an impressive performance because you look at the final time and say, okay, they slowed up a lot. They went 21-1. Even with the big run-up, that's like a 21-4 quarter or 21-3 at 6 furlongs. They were flying up front. And it's interesting, you and I were talking during the race on the set. You, more than me, talk about the problems with breaking from the rail. And I think this was a great example of what you talk about, because Acoustic Avenue broke, what, about 1/5 of a length slow, but it completely took him out of his advantage.
Yeah, I just think the rail, in a lot of situations, it presents an opportunity for adversity. And in a race where the best horses was Andiamo a Firenze, Acoustic Avenue had no choice. He was not going to overcome that adversity because he wasn't good enough to do that anyways.
Right, even that tiniest step, misstep, took away whatever advantage he could have had, but I don't think it mattered. This is a very good horse.
Very nice.
Connections had said they were going to use this race, dropping back in against New York Bred Company, just kind of get them back on track. They have envisioned bigger spots, I would think, graded stakes races in his future. What do you think?
Well, I think this is a horse that likes to run them off their feet. You know, he's going to win the race in the first half mile to 5/8 of a mile. I mean, you can say what you want about what they came home in, which was not fast, and you can say, well, maybe it was the track. But this is a horse in our favorite Andiamo a Firenze that, like his name says in Italian, let's go. And he goes. and he runs them off their feet, and that's how he wins.
3-5. Odds-on favorite kicks off our late pick 5. We'll have the prices when we come back. 5, 4, 1, 6. We're going to have a preview of one of the big ones tomorrow. Who's the queen of the Distaff division? Clairiere. She's turned the tables on Malathot the last 2 times they met, including here at Saratoga in the Chuvie. Can Malathot, champion 3-year-old filly, refine that form from last year? We'll have a preview next.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bet.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential quality has won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS1. Great to have you with us on New York Showcase Day. Of course, tomorrow we'll see what colors that canoe get painted in. The winner of the Run Happy Travers for a Midsummer Derby. Live coverage of that race on Big Fox begins 4:30 Eastern Time. A promising 2-year-old Andiamo a Firenze picks up the second win of his career. His first stakes win at 3-5 here at $3.30 for the victory. Second win today for the meet's leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. 5-4-1 finish. Let's go to set up the 8th actually before we do anything else. Yaddo, more stakes action. Taken off the turf, so we'll be at this 1 mile distance out of that Wilson chute. And with the changes here, as the board reflects, 3 horses that look like they stand a chance in your Ice Princess. Make Mischief, we talked about at the top of the show, Gary. Obviously the class in here for Mark Casse.
Yeah, Philly's, you know, she'd never run on the grass before, so I was questionable. Like Tom said, opening, she does have some grass pedigree, but when it came off in the muddy racetrack, boom, I was on her. So I'm not the only one.
No, it looks like several will be here. Then you have, you know, outside in here, you have Wasp, main track only entrant, 9-5 right now, Tom.
Let's talk about Wasp. So on the outside, draws in because this race is no longer on the grass, on the dirt. That's the only way Wasp was going to run. So Wasp is getting what she wants, the surface she wants. And that outside post, I like what she's done on the dirt, and I think her resume is as good, if not better, than many of these in this race.
Yeah, make Mischief, too. She's won a couple of times on an off track, but her biggest figures have not been on the off going, so maybe a chink in the armor. Talk more about it in a moment. Let's go back to Maggie.
Pleased to be here with winning trainer Kelly Breen as well as winning owner Ron Lombardi. And Ron, I got to start with you. You bred this horse. He's the little brother to the venerable and often entertaining Firenze Fire. Ron, he was a good 2-year-old too. You've got a good 2-year-old in Andiamo Firenze too.
Very well, and this is just another step forward. We'll see how he comes out of this race and make our decision going there, but he's a very special horse. He's like his brother.
Exactly. And Kelly, you've just managed this horse so well. Talk about his progression. He ran well in the Sanford. Feels like he just takes a step forward every time.
Yeah, our next thing is to get him to go longer distances. We know he's fast. He's bred to go fast. Maybe a little bit of a sprinter style at a Spitestown. But if I can get him to slow down, I think we can get at least a mile. You know, as a 2-year-old, you know, the sky's the limit.
Do you like what you saw today, that he was comfortable rating and well in hand?
I was a little concerned when I saw 21-1. Like what I said, we're trying to get the horse to rate a little bit. So he had somebody out there. He looked at him, and he put him away. He ran a very nice race. It's like I feel like Brian, where I'm a proud dad, you know.
You should feel like a proud dad.
I feel that way. It's unbelievable. It's a great feeling, and we'll just keep moving forward. Hopefully things work out.
I mean, it'd be cool. You can say it to win the champagne with a little brother of Firenze Fire.
That'd be really special, really, really special, and hopefully he could follow in his footsteps. Some big shoes to fill, but I think he's got the wherewithal to do it.
It's exciting to have a family this talented on the racetrack. Congratulations, guys. Job well done.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, Kelly Breen and Ron Lombardi, very proud of Andiamo a Firenze. And Greg, could he be emulating his older brother Firenze Fire in a couple weeks from now in the Champagne?
That'll be fun to watch. We keep talking about that horse. For those who don't know, 14-time winner, over $2.7 million in earnings. Andiamo a Firenze's older brother, who competed in 5 Breeders' Cups. And Ron Lombardi, who we just heard from, Gary, had said before that Sanford, at least at this stage in his career, he thought was ahead of where Firenze Fire was at that time.
He could be, and this colt, he'll just keep improving from what we saw today, and this was a heck of a performance. But it's only the tip of the iceberg right now if he stays healthy.
We will see going forward. Champagne, try and follow in his brother's footsteps, and then if he performs well there, of course, likely a Breeders' Cup at Keeneland. Big race in the Distaff division coming up on Run Happy Travers Saturday, and likely whoever wins this race will be the pro tem leader of this division. The champ showing up, Latruska. Search results just ran a big one. Here's more on the contenders for tomorrow's Grade 1 Personal Ensign.
When Personal Ensign retired, she was the first elite thoroughbred in 8 decades to do so undefeated. Her dramatic triumph in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff over Kentucky Derby winner-winning Colors in the final start of her career is still considered to be one of the greatest moments in Breeders' Cup history.
Personal Ensign, a dramatic finish, and here is the wire, and it is Personal Ensign there.
This year's edition of the event, named in her honor, could produce a finish just as scintillating. Clairiere seeks her 3rd consecutive victory. This filly enters this contest with wins in the Grade 2 Chuvie and Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Both wins were over dual champion and longtime rival Malathot, who finished in front of her all 4 occasions they had previously met.
It's a showdown in the Chuvie that's going to go to Clairiere, who comes through on the inside to win it.
Malathot had never lost 2 straight races in her brilliant career. The daughter of Curlin may not have been on top of her game in the Chuvie, but last year's Alabama and Kentucky Oaks winner will be on her toes for this event, prepared to turn the tables on Clairiere.
Malathot, Army Wife, Clairiere, Malathot, back in the win column.
Like Malathot, Latruska will attempt to return to a location she's accustomed to, the winner's circle. A victory by the 5-year-old mare would make her only the 4th mare in history to win this race more than once. The champion has never lost 2 races in a row and enters this race after setting a scorching pace in the Ogden Phipps to finish 5th. Latruska is also responsible for handing Clairiere her only loss this year in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom.
Latruska reaches. Clairiere is second and closing. Latruska, Clairiere. Latruska says, no, you don't.
Search results gave Malathot all she could handle in last year's Kentucky Oaks and won the 2021 Grade 1 Acorn. She hooked up with Latruska in the Ogden Phipps and was a game 3rd after pressing blistering fractions. Search results rebounded from that performance with a facile victory in the Grade 3 Molly Pitcher.
Search results with a 16th to go, 3-length lead. Leader of the band trying hard, but can't get to Search results, who was much too strong in the Molly Pitcher.
4 fabulous fillies and mares, 4 familiar foes in a field of 5, but only one can win.
Well, no one knows each other better than these two, Clairiere and Malathot. And Gary, in the 3-year-old campaign, Malathot, obviously she was best. Clairiere, though, has had her number the last 2 starts.
Yeah, and when she turned 4, things evened up, and now she beat Malathot twice in a row. Yeah, Todd Pledger said she wasn't acting herself in the paddock. She was a little bit dull. Well, she can't afford to be dull with the likes of Clairiere in there, Latruska, and Search results. None of them can afford not to be on their game tomorrow.
I mean, that last race was not as close as it seems in the Chuvie. For Malathot, had a perfect position on the outside, had Clairiere boxed in on the rail behind horses, right where she wanted Clairiere, got the head start when she made her move outside of Clairiere. Clairiere had to stop at the head of the stretch, redo, and start over again. Still got there for the win. Clairiere is a different horse this year than the Clairiere we saw at 3. and that makes it a problem not only to Malathat, but to the rest of this field.
To Todd Fletcher's point, though, if you had horses that you trained before who were very talented that you noticed they were just a little off leading up to a race, and then the next time out, they're back to themselves?
Yeah, there's no worse feeling than being in the paddock and having the impression through the behavior of your horse that you don't have the same horse that you typically have. And then to have to watch it unfold and recognize you were right, that's a difficult thing. But she wouldn't be back entered here if Todd didn't have her right now.
No question, he's a Hall of Famer for a reason. She is the 3-year-old champion filly, but she's got some work to do to turn the tables on this group, including, as we send it to the Paddock set, the reigning champ and a filly coming off a monster effort at Monmouth.
Yeah, this is a very interesting race and really tremendous players in there. And you and I agree that we'll take Clariere over Malathat. We may not necessarily pick Clariere, but we don't want Malathat. This is an interesting matchup because of what happened to the Ogden Phipps. And I talked about it yesterday, Jonathan. I think the combination of Latruska breaking a step slow and Search Results breaking so well, right, it kind of got Latruska, so they had to rush her up in there. And Search Results had sort of no choice because she had already broken so well. And this was the plan that Chad Brown had hatched to sort of stalk Latruska. He was confident he could beat her, and it all just fell apart. But Search Results ran a brilliant race in defeat.
Yeah, there's a lot of thoughts here. I mean, Latruska didn't show up and run the races we saw her run 10 times last year. However, Search Results, in my opinion, although she didn't win this race, she ran the best race in the Phipps. I know Clariere won, but Search Results dueled with the champion and then just got a little tired late, but still finished her race well. So I'm interested to see if Latruska can kind of show back up. Seems like they kind of took a little bit of a break, kind of, wanted to kind of reset the whole situation. And she's, she's supposedly training well, and she's still Latruska, that we saw last year. Game as can be, fast, can make her own race. I'm interested to see how she runs tomorrow.
No, I agree. I mean, I like Search Results, and I want her to do well in here, but there's also a part of me that would love to see Latruska find that form of last year. I'm skeptical it's going to happen, but this is going to be one heck of a race on one heck of a day.
Leadership of this division, several of these races that we're going to see tomorrow, determined on who wins on this card, including in that Grade 1 personal ensign. We're going to see some true superstars. Jackie's Warrior, best sprinter in the country. That is going to be his Saratoga Swan Song. Horse who made history earlier at the meet, becoming the first horse ever in all the history of this racetrack to win a Grade 1 in 3 consecutive years. He'll try and do it again in the Forego tomorrow. Up next, it is the Yaddo, and there's Make Mischief, 6-5 favorite. Trained by Mark Cassidy, Dylan Davis will ride. We'll have more on the Yaddo coming up next.
Maintaining a comfortable lead. Power Attack is second, but it is Sharp as Attack with another tremendous performance. He's much better than his debut today. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
It's Sharp Azteca, and he was sharp as can be today. It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
It is New York Showcase Day here on Saratoga Live, as we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account today, as we have horses making their way to the track for this off-the-turf Yado Stakes. And we'll start with the rail runner, and that is Ice Princess. And I know connections were praying to the weather gods that she would open up the skies, and Mother Nature obliged, and obliged in a good way for Ice Princess, as I think this is actually a horse that moves up when the track is wet and sealed, as it still is. And she looks sensational here. I love the way that she's carrying herself today. I like the conditions for her, this Wilson Chute mile, and just on a track that I think she's going to prefer. But the problem is that your heavy favorite in here, Make Mischief, she doesn't mind a wet track either, and she is walking around this paddock like a queen. It's like she knows she's back with New York bred company, saying, oh, my underlings are here in the paddock with me. She's just so well composed. She's oozing confidence today. Her hind end looks so much stronger than what I've seen from her in the past. I like the fact she gets a mile here. She did break like a rocket ship from the outside post in that grade 2 Princess Rooney. Could not sustain that bid, but I think she's able to get into a bit more of a comfortable rhythm here, going a mile, and again, back against New York breds, as we'll get it up to you, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Call to post for the start of our late pick 4 on New York Showcase Day. We start with Ice Princess, who, yes, does seem to move up on an off track.
I'm a little surprised she's not the second choice, because in my opinion, she's very, very much the second likeliest winner of this race.
War Canoe next door, been on this circuit for a long time. We've seen her run a lot of races.
Yeah, turf horse without much early speed. Not a good recipe for this type of racetrack.
13-1 next door, Dancing with Daffodils.
I have great love for Dancing with Daffodils, and even occasionally she shows up and runs okay in the dirt, but even her okay race is probably not good enough.
Make Mischief, 2 back at Belmont. She ran a 99 Beyer speed figure, winning by 4 lengths.
I like this filly a lot in here. My concern, the workout report has said she's been a little bit keen. I'm hoping that Dylan just lets her roll.
And Wasp, main track only, gets in here for Todd Pletcher with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where people get excited when they see MTO. She's just not as fast as Make Mischief. Not saying she can't win, but she surely doesn't deserve to be 8-5.
That is very close in the odds for a filly who's as accomplished as Make Mischief. 7 minutes to post in the Yaddo. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, so pleased to be joined here by Governor Kathy Hochul. And Kathy, we saw you since you've taken office at the Belmont Stakes in June. Here is your second trip to a horse racing event, and what better day to do it here on New York Showcase Day. Just talk about the economic impact that horse racing has on New York as a state.
It's huge. It's part of our identity, the history in a place like Saratoga, and also what we do down at Belmont. I mean, this is an important industry for the supply chain, the local communities, all the way from the breeders, the 230 farms. This has a huge impact, over $3 billion, nearly 20,000 jobs. So I support it because I want to supercharge our economy, and this does it, but also it's just a fun place to gather. People have so much fun here.
That was going to be my next question. People love it here, and the impact it has on the community here, whether it's the restaurants, whether, you know, it's local hotels as well. Talk about what the Saratoga meet does to this community each and every summer.
Well, it's a catalyst for all kinds of activity, and it draws people, it draws tourists from all over the world, and it gives you that sense of history. It's like us taking a step backwards, and also just to have the excitement of an energetic sport. So it's part of the identity, and it's something, as governor of New York, I'm really, really proud of, and I'm going to continue to promote this. And for the workers, the backstretch, they are well cared for here. They're learning the language. They have child care. They have health care, homes. It's amazing what they do. But also, I'm the owner of a former racehorse, well, off the track.
Are you? I didn't know that. What's his name? Herney.
Well, no longer with us, but I lived with our family a long time. But it was just one of those random things a mom does for a teenage daughter. For a couple $100, we had a former horse, a former thoroughbred and a racer. And, you know, it's just part of, you know, giving a new identity to those horses, giving them a new lease on life afterwards. So I understand the whole system, and it's really an important part of who we are as New Yorkers.
Well, We could not be happier to have you here at Saratoga today, and thank you so much for everything you're doing for the horse racing community here in New York.
All right, thank you.
All right, Governor Kathy Hochul here on New York Showcase Day. It's really nice to have her here at the spa, and Irish certainly appreciates it, Greg.
She's shown her support for horse racing and for Saratoga. She was here at the Travers last summer as well. And so important, obviously, and she is well aware of that fact, what this racetrack does for this community. We get set for the late pick 4 coming up. Come here to Saratoga, as the governor said, you really do step back in time. History, you just feel it when you come to Saratoga. 4 minutes away from this Yaddo Even Money guys on Make Mischief.
I'll be honest with you. I think she's probably an overlay at Even Money. I mean, this is essentially a 3-horse race. It's nothing, no disrespect with 2 and 3, and we appreciate them staying in, and they'll get a piece of the purse. But it's hard to see anybody with a 1, 6, or 12 winning. And as you say, when you said the 12 should be 8 or 5, the other thing you were saying was she shouldn't be that close in odds to this horse. And I agree with you, Jonathan. Just let her roll.
Yeah, I mean, Make Mischief is just faster, and she's got better final numbers. She's more accomplished. The only thing that can get in her way would be a mistake, and I mean this. You know, I think if Dylan were to make the mistake to try to overrate her, I think just let her roll away from there. It's a small field. You're the one that loves the dirt. You're faster. You're better. Treat this race like that.
Right. Don't allow the others to get brave. I agree. Now, I think the 1-horse Ice Princess is an overlay at 3 to 1. I honestly do. I don't, you know, obviously I picked Make Mischief to win, but I used the 1 and 6 in my pick 5. I singled the first winner, John. I'm very proud of that. It's 3 to 5, got it home. This horse at times has run very well. She's handled wet tracks. She can run on both surfaces. She's run some fast figures in the past. And unlike Wasp, she's run races that are fast enough to give her a chance to compete.
I would much rather have her at 5 to 2 than I would Wasp at 2 to 1. I just think that she's the one that can be forward. If there is a mistake made on Make Mischief and how they ride that horse, I think that she could be the one that maybe finds the lead or, you know, is up forwardly placed. So, and I think she likes the 9 furlongs as well. I mean, excuse me, I think she's better at 9 furlongs.
It's a mile.
Right. No, she's better at 9 furlongs, but I think she can still handle the mile.
I mean, Todd Pletcher and Steve Asmussen both deserve awards, win or lose with Bankit and this filly Wasp, because they entered as MTOs in here. I guarantee you there are horses on the backstretch that could enter this race as an MTO or the race before that would be relatively short price in here. It's a $200,000 race. So Todd's already won. You know? I mean, It's hard for her to run worse than 3rd in this race, and she is kind of an improving horse, and she can handle a wet track. I can see it, but she's not really fast enough to beat both the 1 and 6 in all likelihood.
You bring up a good point about the MTOs. I'm curious if Tom gets his condition book out sometimes and then pulls up the Weather Channel app, starts trying to predict whether or not the weather's going to come and if you're going to MTO or not.
Tom Amos uses a condition book? I'm not buying that. I don't know. I don't think so. I think Colleen must do his condition book.
Tom, especially at a track like this, when weather can change so much, is that something you keenly keep an eye on?
I had 2 entered MTO, main track only for Thursday. We stayed on the grass. I've got 1 tomorrow, entered main track only, and the 2 other than allowance race sprint, which I think maybe has a small chance to come off to protect it for the stakes races. So I'm always paying attention to weather. And Andy's on the muscle today. I'm getting texts from him, tweets from him. I mean, he thinks he's got it going on down there, Gary.
Do you have your condition book with you presently on set?
I do.
I figured it was
5
with
feet from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to
That's why he's not listening to anything we say.
Yeah, so I mean, from what I'm seeing, Andy thinks the 6 has the best chance here because, after all, I mean, Make Mischief's going to make the lead here, going to make it comfortably. For her to get beat, somebody's got to come to a challenge early. And I know Andy referred to him as a chalk-eating weasel. I don't think that that's really accurate. I mean, the weasel part, yes, but the rest, not so much.
The response, I'm sure we're going to hear the comeback in a moment. Look, to their point, too. To get 5 to 2 on Ice Princess, and essentially, I know the 2 and 3 in here, it's essentially 3 fillies or mares that can win this race.
But everyone else is at a huge disadvantage from our favorite Make Mischief.
She's the overlay.
She's speed. She looks like she's controlling speed. It doesn't look like anybody has the kind of speed to go with her early. And that's a huge advantage for a racehorse when they can get out on a comfortable lead, save a lot of gas in the tank and then turn it loose down the stretch, as you well know, Gary.
Yeah, and look, if you're looking at her last race where she was beaten 7 3/4 lengths, look who beat her. Only the probably best sprinting mare in the country, Cece.
We're set for the Addo. It's the start of the pick 4. Let's go upstairs to Johnny Brielle.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Wasp veered out a bit at the start. And going out for the lead is Make Mischief. Wasp now ranges up on the outside to grab second. Ice Princess is next in third. Then the Gray Dancing with Daffodils. And War Canoe is the trailer in fifth. Wasp goes on with it now to take over the lead from Make Mischief. Wasp is the leader as the field is moving up the backstretch. Make Mischief tracks in second, a little more than a length off the leader, Wasp. Then it's a break of 4. Back to Ice Princess in third, another 4 to Dancing with Daffodils and War Canoe, the trailer. The quarter, 24 3/5 seconds. It is Wasp on the inside, and on the outside, Make Mischief, and now they are heads apart for the lead. The front two have opened up 6 lengths on Ice Princess in third as they begin the run into the far turn. It is Wasp and Make Mischief. Make Mischief, the odds-on favorite, right alongside of Wasp. They're midway on the turn. And then it is Ice Princess racing in third. Farther back, War Canoe has moved into fourth. Dancing with Daffodils is the trailer. Now Make Mischief grabs the lead as they come for the quarter pole. Wasp is now back running in second. Ice Princess is third. 3/4 in 1:12. Make Mischief the leader with 3/16 to the finish. It is Make Mischief in front by 4. Wasp could not keep up. Ice Princess is on the outside. As they come for the 16th pole, it is Make Mischief who is on to victory here in the off-the-turf Yaddo handicap. Make Mischief much the best. Ice Princess came on to get second, and Wasp was third.
Make Mischief too good for this group. Flavien Prat did what he could to try and take it to her early, but in the end, Make Mischief collects the 7th win of her career.
I know Tom's probably going to disagree with me. Jonathan's going to disagree for sure. But I think it was a heads-up ride by Dylan Davis. He rode this filly like he was on much the best, and he was. And when Wasp broke out and then Flavien sent her to the lead, look, he was only going to apply pressure to her on his outside and use up more gas. He was able to rate this filly off of hills, get her to the outside in the perfect position, and she was much the best from there on, guys. I thought it was a heads-up ride.
Yeah, and for Wasp, the 12 horse that actually made the lead out of the gate, maybe they actually took her out of her game a little bit to get to that spot. But for Make Mischief, very comfortable throughout the race. I thought Dylan rode the kind of race where at no point did you think she was anything but the winner.
Right.
In hand the whole way, not asked, very comfortable, sitting alongside Wasp early in the going.
Hall of Famer Mark Casse collecting a win at 3-5 in here. She probably could have spotted the field a few lengths out of the gate and still won this race, guys, the way she looked today.
I totally get what Gary's saying, and I don't think I want to argue with him. I think that Dylan could have done a somersault out of the gate, gotten off, had a Coke, gotten back on, and still won.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think hindsight is 20/20, right? I mean, it worked out. She was comfortable. That was my fear. Listening to the workout report with her, you know, being kind of keen early, I was scared rating off a horse she might get a little bit rank, and she didn't. So it worked out perfectly, and like everyone said, when they finally straightened up on the backside, he got outside of her. It was pretty much a foregone conclusion at that point. She was traveling so comfortably. Her ears were just kind of flicking back and forth, and she's a really nice horse. Make Mischief.
It's funny, Jonathan reminded us, and people remember at home, this was the horse that there was the issue with being the gate. And Jonathan said, wasn't it like 2 years ago that you beat the gate? And my first inclination was, yeah, it was. And I went, oh, I was home. So it was during COVID when I was home. It was only a year ago. It does feel like, I don't know about you guys, doesn't it feel like a lot longer ago there was that gate issue with her?
Last week feels like a long time ago.
It does. This is quite a meet, you know, and it's one good race after another. And look, we're watching the best New York breds compete today, and tomorrow we're watching the best horses in the nation in a number of races. Very exciting card.
3-5 favorite, Make Mischief. Gary Barber, trained by Mark Casse, and Dylan Davis was out for a bit on suspension. Gets a good one coming back here to notch the victory. We're going to take a timeout. Hitching a ride, turn it in the scooter for a golf cart. Former voice of New York racing, the legendary Tom Durkin with JK when we come back.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on FS1 in our live coverage of the premier meet in the country. Saratoga Live here in upstate New York. And the Yaddo taking off the turf goes to Make Mischief in a romp. Dylan Davis aboard for trainer Mark Cassie. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Mark Cassie. Sorry, our director Mitch never giving me a heads up after we're into the interview. Anyway, Mark, congratulations. Make Mischief. As we were discussing, you would have liked to see her on the turf for this Yaddo, but it's kind of a paid workout when they were rained off today.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see her on the turf at some point, but it didn't hurt my feelings at all.
She was such a queen before the race. It was like she just exuded confidence, and she's such a big, strong girl, too. I mean, what's it like to have a filly like her in your barn that year after year comes up here against New York Breds and delivers?
Well, I mean, it's wonderful, and she helped me. Right now, you're going to see, I have a filly for the spin-away called Wonder Wheel, who's by Into Mischief. And one of the things I liked about Wonder Wheel is because she reminded me of Make Mischief, and she's 2 for 2. So, yeah, Make Mischief's beautiful, big, strong filly, and, you know, just all heart.
Speaking of that filly, Wonder Wheel, how is she doing? I want to get the inside scoop here. I know we're a little ways away from the spin away, but 7 furlongs?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's really something special. She is, I think, my next Classic Empire War of Will. So, yeah, she's something.
Those are high praises. Well, Mark, congratulations with your ultra consistent New York bred Make Mischief.
Thank you.
All right, off the turf Yaddo, Make Mischief, but Mark Cassie, Hall of Famer, saying just wait till next weekend when he brings Wonder Wheel over for the spin away, Greg.
Talented 2-year-old filly that we're looking forward to seeing in that Grade 1. Make Mischief, $3.20 for the victory. It was easier than 3 to 5 on the board would indicate. 6-1-12 finish. We'll get into race 9 in a moment. He's a legend in this game. The voice behind some of the greatest calls in the history of our sport. Every time he stepped to the mic, he elevated the excitement. Tom Durkin hitches a ride with JK for this week's edition of Cart Talk.
Tom, you spent a lot of time calling races here.
Yeah.
And what does Saratoga mean to you in all the stops of your career?
Bottom line is I love it so much here in Saratoga that I moved here permanently. Yeah, I could have lived anywhere I wanted, actually. You know, nothing was really holding me down. And you know, Saratoga is where I chose to live.
Bingo! Bingo!
Bingo! I used to call bingo numbers on the backstretch in Spanish. B62.
Oh, that's the best. I've always heard that the announcer's booth here is probably the most difficult.
The worst. The worst. There was no such thing as a public address system for the first 80 years of this place. And so they built it in the 40s for Fred Capicella, who was about 1/3 my size. It's everything bad in an announcer's booth you could possibly have, okay? There's glare off the windows. It's very cramped. When the horses go into the clubhouse turn, I have to take 3 steps over to the right. When they're halfway point around the turn, 3 steps back to the left. There are gutters, columns, trees galore in the infield, which you have to do a pas de deux with all the time. Absolutely the worst announcer's booth in the history of announcer's booth, but I wouldn't rather be anyplace else.
What are some of the horses that just, when you think about your career, that kind of stand out to you?
Well, I mean, Cigar, I called a lot of his races because I worked here and I worked at Gulfstream Park. Fourstar Dave was great. A win 8 years in a row at Saratoga. I mean, I would say his name and the crowd here would jump. And of course, that dopey horse, Arr.
They're coming to the finish, and it's all
Arr. That summer at Saratoga, you know, people would walk down the street, and instead of saying hello, they go, Arr, 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 Arr.
I always felt like listening to your race calls, there was a level of storytelling. I felt like you were really painting a picture. Were you cautious of that, or is that just, you think, something that just kind of how it unfolded?
If you view races as dramas, okay, and you have a antagonist, that's a long shot, a protagonist, that's a favorite, and everything in between, and the people know the characters, and their character is reflected in the past performances. So you put it all together, and you've got little mini dramas. You think of it as a story to unfold. Yeah, I think that's a legitimate way of looking at them.
Tom, of all the Travers you called, is there one that stands out, maybe from a race call standpoint, or even just from a fan standpoint, that you really remember when you think about the Travers?
Yeah, the one that most people think of is Holy Bulls.
But it is Holy Bull, as game as a racehorse could be, coming down to the wire. Holy Bull wins! What a hero!
Your runs with Rachel Alexandra, the first time I ever walked into Churchill Downs.
Oh, yeah.
Was when she won the Oaks.
She's gonna destroy this field. Oh, Super Philly, you bet!
You went on to have 2 other really great calls with her, the Preakness and also the Woodward. Did you think she was gonna win that day? Did you like her that day?
It did look like, to me, she was gonna do it, but then she had been softened up enough earlier that you get the sense, okay, this is gonna be close.
It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And it was certainly close.
In 2001, immediately after, not immediately, but right after 9/11, when Tiznow won the Breeders' Cup Classic, did you expect that line? Did you think about that line, or did it just kind of come out?
There's probably somewhere in between. Again, when you go back to the characters in the play, here is America's best. And it's he's trying to win for America. I don't know if I ever wrote that down before, even thought about it before, but I knew that that was part of the plot. And the other part of the plot is you know, a foreign horse trying to beat him.
Tiznow fights on. Here's the wire. Desperately close. Tiznow wins it for America.
It wasn't particularly jingoistic, I think, to say that. I think it was legitimate. We're playing golf over here at the state park, and I'm at the 18th hole and waiting for us in the tee box, which is right next to it. And I sink this fantastic putt. And Chris McCarron happened to be there. He's a very good golfer. And he goes, and Durkin wins it for America.
Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappan-sired 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Love hearing from that iconic voice, and I love the way he put it too. Man who's a thespian with a theater background, that's how he painted the picture, and there was no one better at painting that picture than the great Tom Durkin. JK, what was that like to catch up with him?
Oh, I was starstruck for the first part of it. It's, you know, I told him, and there's probably going to be a part 2. There was so much good stuff. I think we might run a part 2 next week. But I told him that all of these memories I have in racing, it's his voice in the background and all of those moments.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when he came over here in '90 from the Meadowlands and how excited we all were, and he delivered, more than delivered. I got to know Tom in the mid-'90s when he first started calling it Gulfstream, and I was playing full-time. There are a lot of people that they say are legends in this game, and they may or may not be legends. He's a legend. He changed race calling, at least in my lifetime. And I think of these moments, there's cause for concern. But the way he captured the moment at the end of Rachel's race, because Tom understood the way horse players understood. You know, they turn for home, and the filly is in front, but a dramatic stretch drive awaits. Tom understood that she was in front, but it was going to be a long, long road home. And his brilliance, to me, will never be forgotten in racing. And I am a friend of Tom's, but also a gigantic fan of him and his work.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite opportunities I've ever had on Cart Talk, was to spend that time with him and just talking to him. And my favorite part in that was when they yelled bingo at us when we drove by. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, Tom did a lot of stuff, right? He wasn't just up in the booth calling. And I'm glad he talked about the Saratoga booth, because I think people need to understand it's not like other booths and any announcer in there, John and Brielle up there. It is a very, very tough job, and not just a tough job, but under an incredible microscope. I said to him, when I saw him recently, I said, calling that booth, being here for the meet, how did you do it, man? And of course, as he said, it's Saratoga, and that's what makes it so easy to do. But Tom, you know, we love Tom, and he did so much for racing everywhere, but in New York especially.
You got to realize, too, I mean, all these announcers, they call football games when they're high up, and they have spotters helping them out, pointing to who made the tackle, who made the catch. Tom Durkin doesn't have a spotter. He's doing that all by himself. Or any of John and Brielle now as well. This is not an easy gig.
He was special. Called a lot of the big races that I was in. Of course, my 2 Travers victories, and great friend of mine and huge fan, just like Andy said.
I think it can be lost on a lot of people that calling a race is an art form, you know, and he takes that art form to the top. And so many times when you're listening to a race, you know, you get into the race, and that's the announcer that's bringing you there. And so Tom Durkin, I mean, he was the master of that art form.
No
Painted
question.
a lot of Picassos.
Yes, he did. We're going to get into race 9 in a moment. Horse taking a lot of money here. There he is, Key Point, coming off a dominant score. That was at Belmont back in mid-May. We've not seen him since. He is an even money favorite on the board. More on race 9 as we get set for the late pick 3 ahead. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
We are back on Saratoga Live here on our FS1 coverage of Saratoga Racecourse. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Let's go to Jonathan for what's new at ABR.
Yeah, obviously people are really excited about the Travers Stakes. It's the Travers, but it's also the top 3 finishers from the Kentucky Derby show up here, so that's always a lot of fun. On americasbestracing.net, there are really good pieces discussing the contenders, including a Travers cheat sheet with recaps on everything you need to know about career stats, interesting facts, notable achievements. Check those out before you lock in your bets for the big race. Additionally, submissions are officially open for the Fan Choice Awards' new Greatest Gambling Reaction category. Whether it's a moment of celebration or defeat, share your most iconic gambling reaction photos and videos for a chance to get all the glory as a 2022 Fan Choice Award winner. Go to americasbestracing.net/FCA Gambling Reactions to enter today.
All right, Jake Kate, thanks for that. We're going to get into race 9 coming up, 7/8 of a mile main track, and there is the one to beat. Key Point, 2 for 3 in his career. Manny Franco will ride for Chad Brown. Let's go to Maggie.
And Greg, we do have horses in here, a few of which coming off of varying lengths of layoffs, and one of them is your favorite, whom we have not seen, number 3 Key Point, since May 12th. I haven't seen him since August 12th of last year. I haven't been in the paddock for his 3-year-old races, but I remember last year thinking that it was interesting because Chad was running him in a Halton bit. And a Halton bit, as I also often talk about, is that straight bar with a bar underneath to give a rider some leverage on their horse if they want to drift in or drift out. He drifted out that day, and then subsequently he went on the bench for a while. Now, he has run fairly straight and true, especially in his last effort, but also a horse that in that debut just looked as though he carried a little bit more conditioning than you'd want to see. Well, he looks here off that slight layoff, very fit, very solid, incredibly professional for his second start here at Saratoga. I like what I'm seeing from Key Point. All things pointing in the direction that he should be A-okay. And I know he didn't win that muddy track race, but he run his fastest race to date. Well, from a current Chad Brown horse to a former, as we'll look at number 11, Excellent Timing, a horse that showed so much promise towards the tail end of his 2-year-old season, was privately purchased by his current ownership group and has now been moved to the barn of Rob Atras and returns as a gelding. Well, the gelding has changed him physically. It hasn't really changed him mentally. He's still hot and washy here, which is typical of him. It's what I have observed from him in his previous efforts, but at least in the paddock so far, he hasn't been expending too much energy. That's not to say he wasn't revved up walking from his barn to the holding barn and then here over to this Saratoga paddock, but he comes in here looking fitter than he ever had, a bit lighter, and that's what a gelding is meant to do. He hasn't changed much physically now as a 4-year-old. He hasn't really grown much at all. So the most positive thing I can say about him is that he looks fit, but I can't say I necessarily trust him here, as we'll move on to the rail runner. That's number 1, Perfect Munnings. He comes off a little layoff. The one knock I had against him is that Todd Pletcher had him entered back here on August 6th in an open allowance race, scratched him that day, opted to run him here for the $45,000 tag against fellow New York breds. But I do like the work that he comes in here off of on August 10th. So he immediately worked back after scratching that day. He sat a length off Nocturnal, who's 2 for 4 in his life, an allowance type of runner, and easily got to him, was very strong on the gallop out. So he heads in here to this race with a nice workout. He looks great. This is a horse that, has really progressed and come along nicely as a 4-year-old, really matured and grown into that frame, and just looks like a happy horse heading into here. I think he's a bit interesting from that rail position. Guys, this is an interesting field. A lot of ways you can go, or is it all about Key Point?
Oh, it's all about Key Point, whether you like him or not. He's just way the horse to beat. He's just faster than these horses.
Yeah,
it's not close.
He's got a couple of races. Maybe basically all of his races are faster than these horses. And one of the things I like about Key Point as well, so I think it's a big confident move by Chad has been working with Jack Christopher. The last 2 works with Jack Christopher. You don't want to discourage a good horse by working with a horse like Jack Christopher if you don't think he's talented as well.
Interesting points. He's way the horse to beat. The question is, are there other horses that interest you? You know, a horse like the 7, Woohoo, that's me. It was sort of the last time was the time for me. I think Excellent Timing is a real overlay at 13-1. People might look and say he doesn't like a wet track. That's not true. He actually ran fine in the Mike Lee, and it was a wicked pace last time. Comes off a long layoff. I understand Rob Atras not having a great meeting, but this is a horse that was pretty good at one time. And more importantly, with a scratch of bar 14, he is supposed to be loose here. And Irad is just supposed to send this guy and try to go for broke, basically. And I just think he's an overlay. I bet a little on him to win. I bet a big 311, though.
It's a dirt race, and this horse has a ton of speed. So you never have to convince me. It's a weapon. He's drawn towards the outside. You get Irad. There's lots of things to like. You know, I guess in the right moment where Rob Atras was doing a little bit better, a little hotter than he is
Absolutely.
now, I think people would actually kind of love this horse a little bit. I think probably the reason you're getting 13-1 is because he hasn't had a typical meet that he usually does.
The 12 Aneo ran on a good sealed track, not that dissimilar to this one last time out, and made a big run. I think he's a talent, and he could be a factor in this race. I'm not like wildly against him, but it was a little bit of an illusion on an outside track in a race that was falling apart. Do you disagree?
He should not be shorter than the 11. I think he's got a shot in here. He
I
really
agree.
does.
I agree with
He's
all
going
of
to
it.
probably take a step forward. Key Point probably has to not show up, but I think he's got a shot.
Here's our post break. We'll start with Perfect Munnings, who ran a huge effort at Saratoga here last summer.
Yeah, I mean, that's the lone thing you could hang your hat on. Otherwise, he's just not fast enough. But Maggie did have some nice things to say about him.
Listen to your heart. He has a win on an off track.
Yeah, gets Lasix back here. Does need to get a little bit faster to beat the top couple.
Key Point, he missed by a nose against a horse who ran a figure he's never run before or since.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those days where, at least for me so far in the show, I'm not against the favorites, and I don't see a strong reason to be against this one.
Gandy Dancing, 35-1.
Gandy Dancing, like Saratoga's, won 3 times here. Him and Jackie's Warrior should get an apartment here.
They're very similar horses, John. Very, very good analogy.
Big Bobby, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado team up.
Named after our producer, I think, Big Bobby. No, this horse has to get a little bit faster as well.
Who that's me interesting at 5-1 for Jorge Abreu.
Named after Tom Amos, actually, this one. He ran very well last time, and he's a horse that the race falls apart, can get a piece, and he could be an improving horse. He's not impossible.
Big price on Quick Flash with Dylan Davis.
This horse could be a little bit of fly in the ointment type. Has some speed if they're
He's
aggressively
improved, too.
Yeah.
Excellent timing, off since last summer at Saratoga.
I think this horse is a real overlay at 12-1 right now. I'm not saying he may get nothing, but this horse at one time was pretty darn good.
He's prancing out there. And then 7-1 Anejo closed into the talented St. Tappet last start.
Yeah, he's drawn outside, going to get some pace to close into. Like I said, probably needs to take a little step forward, and the rest of them have to take a little step back. Not impossible.
Purple and White Silks of Mary Lakes Farm. That is Joel Rosario, our reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. Everybody wants his services, and this is his schedule for Run Happy Travers Saturday, including the favorite in that race, Epicenter.
I'd say he's pretty well armed all day long.
Over, under, 3.5?
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow, 3.5?
Got a chance. Anytime he's on a horse, they got a chance. And he is, as Gary said, extremely well stocked tomorrow. What about in here? This is a horse 15-1 who actually does have a win on and off track. He'd need to step up his game to contend certainly if Key Point runs his A race. But what do you think?
So you talk about the 2, listen to your heart. And this is a horse that's already actually won this allowance condition. So there's 2 ways you can enter in this race as a trainer with your horse. You can either enter in the protected allowance condition, no one can claim your horse, or if you've already won that allowance condition, you have to run for a claiming price or a for sale price. Listen to your heart is in for a for sale price of $45,000. You can buy him or claim him out of the race for that if you so desire. The horse is a 5-year-old. Last year, 1 start. This year, 2 starts. He's got to bring his A game, and you know what? When he's right, he's right. But that's not very many starts over a 2-year period.
And, you know, Andy said there was not a lot of reasons in his view to go against the 3. I didn't love that race 2 back. I know it was off the bench. It was a 30-1 shot who beat him. Who, as I mentioned, had never run a figure that fast in his career. And then the field he beat last time, and I know on figures, by far, he's the standout. Not the toughest group he beat last time out, although he beat him easily.
So, full disclosure, I did not watch his race 2 back, but I did watch his last race, his most recent race back on May the 12th. That was a very professional race by a horse that looked like he had a really bright future. He broke sharp, but didn't go to the front right away, went around everyone, won easy, a horse that looks like he could step up to at least the next level, and that's what he's doing here. Every one of these horses in this race has done what our big favorite Key Point has just finished doing, which is beat the first level allowance horses. Now he's stepping into an arena where he's facing a group of horses that have already done what he's done.
And
can
older
he
horses.
handle it? And can he handle it? You know, in my opinion, that's a difficult task, but his last race was very, very good.
Why are you trying to talk yourselves out of it?
I'm not.
I'm not. And then the information that JK gave us that he's been playing with working out or practicing in the morning with Jack Christopher, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on either desk doesn't think Key Point is the man in this race. But, you know, 4 to 5, that's always not so much fun to play when you're a $2 better or a $5 better. So you're looking for vulnerability. And, you know, I think Greg pointed it out in his race 2 back. And but I think he's gotten more professional since then. And
no, that's a good point. Look, he was weaving and bobbing in that
Yeah.
first start off the bench. A lot more professional in that next start. Let's go back to Maggie.
And watching Key Point warm up, he has won me over. I like Andy, don't particularly like taking the chalk here, but I can't really see around him, to be honest, for the fact that he got over the track really well, where some of these you watch, such as the one who I was interested in, just kind of stubbing his toe a little bit, you know, just not gliding over it, whereas Key Point glided over. He even got a little bit headstrong with Manny Franco when he got to the backside, but has calmed down since. It just, everything's adding up with this horse to be the likeliest winner. As I also do want to touch on number 7, that's me, as he did beat a repeat winner, Unique Unions, last time out, but that horse came back with a somewhat slower figure, running a 75 and winning, but that's me, you know, beat him outright. He does have to step up his game, I suppose, here. I mean, he is one that, though, in the past has gotten hot, has gotten nervous, and that's just not what I'm seeing from him in these last 2 starts, and I think that's just a really good sign. It speaks to a horse that's happy, content, and has mentally matured, and then some. So, like I said, I don't love him, and I'm not sold on this surface, though he did run well in the Sleepy Hollow over a sloppy sealed surface. So we'll see what he does here. Again, he's your current second choice, and that feels right, guys.
A little bit about how the race sets up. Now, I think you and I, John, we agree that theoretically the 11 meeting is supposed to be the speed. Do you think this race will be problematic at all for Key Point? Because he doesn't really have that much speed, even though he can be closer to a pace. Right. The pace is kind of hot.
I know we all picked him. That's his biggest issue.
He's done.
You know,
they should scratch him.
Look, they should pop away from there. He's drawn inside. You know, I don't see it being a huge problem. You know, he's going to take some kickback, but, you know, he's a horse that I think shouldn't have an issue with that. He's been pretty professional in his first 3 races. But it is a sloppier racetrack, a muddy racetrack where the kickback can be a little bit more intense. I think the pace is going to be pretty quick in here because the 11, excellent timing, draws outside. There's speed inside of the 11. I think the 2 has some speed, the 4, the 10. I think they're going to run a little bit because, especially on this type of racetrack, I don't think you want to take a speed horse and rate him.
And, you know, and the interesting thing about him being 4 to 5 is if you're a trainer and you have a 4 to 5 shot, owner, trainer, you never want a wet track. It doesn't matter if the horse has run great in wet tracks during its career. You never want a wet track because it's an aberration. It'll help and hurt favorites and long shots equally. That's why sometimes we like wet tracks, taking shots with prices. So even though he probably handles it and he's handled a wet track, but that was a harrowed track. He's never been on a track that was sealed before. I mean, I'm not saying I'm that concerned about it, but he's 4 to 5.
No, I mean, he's a short price, and he's drawn inside, and he's going to have to work out a trip. I mean, at some point, he's going to have to probably go around a couple of horses or go inside of some horses. He's going to have to overcome some adversity, likely from that inside draw.
Yeah, and I mean, it's very easy to look at him and tell people why he's going to win. There's always reasons you should look to see if there's some reason for trepidation. I used him mostly in the pick 5. I'm still alive. I got those 3 to 5 some. But I did use a little of the 11 as well. See how it plays out, guys.
All right, they're about to load. Now 3 to 5 on Key Point.
Yeah, look, I mean, you come to Saratoga and it's the best trainers, the best jockeys, the best horses. I don't care who you are, jockey, trainer, owner, you're going to taste your own blood a few times competing out here. You know, this is tough racing.
And Gary, when you're on an odds-on favorite like this, I mean, there's a target on your back, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, always when you're riding the favorite, but he's going to be a tough target to hit, if you know what I mean.
His figures, they've been impressive. Off since May 12th, tackling older company here for Chad Brown, Jeff Drown. Connections to Zandon. And you'll see in the Run Happy Travers on Saturday. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
Of race 9. And they're off. From the outside, it is Excellent Timing, who is out for the early lead. Now coming on through is a Key Point down at the rail. It is Perfect Munnings. The leader is Excellent Timing. Perfect Munnings has moved into second. And then comes Listen to Your Heart. Passed there by Key Point. As they move up the backstretch, Gandy Dancing is there. And on the extreme outside, it is a Quick Flash. The opening quarter win in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Farther back in the field, it's Big Bobby. Alongside is Anejo, and farther back, Hoo Hoo, That's Me. Around the far turn, Excellent Timing on top here by a length. And then it is the trio of Perfect Munnings. Gandy Dancing is there. And on the outside, it is a Quick Flash. Key Point, the favorite, is being asked for more now and is looking to come through towards the inside. And then comes Anehu along with a Big Bobby. They're at the top of the stretch now, the half mile in 45 seconds. It is still Excellent Timing with the lead. Perfect Munnings now moves into second. It is Excellent Timing and Perfect Munnings, and the two of them are right together inside the 8th pole. Hoo Hoo, That's Me runs in third. Perfect Munnings has now come away with the lead. Excellent Timing and Hoo Hoo, That's Me giving chase. Perfect Munnings at 8-1. Hoo Hoo, That's Me up for second. Excellent Timing faded to third.
Perfect Munnings. Jose Ortiz aboard for Todd Pletcher. Comes and gets this pace setter for the win.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, down the backside, I said that he's going to be a hard target to hit. Key Point, he wasn't. He didn't get away perfectly. Everybody was riding hard, trying to keep him where he was. He was behind a lot of horses, and he just never really picked up under these conditions. But Perfect Munnings got the perfect trip. You don't see any mud on him.
Yeah,
Great
look,
ride.
it all started right out of the gate for our 3-horse and our big favorite Key Point. Didn't break that well. It was in a crowded spot. Never really looked like he was comfortably going at the 3/8 pole, which is, you still got half the race left. He's all in. Manny Franco is pushing and shoving on him, going nowhere. Our pace setter ran a really good race in Excellent Timing, but hats off to the winner, the 1-horse, Perfect Munnings.
Had a monster effort, the best of his career at Saratoga here last summer, and he does it again. He's now 2 for 2 with this spa, guys.
Yeah, I mean, he really did. And it's interesting what Maggie was saying about Todd choosing to run him here, but he made the right move. It worked out for him. And it was a good call by Maggie, pointing out about the workout and those things. And I think that kind of stuff that really helps people, the long shot. Listen, I thought I was brilliant with the 11, and it wasn't bad at 13-1. He just wasn't good enough. And Jonathan, I heard an uh-oh from Jonathan around the turn, and we knew the 3 was in trouble.
Yeah, just never seemed comfortable in there. Whether it was being surrounded by all those horses, whether it was the kickback, or whether it was the racetrack, he just never looked like he was traveling that well. And Tom pointed it out. I'm shocked that the 1 is as clean as he is right now. I got to watch the race again to see how he worked out a trip where he doesn't have even a speck of mud on him. It's kind of wild to me, drawn down on the inside.
And one thing about Todd Pletcher, he's got a big gap to close on Chad Brown for the trainer title. He's never going away, and we've seen this before with him. And even if he runs second, he's having a spectacular meet. And Perfect Munnings really, really ran well, just like he did here last year.
8-1 on Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher's Perfect Munnings for JP Racing Stable. Jose Ortiz aboard for the victory, and a 3-5 favorite defeated. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. The West Point next. Stay with us. More Saratoga Live on the way.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the page.
Life is good. Next go,
Go to the back. Good luck.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Back on Saratoga Live here on FS1, our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Lapa. We had a big upset here in the ninth. 3-5 favorite defeated Perfect Money. Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz, JP Racing Stable, your winning connections. Let's go to Maggie.
Please be joined here by the Hall of Famer. Little incognito today, but the hat looks good on you, Todd.
Thank you.
All right. Well, he certainly had perfect munnings. He was entered earlier. You scratched him, but he came back with a nice work, Todd. Was it just a matter of finding a spot that was very suitable for him today?
Yeah, I think 7 furlongs ideal distance for him. He ran a huge race here last year going 7. He runs well fresh, and biggest concern was the one hole. He doesn't like dirt in his face, but Jose was able to kind of position him where he was still on the inside, but he wasn't getting any dirt in his face, and he was able to keep advancing.
I was going to say, that was a remarkable ride because he was clean. And all the, as I'm watching the replay behind your shoulder, he was clean. I mean, is that just the key with the horse to not get that kickback?
Yeah, that's the main thing we talked about strategy-wise in the paddock was if he's not quick enough to make the lead, at least try to put yourself in the clear. Usually you got to do that by bouncing outside. In this case, there's enough room on the rail. He's able to stay down in there, but there's nothing hitting him in the face.
Todd, we'll see off the turf. West Point coming up next. It looks like a match race between the MTO Bankett and your Jerry the Nipper, who was impressive on the turf last time, but he has the dirt races. Is it the same thing with him? Do you go to the lead, improve your position?
Well, I don't know what some like it Hot Brown's going to do. You know, he's coming blinkers off and turf to dirt. So we'll come out, try to establish some position, see if he's fast enough to be there, and it's up to Jose from there, really.
Well, let's keep it rolling. Best of luck in the next, and congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Todd Pletcher sending out perfect munnings to be perfect here today. And Greg, enter for the $45,000 tag, not claimed, and returning to the Pletcher barn.
Doubling his pleasure. How about that? The W and gets to keep him as well. Returning almost $20 for the win. 4th win of his career, 9 starts. And he's proven now back-to-back summers, Gary, he loves it here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he was holding aces, playing poker, and he won.
Indeed. 1-7-11. So we take a look at the late pick 5 follow-along. Beating a 3-5 favorite that pays almost $20. It's going to be pretty big in this late pick 5, even though we had a very chalky beginning in the first 2 legs.
Yeah, this was a big win in race 9, the 3rd leg, because I think a lot of people made a single in this race, and it wasn't to the one horse.
Coming up, the West Point, which will now be at a mile on the main track. It was scheduled for a mile and a 16th on the turf, so we'll be out of that Wilson chute. And Maggie had said 2-horse race. maybe it's a 3-horse race. Don't count out Some Like It Hot Brown. Jerry the Nipper, though, has dirt form, but Bank It, that's the main track only Millionaire, will be the one to beat. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, winningest trainer in North American history, trying to get his first Travers victory. Can Epicenter get the first Grade 1 win of his career on Saturday? We'll preview it next.
Standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 is one of the country's earliest pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the win early pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's win early pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back on Saratoga Live here on FS1 of our live coverage of the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you by champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, and now stands at legendary stall number 1 at Clayburgh Farm. Look at the field for Saturday's Run Happy Travers Field. Epicenter, the Jim Dandy winner, the 7-5 morning line favorite, trying to get that first Grade 1 of his career. He's the winningest trainer in North American history, and for all those wins, which in just a matter of time, it's going to be over 10,000 in this legendary career for Steve Asmussen. There are 2 glaring omissions, a Kentucky Derby and a Travers. For the Derby, it looked like he was home free mid-stretch, and then an 80-1 shot had other ideas. Can Steve Asmussen get that other one, the Travers, tomorrow with Epicenter?
Last summer in Saratoga, Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen became North America's all-time leading trainer. But for all those wins, all his accomplishments, 2 races have eluded him: the Kentucky Derby and the Travers. And this spring at Churchill Downs, he was so close.
Epicenter and Sandon, these 2 stride for stride. Simplification down the outside is next. They're coming down to the wire. Epicenter, Sandon. Right is coming up on the inside. Oh my goodness!
Disappointed with the 2nd place finish in this year's Kentucky Derby and Preakness with Epicenter. The Travers gives him another opportunity to put himself at the forefront of a very good 3-year-old division.
Epicenter gives Asmussen another opportunity to earn one of those trophies, still missing from from his case.
He's trained really well since he's been up here at Saratoga. Epicenter's approach, his consistency, you know, his appetite, his attitude. Obviously, we're very excited about how he ran in the Jim Dandy over the racetrack.
And Epicenter is coming on now. Here is Epicenter, and he's the center of attention now. Epicenter comes from off the pace to win the Jim Dandy Stakes.
It's there for the taking. You know, it's a very solid group. I think a very impressive lineup for this year's Travers. But we're very fortunate to have Epicenter to run in it and expect him to do well. We've been trying at it for a while. We were third with Pyro and third with the Gun Runner, also in Midnight Bourbon, very valiant defeat last year with a second. But I think, you know, with Epicenter, another opportunity. You know, that's what makes horse racing. We just very fortunate to have a very good chance in a great race, and it means so much. I'd like to help them paint the canoe.
So Epicenter Jim Dandy winner. We all expected him to be a lot closer to the pace in that Jim Dandy. That was not the case, and he still rolled by everybody. What do you guys think of his ability to get this Grade 1 win tomorrow?
Well, I think a couple of things. Number one, Epicenter in the spring and winter was training down in New Orleans where I was, and everything was about his speed back then. His style has changed. He's now become a horse that rates very well, wants to come from off the pace, wants to finish up on the end. He did that very well in the Jim Dandy, and it's what's making him the big favorite tomorrow. But when you look at this group tomorrow, I think it's a lot better match group and a lot closer match group in terms of talent than Epicenter has run against in the Jim Dandy.
I agree. I think this colt's sitting on the best race of his career. He won the Jim Dandy with ease on a track that you know, it had been tough to close into softer fractions. And for those type of horses, I don't know how soft they were. I thought they were legitimate, but it was still difficult. And he won with his ears just fluttering back and forth. Got 102 speed buyer speed figure, which is comparable to his best races that he's run. But he won with something left. So he's got a bigger number left in my opinion.
He's been the most consistent 3-year-old, no question, of this group, but he yet to get that Grade 1 win. We'll see if it comes tomorrow. Here's who's going to line up against him. Cyberknife, track record time in that Haskell win.
Yeah, you know, he ran his best race in his career last time. Can he take another step forward, and can he do it a 1.25 miles? He likes to run inside, so the inside post, not a bad draw for him.
Rich Strike, the 80-1 upset winner of the Kentucky Derby. Is he a one-hit wonder, JK?
You know, I think he is. I mean, he's still a Derby winner, and that's always going to be cool. But look, he got a perfect setup. He got a perfect trip. He got a fast pace. And he's coming in off of a little bit of a layoff to try these horses in a 1.25 miles.
An Iowa bred, could this horse be sneaky? He's got sprint speed. Does he go to the front potentially?
I mean, he did work 45 and change, I heard, so maybe he will be aggressive. But whether or not he could be around the finish. The trainer's last starter in Saratoga, Miss Macy Sue. She won the 2008 Albany Miss. She is the dam of this horse's sire, not this time.
20-1 morning line, Iowa bred. Gilded Age, Bill Mott sends out with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, they say you can't win it if you're not in it. Gilded Age is going to need everything to go his way, and everyone else has to go completely wrong for him to win this race.
The son, up and coming, of a Travers champion who has the fastest time ever in that race. Here's Arturius, son of Arrogate.
I think Arturius is a terrific horse, and he comes in off a very similar setup that Miles D did when he ran third in last year's Travers. Still, he's got to take a big leap forward to beat this group, and I just don't see it happening.
The one to beat, he was impressive in the Jim Dandy here, the prep for the Travers. Epicenter for Steve Asmussen.
You know, he's been the most consistent 3-year-old all year. He ran well in the Derby. He ran well in the Preakness. I thought he was really, really good in the Jim Dandy, and he didn't even get a setup that day. The other ones are going to have to improve to beat him.
And what do you do, Andy, with early voting? His best race, the Preakness, arguably, he had a target, but he's quick.
It's hard to know because he did win that race, and he lost the next 2 races, including a very disappointing Jim Dandy. On the other hand, he has the fastest buyer speed figure of anyone in this race, and he's a morning line of 8-1. To me, that makes him value.
and Zandon from the same barn. His stablemate here, Flavian Pratt, will ride second in the Jim Dandy, third in the Kentucky Derby.
I want to love Zandon. He was my pick in the Derby, but he didn't really have an excuse not to run by Epicenter that day. And to be fair, Epicenter ran better than him last time as well. So it's hard for me to make a case for him. Maybe, just maybe, he needs to be ridden a little bit differently, take back, make one run.
So that is your field for Saturday's Run Happy Travers. Again, live coverage Saturday on Big Fox. It begins at 4:30 Eastern Time. We will see what happens. Certainly, whoever wins this race is going to claim leadership of this division and be the front runner for an Eclipse Award. A few horses that come into this race, they're coming in the right way. Certainly Cyberknife and certainly Epicenter.
Yeah, I think the talk is going to be after whoever happens to win the Travers. Will they have a prep race prior to the Breeders' Cup Classic? What route will they go after the Travers?
Yeah, speaking specifically of the Run Happy Travers, though, when you look at Epicenter, coming into the spring and into the Kentucky Derby, he was the top seed. And he ran well, but he did not get it done in the Derby. He was the top seed again, the favorite in the Preakness. He did not get it done there. Now he comes into tomorrow, and with his A game, he's obviously the top seed again, but he's got to deliver. You pointed it out, Greg. He hasn't won a Grade 1 yet. That's a remarkable thing for a horse that's been there in just about every race and won some very big races. Grade 1s, of course, are the best races we run in the United States, the creme de la creme. So if he's the top 3-year-old, he's got to deliver tomorrow in a Grade 1.
See if he can prove it. There's only one multiple Grade 1 winning 3-year-old in this whole crop. That's Cyberknife.
And you better watch out for him.
Yes.
Cyberknife is coming in this race. You know, he's on a roll right now. And Andy said it. You know, he likes the rail. He's drawing the rail. But, you know, when you go back to his last race, the Grade 1 Haskell, he wasn't on the rail the whole time. He had to weave in and out of traffic. He didn't have a great trip. And he had to hit a seam to make it turn it for home. But he ran a terrific race.
Gary Florent-Giroux, his rider, says of Cyberknife, this is a horse that has gears. And on dirt, you don't see that a whole lot.
No, you don't. And he showed those gears in the Haskell. He had to wait for room at the head of the stretch. The only place through was on the fence. He didn't hesitate. And that's a great sign. When you've got a horse that will run inside, they're not intimidated, it gives you a lot more options during a race.
Live coverage tomorrow, Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time for the Run Happy Travers, the Midsummer Derby. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. The West Point is next, and 3-5 favorite, main track only entrant, Bank It for Steve Asmussen. We'll see him when we come back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Back back on Saratoga Live here in upstate New York. Thanks for being with us on our FS1 coverage. The most competitive meet there is in our sport. We have the West Point coming up next. Here's our post parade. Jerry the Nipper will kick things off. Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this horse has speed, drawn inside. I would assume that the instruction will be to send away from there and try to make the lead.
Some like it hot. Brown, his biggest moments have come on turf, but Andy, you mentioned it earlier. He didn't run too bad in the bluegrass years ago.
Well, he's been on the dirt twice, and one of them was a fourth-place finish in the bluegrass, almost got second. He shouldn't just be dismissed as a turf horse.
And the 3-5 favorite. Here is Bankit, Joel Rosario for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, look, he's MTO. He's got a big race. The one thing I worry about with him is this small field, his style. He kind of finds himself a little bit further back. Not ideal for a three-horse field.
So he's the 3-5 favorite, and he just raced here August 12th as well. So comes back here in 14 days. Guys, three-horse group should be easier to separate. But that's Saratoga.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. My pick 5, it just went down the tubes. I actually took a shot, and I pitched the 10 and used the 2 and 3 because I don't think that Bankit has to win this race. Now, I won't be surprised when he does. If Jerry the Nipper didn't have to face another speed, and maybe if we were in a 2-horse race, he would have had a better chance. He's pretty good, this horse, though.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do with some like a Hot Brown. You heard Todd mention it in the post-race interview and in his last race. You know, what's going to happen? I mean, this horse has speed. Some like a Hot Brown is a quick horse on the turf. They're going to try to make the lead here. They're going to send away. They're going to be aggressive. The plan is going to be interesting to see what they do with Some Like It Hot Brown.
No, I agree. He's so dependent on that happening. And we'll talk about Bankit, I guess, and we'll get back to Something Like It Hot Brown. Or whoever you want to talk about. But as far as Bankit, yeah, he's the best horse. But let me ask you a question. Did you love his return? And it's just like, I get why Steve put him in, and it was brilliant of Steve to put him in. He's 3-5. I don't care if he runs last in this race. Steve was right to run him. It's a $200,000 race, and he ran him as an MTO, and even a third-place finish is pretty darn good. I feel like he may have to run a little better than last time if the 2 doesn't get that push in the front end. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I think from a speed figure standpoint, it feels like he kind of slowed down on some of his top races in the last few years. The biggest issue I have with Bankit is just how this race is going to be run. It feels like he's going to constantly be up against it. Now, we'll see what Jerry the Nipper and what Some Like It Hot Brown do. We talked about it a little bit earlier with Make Mischief, who galloped in there. I don't want to see 49, 50 to the half, where they're just kind of loping along out there and they invite Bankit into the race. If they invite Bankit into the race, he'll mow them all down in the stretch.
I agree.
They better take advantage of the fact that they have a weapon against him, and that's their speed. Open up, go 48, go 47, and try to make it uncomfortable for Bankit.
It's a funny race because, listen, the last thing we want is 3-horse races. The last thing we want is to be rained out. It's the second day it happened this week, so it feels like it's happening a lot, but the reality is we were very fortunate this meet, and we've lost very few turf races. In fact, we've lost 2/3 or almost 2/3 of the turf race we've lost have been this week. And luckily, that happened today and not tomorrow on Travers Day. But this is a funny chess match of a race, and I think it's a lot more interesting than just, it's a 3-horse field with a 3-5 shot. Is that fair?
Oh, no. Any one of these 3 horses can win, and the tote board is suggesting that. I'll be curious to see it.
And Maggie, Jerry the Nipper is the longest shot in the board right now. Am I wrong? That's a little crazy.
That's a little crazy. I will agree with you there, Andy. And there felt like real intent in watching Jerry the Nipper warm up. Now, albeit he was a bit more quiet than what I've seen from him in the past back in the paddock. But Jose Lezcano immediately took him away from the pony, gave him a big warm up, woke him up a bit. You can see he's very alert out there on the track, moving beautifully over this surface. To me, yes. He makes a lot of sense here, and I know Some Like It Hot Brown has that speed, but as we'll take a look at him, now I will say this, he was the horse that actually looked best physically. I'm still going to go with Bankit, and here is my pick, but Some Like It Hot Brown won the beauty contest, but again, this isn't a beauty contest. This is a who's the fastest horse contest, and 2, in a 3-horse field, you're dealing with a rider's race as well. Now, Jose Ortiz has opted to keep Some Like It Hot Brown with the pony. He's been his usual happy, content self, not, doing too much on the racetrack, but still possesses that nice energy. And the blinkers coming off, I think last time he just straight up ran off in that lure stakes. So we'll see what they do with him. But again, I think from the inside post position, we're going to see Jerry the Nipper trying to fire away from there, as number 10 is Bankit. He just demands respect. I mean, obviously in this field where you have one horse that ran well on the turf, but is more of a dirt horse than Jerry the Nipper, but hasn't run, just consistently as fast as Bankit. And maybe the number came up a bit light. And I think Bankit's biggest chink in his armor is that he has a little bit of hang in him. He looks sensational, though. He really looks good. I like the way as soon as you put the tack on him, he kind of blows himself up. He puts his game face on, and he's had it out on the racetrack. And two, he's a horse that I know the other two are faster than him, but at times when he's had to do it, he's been able to lay close enough within striking range where he doesn't leave himself too much to do, Greg.
Yeah, Maggie, thank you. And you also look at the biggest figure he's ever run in his life, and it was on a muddy racetrack.
Hey guys, the way I'm seeing things set up in this race, we saw Jose Ortiz on perfect moneys in the last race draw the one hole, and there had been standing water on the backstretch out in the 1 and 2 path. Nobody's really wanted to be down there, in there all day long, and Jose had to be down in there because Todd had told him horse didn't like kickback in his face. Get him out where he doesn't get kicked back. Well, he goes on and he wins the race. So these jocks, they're sitting in the jocks room. Jose Lascano, he draws the one hole now on Jerry the Nipper. He's taken into consideration what Jose did in the previous race, that the fence is good down the backstretch. So don't give it up to Some Like It Hot Brown. Don't get cute. Use your speed leaving there. Make Some Like It Hot Brown have to go in the 2 path or 3 path, stay away from him. But I wouldn't be giving up that one post position too awful easily.
I think part of the puzzle in this race and the debate has got to be the 2 and the 3 horse and how much speed are they going to show? Are they going to keep each other company on the front end, or is one of them going to clear? And when you look at Some Like It Hot Brown, remember now, this race was originally scheduled for the turf. Mike Maker entered this horse blinkers off. The intention there was to try to get him to relax a little bit. Now the race changes. I'm sure he probably wished he hadn't made that equipment change, but it is what it is. The die is cast, and he's going to want to be close. He's going to want to use his speed. Andy mentioned that he ran the Bluegrass and was 4th. He showed speed that day on the dirt, but that was 3.5 years ago in his last time on the dirt. He's been on the turf ever since. He's never run in the top 3 in any of his dirt starts, which is only 2. But I don't see this horse necessarily being the speed that he wants to be, which leaves the speed to the 2, Jerry the Nipper. Now remember, we're looking at the gate right there. You see that temporary rail that sits out in the gate? They're off the rail when they break. So there's a very good chance that Jerry the Nipper not only breaks well, because that's going to be the plan for sure, the 2 horse, but can control where he wants to be on the racetrack to that point. This is as close to a match race you're going to get, and in match races you want to bet the speed. So I think Jerry the Nipper, the 2, has a chance to make the lead comfortably. And if he does, it's going to be a problem for the other 2 horses.
He's shown sprint speed, too, but in this configuration, this setup here, Gary, if you're Jose Ortiz on the 3, and you can somehow hustle this horse out super quick, you can put the 2 in a tough position early, can't you?
Sure
out of
can.
this Wilson chute? Not necessarily.
I don't think so. And and listen, about Bankit, with only 2 other horses in here, he's not going to get a lot of kickback. I don't think he can afford to let him get too far away from him, because nobody's been really making up any ground, but a lot of that reason is because it's been the sloppy kickback all day long, and he's not going to have to deal with a lot of it, I don't believe.
3-horse field. Jockey decisions will be interesting to see how it plays out here, especially early on. 3-5 favorite will load last. Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario, Winchell Thoroughbred, same connections of Epicenter, the favorite in tomorrow's Run Happy Travers. Let's go to Johnny Brielle.
And they're off in the West Point Handicap, presented by Trustco Bank, as they race up the Wilson chute and now head for the main track. Jerry the Nipper has the early lead. Some Like It Hot Brown runs in second, and Bankit is the early trailer in third. As the field goes up the backstretch now, Jerry the Nipper leads here with Some Like It Hot Brown now moving right alongside. And then it is the favorite Bankit who sits behind in third. Jerry the Nipper, Some Like It Hot Brown, they are on even terms now through a quarter in 24 2/5 seconds over the muddy and sealed track. Bankit continues to race along in third. Jerry the Nipper on the inside, Some Like It Hot Brown on the outside. It's Jerry the Nipper by a head. Some Like It Hot Brown right there in second. And Bankit not far behind in third. The half mile in 48 seconds as the field goes around the far turn. On the outside, Some Like It Hot Brown. On the inside, Jerry the Nipper. Some Like It Hot Brown now pokes his head in front. Jerry the Nipper down at the rail in second. And Bankit is in third as the field comes for the quarter pole. It's Some Like It Hot Brown narrowly. Jerry the Nipper continues to battle on with Bankit in third. Some Like It Hot Brown has now gotten away. Some Like It Hot Brown opens up by 3 lengths. Bankit moves into second. Jerry the Nipper is now back in third. Some Like It Hot Brown with the lead. Bankit giving chase in second. And it will be Some Like It Hot Brown to win decisively here. Won by 5 lengths. Bankit was second. Jerry the Nipper finished third.
Some Like It Hot Brown. Jose Ortiz, Mike Maker. First time on dirt in a long time with the win.
Yeah, and the first time that he hasn't been on the lead for a long time. He's set just off the pace, so I guess Mike Maker's probably pretty happy. He did make that, or take the blinkers off of him today because he ran the perfect race.
He did run the perfect race. And, you know, down the backside on 2 different occasions, the race wasn't a quarter of a mile into the race in this mile race, or even 3/8 in, and Jose Ortiz on Some Like It Hot Brown knew he had Jerry the Nipper. He's looking over his shoulder to look where the big favorite is. Because, I mean, he's like, I got this horse inside of me anytime I want him. And when you're doing that, you're telling the world, I've got a lot of horse underneath me. And he certainly did, and Bankit could not catch up.
Biggest price on the board in a field of 3 with a win. Some Like It Hot Brown as we go to Andy and JK.
You know, and I agree with Tom. And I think this is a race, Jonathan, that if you didn't know who they were, you're just kind of watching the race, you'd have put your finger and said, that horse is stalk on the outside, that's going to be your winner.
Yeah, look, he's a really cool horse, this horse.
Yep.
He's a New York bred who's been competitive for a very long time, for a lot of years. He was good as a 2-year-old. He's been good as an older horse. And he was impressive today, the way he ran, ran away from those horses.
Could have had an all in the pick 5 if I could have the 11 had held on the last race. I'd be very excited. No, he really ran well. He is a very cool horse. I agree. And I liked him on the turf today, but he ran on the dirt today.
And I don't think Bankit had an excuse.
No.
That was the trip. If you bet Bankit or you liked Bankit, that was the exact trip you wanted, the exact scenario, and he just didn't find in the stretch.
And he's Bankit. Bankit's been known to do that a little bit. And Jerry the Nipper, he's been a good horse. He had nothing today. You could see he was pushing him early just to try to keep up, Jose Lozcano, with this horse. And Jose just had a handful of horse the whole way. Wet tracks are funny, and I think, Tom, you'll agree that some wet tracks are different than other ones. And sometimes the horse will like a wet track one day and one track and not another day and another track.
I do agree, and I also think that they'll look to run this horse in the dirt next time. I think you'll see a horse like this. I think the dirt becomes an option for this older horse, Some Like It Hot Brown, the 6-year-old. First time in the dirt in 3.5 years, and as Andy pointed out, as a 3-year-old, ran a very, very credible race in the Bluegrass, which is a dirt race.
This horse is almost a millionaire on the turf. Very good multiple graded stakes winner on turf, and beats a good one who is a millionaire in his own right on dirt, strictly. Bankit. Maybe a quick return for him, but Some Like It Hot Brown the win. It is the Saratoga Swan Song for the great Jackie's Warrior. It's coming up tomorrow in the 4-go. We'll have a preview when we come back.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS1. After the races, head down Broadway for all the entertainment. And you'll see a lot of the familiar faces that you probably saw at the racetrack. West Point in the books. And our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th. After the Breeders' Cup, nominate your star today. Some like it, a hot brown. Biggest price of the 3 in the race. Jose Ortiz, Mike Maker. Let's go to Maggie.
Gosh, here with Jose Ortiz and Leilani Ortiz. As Leilani was showing me her nails, they look way better than mine. And Jose, some like it hot brown, a horse that you've had a rapport with. Last time in the lure, it looked as though he just kind of wanted to get too free with you. Blinkers off today. Were you behind that decision at all?
No, last time I rode him.
Oh, geez, sorry.
Yeah, I saw the replay, but I rode him before.
Yeah.
I know the horse. I felt like he was keen with the blinkers today. You see, he sit there. We were going in 48. I mean, it was on the dirt, but I think he relaxed better. And I have won on him sitting off a horse. Right. So, I mean, regardless the race was on the grass, I was gonna try to do that. But you know, the race came off, and I think he ran a hell of a race.
He did. He looked sensational on the racetrack as well. I do want to ask you about a few of your mounts tomorrow. Obviously, Jack Christopher, a heavy favorite in the Allen Jerkins. The cutback in distance just feels so ideal.
Yeah, I mean, the horse, I felt like he ran a very good race on the Haskell. I mean, he got beat, but he ran his heart out. I mean, the cutback is very ideal for him. He's a horse that is built like a sprinter, you know, on mornings, and you know, he had proven that 7 furlong to a mile is his best, and tomorrow he's back to 7, so we hope, I mean, he's working amazing, so we hope for a big race tomorrow.
You and every other jockey in the Travers will be looking for their first win in the race. You'll be aboard early voting. He was disappointing in the Jim Dandy, the prep for the Travers, Run Happy Travers. What, could you make up of it, any kind of excuse for him?
Well, I mean, it was a little disappointing, of course, but I felt like the track early on the middle was very heavy for a lot of horses. Didn't get a hold of it, and I feel like he was one of them. After the race, he has come back with 2 great works, and I'm very confident tomorrow he's gonna run a big race.
I like it. I love when you show that confidence, Jose. Congratulations here, though, in this West Point.
Thank you, Maggie.
Some like it hot brown, back to the main track and winning in style. Jose Ortiz just gearing up for a big Travers Saturday too, Greg.
We'll see if early voting can bounce back. Big Preakness win for Ortiz on that runner. We'll try and turn the tables on Epicenter. Those two have got to know each other pretty well. Some like it hot brown. $7.60 for the victory. A turf horse, nearly a millionaire in the grass, showing he's got some ability on the main track as well. So we take a look at this late pick 5. 2 odds-on favorites to begin it. Big upset in that 9th race. And no, you know, another upset. It was only a 3-horse field, but Bankit was an odds-on favorite, and a wide-open finale to close it out. On another race that was scheduled for the turf, moved to the main track, will be out on the Wilson Chute here as well in this New York Bred 40 maiden claiming race.
You're talking like you might be live going into this last leg, and you're trying to say, you know, this favorite got beat, that favorite, we might pay a little something here.
It is the payoffs, especially in the pick 6, look very good. No, Tom, that stung.
Okay. So much for body language. I thought I knew you.
Allen Jerkins, Jack Christopher coming back, cutting back tomorrow, and he has been brilliant around one turn. We'll talk about who he's going to line up against when we return.
Catholic Boy. This dual surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Race Lens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Race Lens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire, with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS1, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Start your weekend with Woodchuck. Beat the heat with a variety of refreshing Woodchuck hard ciders, America's original and official hard cider of Saratoga Racecourse. Our Woodchuck Stakes preview. The best sprinter in the land. He returns for his Saratoga Swan Song. Jackie's Warrior in the Grade 1 4-go. I like him tomorrow.
That's a bold statement. I know one thing. Jackie's Warrior may not be able to read the racing form, but if he could, he'd be salivating, because just like in his most recent start, he's in a position where he's going to make the lead. No one is a real quick speed horse early like he is, and he's going to try and control things. Gary, you know, he can run anywhere he wants on the course when you're that far in front. That's him off the rail pretty good there. Tomorrow he's going to get his pick of wherever he wants to run again, because I think he's the lone speed.
I think he'll be right out in the same spot that you see him right there. I don't think Joel's going to have to ride him any harder. Well, he may have to. He's going another furlong further than he was in the Vanderbilt this day. But you can read Joel's body language right here. He's thinking about the 4-go, which is tomorrow.
And Steve Asmussen, you know, talking about this horse, he almost gets emotional. He's meant so much to him. He's been such a special performer, and he's already looking ahead to, you know, when the end comes. It's going to be the 4-go tomorrow, then the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So 2 more starts before Jackie heads off to stud.
We all know how that feels, huh, Gary? When you have a special one that you're riding and you know it's coming to an end, it's tough. It's like it's like sending one of your kids off to college. It's not easy.
Yeah, I had a few of them right at the end of my career that all left the game at the same time. Beholder, Mucho Macho Man, they just all disappeared, and I got hurt, and no sense in coming back. I didn't have any special ones that I was riding at the time. So when it's time, it's time.
Ones like Jackie's Warrior don't come around all that often, and it's incredible. All the history of this racetrack, the only horse ever to win a Grade 1 in 3 consecutive years. Meanwhile, the Alan Jerkins, Jack Christopher, he will be cutting back in distance. He's the 6-5 favorite as we head to the Paddock set.
I don't know what Gary was trying to say. Was he trying to tell Tom subtly when it's time, it's time? I'm not sure I want to read too much into that, but I caught a little something there, Tom. This is a very good race, and there are a lot of interesting players outside of Jack Christopher. And in some ways, maybe one of his toughest tests outside the Haskell was the distance. But I think some people might forget, because he lost the Haskell, what kind of horse he is.
I said it yesterday. I believe that of all the performances we've seen from 3-year-olds, whether it be, you know, going 2 turns, fillies, whatever, this was the best performance we saw from a 3-year-old this year.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, there is a path where he's 3-year-old Eclipse winner. Yep. And not a likely one, because he's not running in the kind of races you get it. But right now, there's no clear-cut leader, and maybe some other wacky stuff keeps happening. Let me ask you a question. What would the odds be? Assume they're the only 2 sort of that take any money. If he was running against Jackie's Warrior.
Jackie would be 3-5, and he'd be
6 to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I think it's a very valid question. And I'm not. Not that he should be running there. He's running the right race. 3-year-olds.
From a speed figure standpoint, he ran faster in the Woody Stevens and Jackie's Warriors has run this year.
Right, I agree. Now, Jackie's Warriors last in the canter, but I don't disagree. He's a very exciting horse. Now, he's got a creative, same barn, Gunite, who's improving with every start. Conager on the rails, a good horse. Howling Time cutting back. The horse for Michael McCarthy, for Whitey.
Actuator.
Yeah, I mean, these are really nice horses. Jack Christopher's a little more than nice.
Oh, no, he's special. I thought he was the best 3-year-old in the country. I still think he is. I just don't think he's going to get that recognition because he's not going 2 turns.
Right, and I understand those races get more attention, but I agree with you. He's the most brilliant. He's the only 3-year-old we could argue has been brilliant so far.
Does Andy have a map we don't?
What are you saying?
Are
you talking about the path he was talking about for
Yeah.
Jack Christopher being champion 3-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same path to the crazy house. Andy might be going there right after the show.
Run Happy Travers Day Stakes schedule. Terrific card with so many superstars and races that go a long way to crowning champions, including the Run Happy Travers, of course, the signature race of this meet. Whoever wins that race tomorrow, leader in the clubhouse for a potential 3-year-old championship. We have the nightcap coming up. 14 minutes to post in the finale on this New York Showcase Day card. That's the current 8-5 favorite in here. Addicted to You. We'll be back.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares fold to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this phasing tipped in November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 minutes. 9-5, now to the 9-5, 9-7, give me 3.5.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And we are here in the paddock for the finale here on New York Showcase Day. Another race rained off the turf, so contesting over the mile distance on the main track are these New York bred maiden 40s. And we'll take a look at a horse coming in off of a long layoff. That is number 3, Dressed for the 5th. And he will be stretching out in distance and switching surfaces off of that year-plus layoff. And honestly, it does not look as though he hasn't raced in, what is it, nearly 15 months. He looks incredibly fit here, like he did first time out. He did no running that day in a maiden special weight sprinting on the turf. And you look at the pedigree, he is by Malibu Moon, which obviously can get a dirt runner. On the bottom side, the dam was unraced, but the dam is a fool to Lubash, who was a multiple New York bred stakes winner on the turf. So I get why they were trying to stick with the turf. He's very relaxed in here, which bodes well for the stretch out in distance. Though physically, I'm not enthralled about it. But the positives is that he goes out, obviously, for a top barn. They think that he can handle the dirt, and usually when Christoph does this, he tends to be right, and he looks incredibly fit considering that layoff. As we'll move on to a horse that adds blinkers and gets on the dirt for the first time here at the races. Number 5, Whiskey Warrior. Point of entry, son. The half-brother Sonic Speed is more capable on the turf, though he can handle the dirt, and some of the other progeny have been able to handle the dirt. And it's not like this guy looks overly turf-meant. He's actually very upright through his pasterns, doesn't have the proverbial turf hoof to him, and has a very straight hind leg to him as well. He looks great. He's a little bit of a head case, to say the least. He's always kind of very rambunctious in the paddock. He was bad to get the tack on here yet again. He applies those shortcut cheater blinkers, and, you know, last time he just wasn't easy to ride going the mile and a 16th around 2 turns. There was kind of a runoff leader, and he was stuck chasing that horse. If he can get his act together, if they're trying to get him to show more speed and get to the front end, he could be dangerous here, because I don't love it, but I don't mind the switch of surfaces here. Guys, this one's a doozy. What did you say?
The term crapshoot would perfectly describe this race, and here's my point. Yeah, Addicted to You can win, but you're supposed to throw out any short-priced horse in this race because they have no form. 8-5 on him and 5-2 on the 3.
Yeah, like I said, what has the 3 done to deserve to be this price outside of running in a maiden special?
Outside of not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just one of those races I think you can try to get creative, and that's why I'm going to pick the 1 in here, just to try to get creative. This horse has a little bit of speed, drawn inside, and
gets Lasix. Yeah, I use an all, and you know me, I never use alls, but I thought this was like a ridiculous race. I picked a 10, Your Mission. No, Slow Decision, who ran once the turf and dirt and ran horrendously. But I don't know, new trainer, maybe the horse has speed in the outside. I got to tell you guys, this is just a race where anything can happen.
It really is. I'm shocked. I mean, the 11, 8-5, has had 2 starts on dirt and hasn't run a step, but is taking all the money right now. Here is her 1 and only, who JK is going to go with.
Well, I respect. I don't want to steal your thunder on this. This is your guy. So please, how is it her 1 and only? And he's her 1 and only. I got it. Okay.
I got so excited.
I know. I got the next 2. You know. I'm just telling you.
Dressed for the 5th, Christophe Clement, long time between starts.
This is a horrendous bet. Going a mile on the dirt. A horse that was entering the turf first time, didn't do much running. Then they tried to get back on the turf. Yes, he could win. 5-2 on him seems absurd.
Blinkers on, Whiskey Warrior, dirt debut.
Yeah, listen, he's never tried the dirt. He has a turf pedigree, and he hasn't done much running. I guess he could win in here, but not my kind of horse.
Shown some ability on the dirt, the 6th horse here with Dylan Davis.
So many tries for maiden 40, maiden 25, has tried dirt, just doesn't seem to want to win.
There's Don Bernardo, puts blinkers on.
Yeah, Don Bernardo better put an engine on, but to be fair, he tried some pretty tough company in a couple of his dirt races, his last 2 dirt races.
He was in stakes company, including against Senbei. Here's Slow Decision. Was favored for State Bred Maiden 25 last out.
I'd say this horse is kind of getting bet a little bit.
Yeah.
And 8-5 on Addicted to You, guys.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Greg, and I agree with what you said, hasn't done any running. That 52 buyer makes him the horse to beat, oddly enough. But I agree. Are horses like the 7 a little interesting? You know, we're talking about looking at it some more. Ran against much better. Finger Lakes rider here.
I thought the 7 was definitely interesting. Blinkers on, at least. You know, wet track, hit the board. Here's the 8, Stand United, by the way, first-time starter.
He's not standing United. He's completely separated himself from the field. He's belying his name.
He's standing all right.
And in a field where no one's done anything to really separate themselves, a horse who's done nothing wrong, Stand United, the debuter. Here's the favorite at 8-5. Arad Ortiz Jr., Run Happy Travers jockey's best finish. And for Arad, it was 4th in 2014. We're going to have a new rider win their first ever Travers this year.
That's really hard to believe that Joel hasn't won a Travers.
But, you know, we refer to it as the Midsummer Derby, and it is such a difficult race to win. I think that statistic points to that, how hard it is for a rider or a trainer to win this race. It's as difficult to win as the Kentucky Derby, in my opinion.
And for the horses that did win the Derby, came back and won the Travers, I think it speaks volumes of how hard it is to keep one at that peak level from, you know, the first Saturday in May to the last weekend in August. So not an easy thing, not an easy chore to accomplish.
There's the 9-5 favorite. Let's go back to the Paddock set.
I want to ask Tom a question, and I mean, I'm happy to kid around about it, but in all seriousness, what do you think the chances are right now that Jack Christopher is at the very least one of the 3 finalists for 3-year-old Eclipse of the Year? Honest question.
Okay, well, I mean, look, I'm not going to go there as much as I'm going to tell you that getting beat, going 2 turns in the Haskell the way he got beat, eliminates him from being no matter what he does, from being
Tom.
champion 3-year-old
That's
at
silly.
this point. You've got too many good 3-year-olds. Okay. We can have this conversation tomorrow night over a beer after the Travers.
Because it'll be
yeah.
Tom,
yeah,
he's not the favorite. I'm not even suggesting it. I said a path.
You
Here's a path. Let me finish. Artorias wins the Travers. Okay? None of them do anything in the Breeders' Cup or anything of merit this fall. And Jack Christopher wins the Woody Stevens, and he wins either the Cigar Mile or the Breeders' Cup Mile, or the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And he's now got 3 Grade 1s, including maybe a Breeders' Cup. And just a path. That's all I'm saying. It's not like the horse doesn't have legitimate credentials.
I feel like I'm talking to one of my friends that's a huge LSU fan.
You have no friends.
LSU,
First of all, you have no
LSU
friends, Tom.
I'm
your only friend,
and
I don't even like you.
Championship. I mean, that's what I feel like.
Let's just
play it out. I gotta talk him down. I mean, we got to talk him off this ledge. I mean, come on. Please, somebody help.
Tom, if anybody on this show is out on a ledge, it's you, my friend.
Can we talk the path for Ain't Life Grand, too, since we're doing this for every 3-year-old?
Do you really want to go there, Greg?
Let's
He's already got a Grade 1 win. You going to tell me you don't think that Jack Christopher might not be the most talented 3-year-old in this crop?
You might stand alone there. It's okay. We'll see what happens the rest of the year.
He's the most talented 3-year-old in the crop. At least the 2 jerks on this set think he's the most talented 3-year-old in this crop.
All right, back to race 11. First of all, I want to point something out. We're off the grass. You know, we're laughing about this horse's form or that horse's form. These horses are not running on their preferred surface. So as we sit here and talk about form in these horses in this race, it's safe to say it's a bad race. But that doesn't mean it's bad horses. They're just on a surface that they didn't intend to run on when they entered. That having been said, let's go back to the 7-horse, Don Bernardo, who happens to be my top pick. There is enough form from last year there to make this horse a competitor in this race. Change of trainers. I'm not familiar with the outfit, but good work under his belt since then. You know, this is a nice price. This is a sweet price, 10-1 on the 7-horse.
Yeah, look, a horse who is shown ability on dirt, shown ability on off tracks. And interesting enough here, making an equipment change, comes in with a sharp enough work and no one that has shown much ability on this surface.
Well, that's the point. You know, I think they refer to it as a crapshoot on the handicapping desk, and I think that's very accurate.
That's how I wound up on the 3-horse. 3-horse has only run one time. That was sprinting on the turf. For Christophe Clement, Joel rides back. Must have felt something by Malibu Moon out of a Freud mare. He gets runners. Freud does on dirt. Malibu Moon's had runners on dirt. But I don't know about 2-1.
And, you know, I believe Andy picked the 10. The 10, this horse was favored in a race that was meant for the dirt last time out. Showed early speed. Yeah, he completely backed up. But 9-2. See if you give him another shot here. He might be one of the ones. Let's go to Maggie.
JK, I kind of like where you're going with the one in here. Her one and only, as gets Lasix, this 4-year-old gelding, and stretches out, and honestly is built so much more like a horse that wants more ground, despite the fact that he has shown speed in those shorter races. He could be dangerous from this inside position. He does get Lasix for this try here. Second off the bench, incredibly fit looking. He's all right at 13-1. I am going to opt to number 7 in here. I see Tom took Don Bernardo as well. But a horse that I actually didn't mind when he ran back at Belmont for Pat Kelly. I know he didn't do much running that day, but again, drops in class, and I really like the way, or I should say stays at this 40. But as far as class and off the turf races, sometimes you are dropping a little bit more. He moved really well over this surface, and he looks like a horse that should love a wet track, applies those shortcut cheater blinkers. I think he's a bit interesting at 8-1, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. The favorite actually loads first from that outside post, so Addicted to You, who none of our analysts selected in here. I'm a little miffed why he's Andy did mention biggest buy-ish speed figure of anyone on dirt. Still tough to love at that price. But he's moved in first. At 3 has become the favorite, dressed for the 5th.
Yeah,
Only
you know, dressed for the 5th, 4-year-old now, made 1 start, and oftentimes they come back a mature, better horse. He didn't have a good race that day and had some trouble at the gate. When you see a horse like that bet down to favoritism, it usually means that the barn likes the horse's chances and the word's gotten out a little bit.
I think it means that they're as confused as we are.
It's that kind of race. Races coming off the turf on a day like this, they can do that to you. As we take a look at the 10 at 9-2. Again, the favorite on a dirt surface last time out here at Saratoga. We'll see if start number 2 goes a little better than that July 22nd race, in which he completely backed out of it. The apprentice Jose Gomez will ride. We're set for the nightcap on New York Showcase Day. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Yeah, I can see it. There's like the ones right next to it.
They're all in.
Just like poking up.
And they're off. From the outside, a slow decision. Away well, going for the lead. Down on the inside, it's her one and only, and Bo in the back is up close. Her one and only with a narrow lead over slow decision. Bo in the back races in third. It's a break of 4 to Stand United, who's running in 4th. Whiskey Warrior down on the inside in 5th. Don Bernardo's in between horses and in 6th. At the back of the pack are the 2 favorites, Addicted to You and Dressed for the 5th. The quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds over the offgoing, and they're midway up the back stretch. And the leader here, her one and only, by a little more than a length. Slow Decision runs in second. It's another 2 lengths back to Bo in the back, who's racing in third. Now 5 lengths from the front. Whiskey Warrior has come on through now to grab 4th. Addicted to You advances on the outside up into 5th. Then comes Don Bernardo and Stand United, followed by Dressed for the 5th, a half mile in 48 and 1/5 seconds. As the field races around the far turn, her one and only and Slow Decision, her one and only by 3/4 of a length. Slow Decision on the outside in second, with Bo in the back. Now getting closer in third. Farther back it is Addicted to You and Whiskey Warrior, 3/4 and 1, 13-1. Here is Slow Decision up on the outside to grab a narrow lead from her one and only. Then it's Bo in the back. Whiskey Warrior is down at the rail and Addicted to You. It is Slow Decision with the lead and inside the 16th pole. Slow Decision in front as they come on for the finish. Slow Decision the winner. Bo in the back came on for second. A photo for third. Whiskey Warrior and her one and only.
Slow decision, second time on dirt with the win here at 9-2 to close out this card.
First time Jose Gomez, 5-pound apprentice. Got a clean break, stayed clean, stalking the pace.
Slow decision with the emphasis on slow. That was a bit of a slow last quarter of a mile for slow decision, but I mean, look, I think the theme here was no dirt on those silks, sat behind a quick pace, able to take over. Nobody really caught up, and you heard John Embrial say it, our two favorites at the back of the pack, and they just weren't getting over the dirt very well.
Yeah, well, Addicted to You, the 11 horse, the favorite, had a bad stumble at the start. Flavian Pratt almost came off to the left side of the horse. When he stumbled, horse ducked out a little bit, and he was hanging off to the side for half a stride.
So, slow decision. Andy, nice call, 9-2. Jose Gomez aboard.
Yeah, I'm great in no form off the turf races. Nobody beats me in those. I used all of the pick 5, Jonathan, so you knew the horse I picked on top would win. Listen, and Gary's right about the 11. Obviously lost all chance to start. But I think our initial point, whether you had a good call with the 1, like in that horse, just bet against the 3 and 11 in this race. Nobody's supposed to be a short price in a race like this.
It's wild on days like this. And I know sometimes horse players groan a little bit on off the turf days. They're always great opportunities because they bet horses that they shouldn't bet, and you get prices on horses that they should have bet, and they don't do it. And slow decision's a great example, and the 3 and the 11 running poorly is another great example of that situation.
Right. We all wish that, it was the Breeders' Cup every weekend, and we could make money in glamorous races with big purses and people in nice clothes. But you know what? When you cash the dead of winter at whatever racetrack you're betting on, usually tracks that guys like Tom Amoss train horses on. How do you think he won 4,000 races? It doesn't matter. The money's still green.
Getting into that winner's circle wherever you are, it is not easy to do.
That was spoken like a true horse player. The money's still green. He's so right.
Take a
you
look,
walk
guys.
out of the last race at the fairgrounds in the middle of November, and you see those guys.
Outside post there. It goes.
Show over.
Yeah.
That's it for the 11.
That's all we had to show.
Thanks, guys.
Slow decision. Peter Walder off the claim. Jose Gomez, the apprentice, takes the nightcap here at 9-2, 10, 6, 5, 1. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. We'll take a look at the payoffs in the pick 5 and pick 6. And whose colors will be painted on that infield canoe after Saturday's Run Happy Travers. The guys may have the answer for you when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. The finale off the turf. Well, of course, it was right for the picking. A minor upset as we saw a slow decision. First off the claim for Peter Walder and ridden to victory by apprentice Jose Gomez, who joins me now. And Jose, 7th win of this Saratoga meet. It is not an easy jock's room to be in, especially as an apprentice. How do you feel about your accomplishment so far at this meet?
Well, I just want to thank my team, you know, Angel, all the trainers that, you know, give me opportunities, because without them, I wouldn't be able to make the impression I'm making right now.
And your relationship with trainers, it seems to be, you know, very friendly, very personable. It seems as though they really like you. Is that because you make yourself known in the mornings? You're always out there hitting the pavement and the horses?
Yeah, well, like, I grew up watching, you know, people, so I'm new to them, but they're not new to me. You know, I grew up watching them. You know, I feel like I know them without really knowing them.
And just how surreal is it sometimes to be in that environment when you're, you know, sitting behind the TV and watching everyone, and now you're riding against them and riding their horses?
Yeah, it's a dream come true, honestly. That's all I can really say about it, a dream come true.
Well, slow decision. You kept his face clean. I think that was the key to victory.
Yeah, I knew he was coming off the turf, so the sealed track probably would have favored him, and I had something to, you know, run at, and he set up nice.
Jose, you tired after working the BCCA event last night?
Yeah, it was all fun though. A great cause, great event, nice place.
Well, I have to thank you for working that, helping me out in the auctioning of those items. He was hustling a lot of people. Jose, congrats.
Yeah, it was all for the kids. Thank you very much.
That's right. As he said, it's all for the kids and the families of the backstretch, Greg. We had a lot of fun last night at the Belmont Child Care Association fundraiser. Him, Manny Franco, they did a great job spotting the bidders and trying to get them to put their paddle up a bit more to raise a lot of money for, as he said, a wonderful cause.
That's great to hear. And it's great to see Jose Gomez continue to do well. 7 wins. So John Velasquez, he just won his 1,000th career win here at Saratoga. He had 3 wins his first meet here when he was 18 years old. Then he won the 8th the next year. Then 2 and 4 combined the next 2 years. He almost went back home.
That's amazing. I did not know that.
Incredible, right?
It is an incredible stat. Because, I mean, he's such a brilliant rider.
He and Jose have something in common. His name's Angel Cordero. And a tribute to Angel. This kid, I already see in him what a special quality that Johnny has, and that's his politeness and his willing to go out of his way and help other people. And you don't just come by that. I think that Angel has a lot to do with that and their work ethic over the years.
Angel Cordero, Hall of Fame rider, now a jock agent, which means he basically manages these riders. He's managing this apprentice rider, and I'm sure he's not only managing what race he runs in and his relationship with the trainers, he's also managing his style, mistakes he may make in a race, and he's guiding him. He's a great mentor to him. And, you know, when you can take a rider that's as brilliant as Angel is, or yourself, who you're also a jock agent as well, you can help young riders.
Absolutely.
We've seen it pay dividends for this young man. He is making people notice. He's on this circuit at a very young age. Don't forget, tomorrow, Run Happy Travers, live coverage, Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time. I promised everyone you guys were going to give out the winner. So who do you guys like in the race tomorrow?
In the Travers?
Yeah.
Epicenter.
Cyberknife, the one horse.
Okay.
I just hope we see a heck of a show, and we will.
We should. It is a great field assembled. We are looking forward to it. We will see you tomorrow. Coverage begins early tomorrow. Check your local listings. We're on at 11:30 a.m. start time on Run Happy Travers Saturday. Epicenter, the Jim Dandy winner, trying to get that first Grade 1 win of his career. That's the only multiple Grade 1 winner of this class. Cyberknife coming off a Haskell win in track record time. We'll see you tomorrow. Again, Travers, 4:30 Eastern on Big Fox. We start at 11:30 a.m. on Fox.